MadFox94 became a member. MadFox94 celebrates 3 months of membership, and I just finished watching Beckett's VOD on this.
Hello, chat. Hello, chat. How we doing? We're gonna be going live in a little bit, but it's so nice to see each and every one of you. Yes, chat. Yes. We're in a little bit of a jazzy mood. It's an early stream. Hey, Lazy, how you doing? Do I know why I'm doing the jazz voice right now, chat? I have no idea. Yes, chat. Do you like jazz? I like jazz. Yes, yes, yes. Hello, hello, hello. God, the brightness. The sun. The sun is shining on a fine, fantabulous. It's a Sunday evening. Hello, 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 and everybody, welcome back to the Outblock. I'm your host, FalGEXE, your one-stop shop for everything commentary, news, and research on the internet. One day, I'll consider making a consistent and real intro, but today's not one of those days. I'm always here, I'm always there, and I'm always everywhere. You know, today's one of those days where I was like, it's a lazy bedhead video. I gotta do my hair in a lazy bedhead fashion.
Where's my video, FalG?
Yen, I don't know. Where is my video? Yen, that's absolutely correct. Yen, where is my video? I have not seen it in my timeline. You could tell Ant and you could tell Ace that I'm still waiting for their videos, as well as yours. I don't know where it is. I don't make videos. Actually, that's not true. I did make one video. That is true. I did technically make one video. The rest have just been VODs. But that's all. Hey, middleman, how you doing? How you doing, guys?
FalG, I'm here for you.
Thank you. Doing my hair in this lazy bedhead fashion. What does that mean? Well, your name is Lazy Bedhead, so I just did a little bit of teasing to make it a lazy bedhead kind of day. I'm waiting on VA lines. Wow, doesn't ask me. I see how it is. Yes.
LordRush became a member. LordRush
you.
Celebrates 1 month of membership. Wow, cool thumbnail.
Yes.
I wonder who drew it.
Yes,
Green heart emoji.
If you guys haven't seen the thumbnail, LordRush sent us a thumbnail. Let's retract a little bit. I asked LordRush if I could grab his artists who have shown Bonk in different fashions rendition, because I think it's really cute. I think it's really interesting. I also think that he's insane and crazy. Bonk is, to think that all of this art means that like multiple people are going to cause violence to him. Like it's not an art contest that was with money. Bonk thinks that it's like fascism. By the way, I know he's tagged in this video. I tag Bonk every time we do a Saberspark video, hoping you'll come back to me. But yes, if you are somehow in the thumbnail because you are an artist or you're lazy bedhead for instance, it's amazing. Shout outs to Ash as always, who does all of our thumbnails. Amazing thumbnail art as usual. Do you want to voice the pedo, FalG? Is the pedo the main character? Because then, yeah, sure. I don't fucking give a shit. You guys think I care? Like, if you ask me to voice your video, I think that's hilarious. FalG craves Bonk in VC. Bonk is an interesting person. We're going to talk about some of the tweets that he made leading up to the release of the video. What he made the same day of the video's release that has nothing to do with the video overall. And then we're going to go to some of the crash out afterwards. Because if you people don't know, two of my favorite people on the internet have crashed out. Bonk and Courtney Pete. And listen, if you've been at this channel long enough, you already know my feelings on Courtney Pete, aka Please Tie My Shoes. I think that's what her channel name is. Fuck, that lady's crazy. She's insane. Hey, Redheaded, thank you so much.
Redheaded YouTuber became a member. Redheaded YouTuber celebrates 1 month of membership. Wow.
Thank you so much, Redhead. Thank you. It's one of the like the funniest things on the internet is just like all of this stuff. Cal, the second one, if you want to do the full team one, you can. I'm sorry I missed your DM. What was I gonna say? Ace, why are you messaging me, brother? I'm right here. You could have just come into stream. I'm not even leaking DMs, but it's funny. But it's super funny because like I only went to Cat's Lair once to argue with Courtney because she was like spreading nonsense. Like I had nothing to do with KP's video. I 100% had nothing to do with I Love Kim Possible's video. I don't know what you're talking about. I was just asked to just talk about consent. No, evidence shows completely otherwise, Courtney. You fucking hypocrite. You literally, all you did in your mind was, oh, I was just helping this kid, quote, even though this person was never a kid, and they're, I believe, the same age. No, you said to KP, which was directly related to Emily, hey, I think she should take out the part about implied consent. And remember, Courtney Pete is the same person who espouses that, listen, implied consent doesn't exist. But if you flash your titties at a live event to the rock star, barring the rock star's consent or even sexual preference, that is consent. That's the real implied consent. Now listen, we'll have to have that conversation of, okay, yes, the implied consent statement has been used to try to get out of rape scenarios and things like that, scenarios of SA and all of those things. Yes, but that's not the case when it comes to inferred body language, previous discussions, a alone relationship, the fact that it was, in my opinion, incredibly obvious that Emily and Saber had a relationship that was leading to something sexual and continued after the fact, because why would you do it a second time? And also, why would you continue to message him very lovingly and caringly and asking why he unfollowed you? Please, I'm lonely. Can you please text me? Again, this is not one of those moments where both of them were drunk or Saber took advantage of her and dragged her into the room, which is what Courtney in my head I still believe Courtney just believes that, because this is the same person who's like, well, if you defend Saber, you're a pedo and rape apologist, which is fucking insane to say, hey, the Black Griffin information is really shoddy because the person who is throwing this information out there is a fucking psychopath.
Rosie Poyo became a member.
Hey, Rosie.
Rosie Poyo celebrates 2 months of membership. Someone needs to make a smooth operator edit of throws dart at board cat. I'm manifesting it now. YouTube is censoring me.
That's very funny. It's very, very funny. It would let me send operator. That's weird. I don't know why. And yeah, and Courtney continues to downplay her involvement, which, oh God, the sun. You know what? Fuck it. The sun will just be there. The sun will come out tomorrow. Let your bottom dollar that tomorrow. I actually don't know the rest of those words. Hold up. Can I turn this light off? Yeah, if I turn the, God, I am in the God. God is with me, chat. If you needed to know, God is with me in this stream. Bonk, wherever you are, God is with me. He is not on your side. But yes, Courtney has been running around saying like the craziest things, literally lying, right? Like, describes and understands that body language is involved in consent and is like, but and saying it doesn't.
The Weaver Off Dreams became a member. The Weaver Off Dreams celebrates 7 months of membership. Unravel the Bonkspiracy.
Yes.
7 months already. Wow.
God damn, 7 months. Weaver, you've been here like since day one. Jesus Christ. Can you write an anti-Brony musical, Falgi? We're gonna put him in the glue. You're gonna go to the factory. I don't know any words to this goddamn song, but the bronies ain't roaming free. That's all I got right now. I'd have to like do actual work, and I don't write music. I've never written music. That was not my talent, not my my area of expertise. So, but yes, chat. We have a lot to cover. I know Lazy's in the chat. Let's make some full disclosures before we begin. I've been talking to Lazy Bedhead recently. Very nice person to talk to. Very, very pleasant. It's been interesting because we both were like, huh, really? Like, I had major criticisms of you. And she's like, yeah, I understand. Hey, Greg, what's up? Hi, buddy. I missed you. Where have you been, Greg? I missed you.
I watched Superman. I told you.
Oh, that's right. How was it?
It was fine.
Oh, nice.
I mean, it was woke, you know.
Was it woke? Okay, so Greg, here's my question to you.
Uh-huh.
Is Superman an immigrant?
He's an immigrant. He's canonically an immigrant. He's an immigrant he's a literal alien from another planet. From an exploded planet. He's a refugee. From another planet. From a natural occurring disaster or a self-imposed natural occurring disaster. Who's to say? I don't know. He was raised by by an American family. He's still American. He's an immigrant and he is American. You can be both.
But do you think that Lex is right in deporting Superman?
Lex Luthor is interesting because his angle has always been like humanity has to stand on its own.
Yes.
We have to be, for better or worse, we are the only ones that can save us. And Superman is of Earth. He's of both worlds, and he's just still trying to show the people. Superman doesn't want to be a leader. He wants to show the people how to be better.
Yeah.
And Lex Luthor thinks humanity will have to do it regardless of who shows them how to do it.
Yeah. I think that's something really interesting that people always misinterpret about Lex.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, Leia, how you doing? Why are you mogging from the corner? Why are you mogging behind Greg?
She doesn't like that I'm here.
No, she doesn't like that you're here. But like that's like the whole thing is like Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. I got sent something. All I could say is I can't believe the same person who's crashing out is still crashing out. Oh, that's funny. No, it's like super interesting though, because I think a lot of people like misinterpret Lex over time, unless you've been like, and it's for those who don't know, the newest Superman movie is inspired by the Smallville show. And it's something I actually grew up with. I think, Greg, we're around the same age, so we both would have grew up with it.
So that was everywhere. I just did not watch it because when I was younger, I wasn't into superheroes and specifically Superman. But as I've gotten older, I've enjoyed Superman more and more.
Yeah, and I think that's really interesting because for James Gunn, he's inspired by the comics. For Nicholas Hoult and David Cornsweet, they watched Smallville, so they look at their entire interaction as the Smallville characters, which, for those who don't know, Smallville was an American television show that was more about the teen years of Clark Kent becoming Superman, and his best friend was Lex Luthor. And they had a really, really interesting dynamic because it's out of the era of Lex being comically evil. And like Greg said, Lex being far more interesting as this individual that sees an alien and sees the overpoweredness of an alien figure and is like, but humanity needs to stand on its own. If humanity doesn't stand on its own, nobody will. And we will be controlled one day. And so, like, Lex is a far more complex character than I think. I get it. Like, when the whole DEI, oh my god, Superman is it's an immigrant story came out, I was like, oh, people are now gonna say that they wrote Lex as a conservative. And I'm like, no, that's not what's being said. Lex literally has the idea. But it's like super, super interesting. No, I'm not. I'm not spoiling Rush.
No,
It's-
we're talking about them in general.
Yeah, this is important preamble because the story of Smallville mattered to the actors playing the parts. Does it clap though? Gilla, you know it claps. It is America's ass after all.
Rule of thumb for DC shows/movies.
Yeah.
You know RCU has an issue if you have to hide the actors' faces on movie
Oh my
posters
God.
because the actors keep changing.
That's funny.
It is.
Thank you, Yen.
The crash out is real.
The crash
we
out
stay
is real.
winning.
Angie, thank you. The crash out is
Thank you.
real.
Tusky.
Tusky, thank you for the 5.
Wow. Did y'all hear about the werewolf YouTuber? He's a lick and subscribe. If
That's
your guy
crazy.
doesn't appreciate fresh fruit puns, let that man go. Wow, wow, wow.
How did you know? How did you know that TS would say mango?
Tusky, how do you do this?
You test these? You have to test these beforehand.
Yeah, like, oh God. Guys, we
Thank
already hit
you.
the dono goal. Shit.
Wow.
It's because I'm here.
Yeah. Oh God, Ace with the
Ace.
20. Jesus Christ.
Thank you. You
Thank
need that for
you.
cigarettes.
Cigarette.
Cigarette emoji.
Oh, it does actually
re-
do it. That's awesome. All right, chat, you know what time it is. Before we begin, it's
Yeah.
time to feed that dog. If you're new around here at the Op Block, we feed that dog. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's time to feed the puppers. It's already on the bed. It's time to feed the dog now at the Op Block stream tonight. Yes, everybody, it's time to. Holy shit! She just grabbed it. She didn't even give me time. What is wrong with you? You're such a little gavon. Like, Jesus Christ.
No slurs, please.
It's not a slur. Len, is gavon a slur? You tell me in the chat. Oh, but yes, everybody, she is like ready. But thank you guys very much. You guys won another goal. We're gonna get to everything. But yeah, I'm really interested. Oh God, Yen.
Thank you. Oh no.
Time to annoy Falgi. Raised eyebrow emoji. 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 Raised eyebrow emoji.
Are we gonna do this
Raised
all day?
eyebrow emoji.
We're gonna do this
Raised
all day?
eyebrow emoji. Raised eyebrow emoji.
Are we-
Raised eyebrow emoji. 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 Raised eyebrow emoji.
Thank you.
Raised eyebrow emoji.
Oh, come on.
Raised eyebrow emoji.
Why are you saying
Raised
it
eyebrow
differently?
emoji. Raised eyebrow emoji.
Why are you saying it
Raised eyebrow
differently?
emoji. Raised eyebrow emoji.
What's
Raised
happening?
eyebrow emoji.
What
Raised
the fuck?
eyebrow emoji.
Ace, thank you for the $4.99, buddy.
Cigarette emoji.
Thank you. Jesus Christ. You kept saying it in like 6 different ways, and I was so
That was exhausting.
incredibly confused. Oh, this is perfect. Oh, I like this. We'll get there. But that is so. Wait, when will it end? It'll never end. But yes, we have Lazy's Bedhead's video to discuss. We have
Lazy's
all the
Bedhead.
fallout. Oh God.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They very kind on this Sunday. I think everyone's checks are hitting early. I don't know.
Wait, I have something sad to report.
Huh?
I have something actually sad to report. I read somewhere, and I just listened to, do you know Nova Online's uncle died? The one that beat his shit in about being online?
No.
Yeah, his
That was the
uncle
only.
just died!
No.
And I'm just like,
That
what do
is
you mean?
sad.
That is so
That is
sad. I was like, I like watching it. It's like, oh yeah, we think his uncle died because he posted it, and I'm just like, no, he was the only thing stopping him. I just
The
don't-
limiters are gone. You
No!
can go full Nova.
No.
You never go full Nova.
Do you know yes, I do know about the Pokemon VA also that passed away. Yes.
Oh,
But like,
RIP.
yeah, his only positive influence, the uncle that like actually, yeah, Uncle Gage is dead. Allegedly, his uncle died. Like,
Lazy knows all the crazy lore.
Fucking
You know,
insane.
and-
Oh yeah. Oh, so I've been talking to Lazy behind. So yeah, I was saying before.
well, me and Lazy are best friends, so there's that. So I'm better than you. So.
You're such a dickhead. Yeah, so I've been talking to Lazy behind the scenes. Obviously, we've had really nice conversations. Lazy loves Lolcows, by the way. It's super funny. This Nova arc is gonna be upsetting. Yeah, and I really hope it's not bait. Allegedly, you put a post out. I really hope it's not bait, because that would be fucked up, Nova, if you did that. Like, for real. I understand people are coming to your home and bothering you, which I don't. What do we say, chat? We don't touch the poo. We talked about this. It's like, it's just a line we don't cross. But it is crazy. It is weird. Falgi, your thoughts on Deathstroke being adapted into an anti-hero? Personally, he's not like us. Okay, here's the thing. I agree. I agree all the time. But Deathstroke was written by a person who thought that would be the most villainous thing to do. I don't... I always have, like, this weird thing where it's like, I don't hate characters. I hate, like, the weird writers who think that that's, like, the greatest idea ever to make, like, a random person. Slade's a diddler. I know, but it's like, yeah, it's very bizarre, very weird. And I just, like, God, do I hate everything on planet Earth that makes that a real thing. How do you feel about Greg?
Way more harrowing.
Hmm?
That makes Teen Titans way more harrowing.
Well, I mean, like, Terra, he canonically, like, has sex with Terra.
That's why I said it. I said the thing without having to say this thing.
I mean, some people may not know. Some people may not know! I hate everything. Why are we here? Why, Delilah? Yes, for those who don't know, in the comics, like, it is heavily implied that Slade grooms Terra. It's, like, heavily implied. And it's, yeah. It's not a fun thing to know about a character that I like from a show that is agnostic from that lore. Bro, he got Robin. Embry, what are you saying? Robin's also a minor. What do you say? What are you doing? But yes, it's implied he kisses her. Yeah, no, but the others, there's a lot more implied. Majunga, you know that as well as I do. But yeah. Okay. Well, going from one pedophile to another pedophile, Brony Fandom, Woot Master, all that nonsense. So, for those who don't know, Brony Fandom has been back on the internet for a period of time, saying all the craziest shit on the internet. And I think it's about time that we get back to it. Because my man is, like, legitimately, I think he's going Joker mode. I think he's going crazy. I think he's losing his mind. I think we finally broke Brony Fandom. Let me pull it up on screen so even Greg can see it. Because Greg here is always availed to the trauma. Is this his Jonkler arc? No, don't do that to Himpleton. Listen, Himpleton and I made up. We never had a beef, but Himpleton and I made up. Let's go to...
The one-sided beef has been made up.
Yes, the one-sided beef been vanquished. He's posted more! Oh, no. Lazy! No! Oh, no. He can't stop. This is about Beckett, by the way. Oh, I've always been blocked. Guys, here's the fun fact. Bonk will never say my name.
Terra 1 deserved what she got. Terra 2 was way better.
Yes, Terra 2 is cool. But yes, for those who don't know, Brony Fandom will never say my name again because he's too afraid of me. He has done the jar thing. For those who don't know, for those who are new to the channel, Just a Robot is afraid of me. Literally behind the scenes has asked about me, has never talked to me once. The Bonkler should also be.
I like that.
Yes,
like
this is the Bonkler. The Bonkler is a coward, so the Bonkler rises. Let's
You know what I was
see.
thinking too?
What's up?
I would want Brony Fandom on the milk goddess, but I don't want 2 horses on there.
Do you?
That's me
Yeah,
personally.
that's true. We do have. Oh, do you have the milk goddess that I could send to somebody real quick, so they
Yeah,
know
I
what
can
it looks
to you.
like?
It's pinned,
It's pinned. I would just have to grab
but
it.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah, because I'll show it. Because I think I think Lazy would appreciate it. So, let's read it. He can't stop living up to his namesake. Every response, every excuse, and not well hidden desperation for validation. Anyways, I'm gonna stop talking about them unless something actually important needs addressing. Lazy threw her career away to help abusers. At least Enter started with having nowhere to go but up. When public sentiment changes or Griffin is in jail, don't let them off.
So this is a call to action.
Oh my god. My man is so insane. Greg, thank you.
Mm.
For those who are also new here, community artist Majunga Wumba drew our goddess. She is a milk goddess. She is wonderful. She is beautiful. And every single Lolcow has a place. You have Dan's Burst, Chris Chan, Boogie, Tipster. We might actually have to replace Tipster with Boblax.
That's a good point.
I'm not going to lie. We may have to replace Tipster with Boblax.
And underneath that is a spot for like a another horse.
Yes.
So maybe.
Maybe. Like, maybe. It's, what did Len make?
LordRush tipped $4.20. I just wanted to say thank you to the op block and this community for all the encouragement and support that I've received on my art. It truly means more than you know, Greenheart Falgi. I have a gift for you. Check DMs.
Rush. You didn't. I have it. We're gonna get to it.
Thank you.
But thank you. But here. Are you talking about this? My favorite piece of art? Because this is Bonk just speaking into the ether. Because there's so much Bonk tent that I didn't. Good. It's so good. Like, Rush has really gotten, like, this, like, surrealism down pat now. It's so funny. Like, this one and this one are hilarious. Fishy, you haven't DM'd me anything. Now you've DM'd me something. Okay, you DM'd me this. Yes, you've DM'd the Bonk. You literal... Fishy, you literal Spurg, I love you. But yes. Actually, the goddess art is insane work for real. Yeah. Majunga Wumba in our chat made this. This is like the first fan art we like ever got.
Some of the first.
I think one of the first.
Yeah. One of the first. Yeah.
And this is one of the most insane things that we have ever got. And it's like so nice. But yes, Bonk is going crazy. So Lazy, you've killed your career. I hope you know that. Now, Bonk has been doing this weird thing where he is now republishing all of the Black Griffin information. But here's something really interesting that you may or may not know. If you are aware, Bonk is republishing all of the Black Griffin arguments in the order that I and Beckett have said are most damning. He published the DeviantArt stuff first, which we keep saying is the most damning because nothing else has proof. So I find this to be incredibly hilarious. It goes to his doc. Also, it publishes the Snapchat that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't prove anything. This is more about information about Black Griffin allegedly being flirtatious, but we have no proof of. Tusky, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I test them on my co-workers Earl no TTS.
That's insane.
I have become the punny produce clerk. A perfectionist walked into a bar. Apparently it wasn't set high enough.
Also,
amazing.
Thank you. This like random account from Saberspark The random account that's like alleging like stuff from Saberspark, that like none of us have any like reference to or anything like that. But like this is like implied because of my crush or my willingness. I feel like I believe this may be Emily's first response that was like privated in DMs and things like that. Oh my god, Yen.
Raised eyebrow emoji.
Thank you. But what's really interesting about this is that Emily has soft walked this back already. She's already walked this back in Beckett's interview with her, and then her later statement when more evidence came out that she was lying about how involved they were. That's the whole thing. And that's like the weirdest part of this is that Bonk refuses to watch any of the videos. Now, I will say this before we start. We're going to be watching all of Lazy Bedhead's video, not all of her interview with Bonk. The biggest reason being, they're both 3.5-hour videos. Lazy Bedhead is trying to kill me. Lazy, why are you trying to kill me? Why are you trying to kill Greg? Do you not want me to have a life? Do you want me to die on stream? So we're not doing that. I am not. I do not want to talk to Courtney in any way. That person is a fucking psychopath. But again, this goes back into some of the Destiny Doodle stuff. Again, the Black Griffin jokes with Saber Spark also on stage, where it's just like a weird, like, whose line is it anyways? We will also go over some of these Lazy Bedhead DMs when we get into the interview portion of the program. But I want to get into this part because this part was insane, and I want Greg to read this.
I'm going to tell a story. I feel that it's not only something people need clarified, but it's extremely relevant to everything. Years ago, I knew someone who went by Zeeb Demon / Plot Luck. At the time, they were dating Woot Master. They could be very short with people, but also help people in tough situations. Something else they did was fight on behalf of NSFW content as a means of a better outlet for those with harmful urges. No, I am not one of those people. I thought it was something controversial, but good, a topic that makes people too uncomfortable to actually think about, but one that might lessen harm. At the very least, it didn't seem like it could do additional harm. Later, I was in a call with her and another person. She started telling a story from when she was a minor about her adult boyfriend, and how it was all right because she was mature for her age.
Yeah, it gets worse.
She said
only
how
gets
it was.
worse.
She said how it was. I've only read the first tweet where he says, I'm going to tell a story. She said how it was hard for her to discuss it in fear of judgment. The other person comforted her, telling her it was okay. I didn't. I told her that wasn't a situation the man she was with should have ever put her in. She got defensive and told me she knows herself and knew that she was mature enough then, not even a teen yet, to handle it. Not even a teen yet.
What?
I told her that only proves she isn't mature now either. She left. Why didn't you call anybody?
Why didn't you call anybody?
Why didn't you do
alert
anything about
somebody?
this? Why you
Wait, hold
also...
on. I gotta remember something. She was telling a story when she was a minor about her adult boyfriend. So this was in the past. This was allegedly in the past. Okay.
But Brony Fandom would have also been presumably closer to this age, and so I could maybe.
Well, remember he is 28. To be fair,
but what I'm saying,
he is 28 now, and he's known Woot Master for a period of time, seemingly as an adult. I don't know how long they've known each other.
But this story is saying that this woman, this individual, was not a teen yet when they were having this conversation.
No, this was after. They're telling the story after the fact.
Okay.
From what I could tell, because again, why would Brony Fandom...
The phrasing of the tweet doesn't make sense. Okay.
What?
I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt.
But
in this
Greg,
weird
have you
story
ever
already.
considered a cab? Go on.
Not long after that, I was in a public argument on the timeline with her as she continued to push lines beyond fiction, but still expressing it was in most cases still bad. I know one of whatever whatever. Is this another person? I know one of or whatever's friends with or has those messages. Hopefully they provide them. Well,
They have not been provided.
I just the fact of like, oh, and then later I was in an internet fight with this person. Your story's already ass. That was the day I blocked her and moved on. More than a year later, I was at TrotCon. Oh God, get a life. And Mozilla Art informed me on what happened to her since then. There's another person? Are these four?
There's
how
more
many people are in?
There's more people. Just keep going.
Mozilla informed me on what happened to her since then. Mozilla does not know me. Do not harass her. We were just talking as strangers in a shared space. She told me how Zeeb became a full-blown loud and proud pedophile. That's the
Zeeb is the person, yes,
who dated an adult.
Dated Woot Master, but yes,
Woot
also an adult.
Okay.
Also an adult.
Two different people.
Two different people.
Okay. How Elon himself got... Oh, Flan. Is this Flan? Is
no,
he talking about Elon?
No, it is Elon. So very, very openly, it's something that we found during our investigation. That Woot Master's presumably, as Bonk is saying, ex-partner is an out and about pedophile, like a map.
Sure.
As the kids say now, it's a pedophile, and they got banned off the platform by Elon Musk personally.
Personally, right?
Yes, Elon saw the post and got them banned.
First of all, Brody, you are not on a first name basis with Elon Musk. Just call him Elon Musk. You had more space in this tweet. I didn't know any of that. I was glad I cut ties before then, but it concerned me about how last I knew Woot was still dating her. Okay, dude. Yeah, I asked him. So this is just him clearing his name from Woot.
Yes. Well, no, this is him clearing Woot's name.
Woot's name. You're an idiot.
Yes.
You're an idiot. Fuck off. You're an idiot. You're the biggest idiot. This is your only friend, and he's a pedophile. You're a loser. I asked him, he said they'd long broken up, so I didn't worry about that. Worry after that. Cut to today. People use Zeeb as a way of condemning Woot and condemning me just because we knew her before she turned out the way she did. No,
motherfucker.
You introduced Zeeb into the conversation. We're talking about the art he commissioned.
But it's not even just that. Woot Master, Zeeb is in the conversation. We knew about this before.
Oh my God.
They were in the first video. We made fun of them because of Woot Master. But here's the interesting thing. We identified that Woot Master creates full con art. You even defend it. You even defend
You defended it here. You defended it in this string of tweets.
Yes, because of the idea that the art is just vent art, which I will always say this, vent art doesn't exist. I am tired of the verb vent art. It is the ACC, from my understanding, has ruined vent art for everybody now because it's like, this is insane. Yeah. Okay. For those who don't remember, Woot Master made images that I legally cannot send to people in other countries because it would put them in jail. You know when everyone like complains like, oh yeah, like Lily should go to jail because she probably had like full con or some shit? Woot Master creates that. This is his friend. This is the person he still defends to this day, and it's still on the guy's fucking public Twitter timeline. Continue, Greg.
But the actual timeline shows the opposite. We did not accept what she was doing. It wasn't okay to us. I don't know exactly what led to their breakup, but I cut ties before Zeeb had even gotten to the point she ended up in. I did what I've always done, not tolerated harm. This story also has comparisons to Griffin, however. The things that he's done should never have been done, but like the third person in the call, people are more willing to accept him regardless because they don't consider needing to condemn. He's nice to them. If you're a fan or a friend, you should still be able to condemn the heinous. At the very least, try and push back. Maybe get the person to change by acknowledging it was wrong instead of acting like it never happened. Did you write this? You're not reading this. You haven't read. Brony Fandom can't even read his own fucking tweets.
Go on,
I said the wrong name before. I meant Muzua Mary, not Mozilla. Okay, what? You can delete a tweet.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand.
I said Brony
Fandom never deletes tweets.
Oh my God. Yes,
Bonk will never delete a tweet ever.
Yes, he has.
What do you mean? Bonk has never deleted tweets. Do you want to know what the best part of all this is? I know how this sounds, but the new Superman movie is very weirdly parallel to everything that's happening. And more specifically than you might think from me saying this, Greg, as someone who saw the Superman movie, is Black Griffin's cock in the movie?
No, there's a strange absence of cocks in the full movie.
Oh my god! That's insane! But let's continue. This is my personal favorite tweet of all time.
Am I reading it?
I understand that people who actually understand enough of the situation want me to strictly cover more information instead of talking about the people harassing me and everyone else who is even slightly related. I'm working on it. I'm not a video maker, so it's taking time.
How very soy of them to compare it to Superman.
How very woke of them.
Oh, no, it's
the
woke.
most
It's
woke
incredibly
problem.
woke.
Yeah,
What are you talking
it's the
about?
most woke problem I've ever heard.
Lazy, you're crashing out. Welcome to us. I love the So to be fair, I did do an oopsie today. By the way,
You tweeted again?
I may have blue skied at Bonk, and he immediately blocked me because he's like, well, because he doesn't want to watch Lazy's interview because he's like, oh, it's probably 30 minutes of cut up stuff. It's 3.5 hours. It took Beckett 9 hours to stream. It's going to take us 9 hours to stream this fucking video. Like, what am I saying? Like, what do you mean? It's 3 hours. Like, what do you mean it's 30 minutes, you fucking asshole?
I mean, his interview with Lazy, right?
Yes, his interview with Lazy is 3 hours.
Why would he
and,
need to
some
watch
odd
his
minutes.
own interview, though? He was there.
Yes, I know.
So he should know what he said.
To be fair, I blame Beep Beep. I'm a sheep. Chat. Here's what you're gonna get now. Aside from if we hit the 20 dono goal and you get what do we say? We're gonna start doing card postings video instead of the diapers.
What is card posting?
Yeah, what is card posting? Chat. If we beat the 20 donation goal, we will start playing card postings counting videos and then just listen to where he's counting. Because I like him. I like Card. Card's cool.
That's my new favorite bit.
Yeah.
Damn, that Twitter thread looks jobless as food.
Thank you.
I gotta check something because I have something coming to the door. No, it's
Food?
not there yet. No, it's a drink because I did not have an energy drink this morning and my brain is kind of.
I had Thai tea.
How was it? I like Thai tea personally. It's
I
hit
like
or
Thai
miss
tea.
from different places.
It's true, but it's always very sweet. Sometimes it's too sweet.
Yeah.
And that's crazy coming from me because I exclusively drink sweet drinks.
I didn't know that. You never told me.
I'm
these
not gonna
things.
drink a salty drink.
But yes, chat. But because we're already on Twitter, and I don't really want to wait anymore, would you guys like to see Courtney Pete crashing out on the timeline?
No.
Would you guys like to see Courtney Pete, claim to fame, you know what it is, crashing out on the timeline? Let's go over that. So, from what I understand, Courtney was having a no good, very bad day in Lolcow voice server. Again, I've openly said this. I've only ever gone to Lio server to shit on Court because she was just saying nonsense. Shout out to the person who sent me these. Thank you very much, by the way. But here's what I've learned about Courtney Pete. The reason Courtney was let go from Lio server was because she may have implied one of the mods was a rapist.
Oh my god.
Yes. Because the discussion went there about implied consent and implied that one of the mods was a rapist. Now, I do want to make this very, very clear. We talked about this at the top of the show. She left, yeah. Let's obviously talk about this real quick. Yes, people get sexually abused all the time. People are assaulted. The idea, consent, if you have obviously verbal consent, emphatic consent, things like that, very, very important for sexual health and a relationship. obviously that like, yeah, we're gonna do the sex thing. It's not always what you're gonna see in the real world. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Body language also gets involved in consent, which is a part of which Courtney doesn't believe. Which mod? Because it wasn't me. I know, Yen, it wasn't you. From what I've been told, it was another mod. I don't know much. That's how it was told to me. But all of that doesn't matter because Courtney continues to forget that she live on a video said showing titties is consent. If you flash the rockstar titties, you are consenting for the rockstar to have sex with you. If you flash the bouncer the titties, that rockstar is still having sex with you. No. Did the rockstar consent? Well, guys, you don't understand. The rockstar doesn't have to consent to that. I'm consenting to it. Weird. Yes, if you don't know, she made a weird argument for rape. It's like the craziest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Yes, I love giving consent by announcing my sexual proclivities to everyone in the room. Ah, yes, I would love to have the sex now. Yes, consent is incredibly complicated. But it's like usually obvious in the moment. Yes, we are not talking about an actual case of individuals who are, you know, abused and taken advantage of when they're under the influence or purposely drugged, or violently, you know, violently taken. This was not the case with Saberspark. It just wasn't. It wasn't the story wasn't consistent enough. But let's look at what Courtney would say. So some of these are out of order, so I do apologize. I think the first two are out of order, and then the rest are in order. So Greg, why don't you read the big one?
Back when I first started speaking out about my sister, I had a number of minors hitting me up for advice and help. And help and advice I gave where I could because I've actually raised a kid for almost a decade and I've actually had to handle tough conversations with the child. So I gave advice and help where I felt I could. Had a 14-year-old message me asking me if they were broken for having never orgasmed. So I verbatim repeated what was said to me in health class when I was that age. And my peers had the same questions.
Stop.
People can have it.
Stop. Why would you do that? Why are you okay with that? That 14-year-old shouldn't be in your server. Now, I've seen Courtney doing like a weird thing, and I don't know the age of the account, but I've seen Courtney tell somebody to experiment with their friends, calling them like a kiddo. I believe there was something about a oral or a tit job. I can't remember what the fuck it was, or a hand job. I literally can't remember. I would have to look up the DM that I got about it. But like, this is like, why are you an adult woman teaching minors about sex on the internet? Why? Like, oh my God, I'm dying. Just don't, like, why are you doing that? Can I definitively call Courtney a groomer? No, I can't. But from that information, I can call it completely reckless and irresponsible, and you shouldn't be around other people's kids. Continue, Greg.
Yeah, people can have an opinion on whether I should have answered or not, but no, I didn't teach a kid how to masturbate. I gave the same health talk I was given in school, and I moved on. You know what the difference is, Courtney? Those are teachers.
Mm-hmm.
You're not a teacher. You're not an instructor. You're not an educator. You're literally some idiot on the internet. I also don't try to help people anymore, regardless of age. I also don't have a server full of minors. There's 9.
She was saying to a girl who was getting bullied to tell bullies that their dick wasn't even big enough to tit fuck her or some shit. It was like crazy inappropriate. Yeah. Yeah. But there was another one about experimenting with a friend as well, which again, still grossly inappropriate. I don't call, like, when I call you guys, like, kids, like, chat, it is literally the joke that I am Daddy Valji. Like, it's a joke. This is, like, this is insane. This is just an insane defense. I'm gonna go step away for a little bit. Greg. Have fun, buddy.
I'm not reading. You need to tell me to read it.
Read it.
How are you? Fuck. We've talked about the subject because it pertains to my content. I make content that pertains to grooming because of who my sister is. I plan to put out more information about grooming in the form of content so people can arm themselves with tools they need. But I've never sold myself as a teacher of kids on how to not be groomed. Somebody says, okay, so this is my personal opinion, but if your content actively revolves around content not suitable for children, i.e. your experience with bullying, grooming, etc., maybe having minors in your server isn't something that you should be pursuing. Be it only that you can't wholeheartedly control all the time what is talked about, how, and when. This is a perfectly reasonable post to send to somebody. Let's see how Courtney takes it. Pursuing? The fuck? I don't pursue having kids in my Discord. I just have 9 of them.
You fucking moron! You should have 0 children! You should have no children! You shouldn't know that there are children in your Discord. And yes, this applies to anybody with kids in their Discord. If I find out you have a child in your Discord, I will just burn you to the stake. I'm not fucking around. Like, this is insane. Because you always run the risk of shit happening. Just because you know you have a child and let's say in a perfect world, Courtney is the most cautious and protective Discord owner on the face of the human planet Earth, right? Let's just say that for instance. What happens if an adult messages the minor and they're friends? Quote, friends. What if the adult begins to talk to the minor in sexual fashion? It's not happening in your server, but your server is connecting the two. That's why you just don't have it to begin with. That's why you don't have it. This is just so insane.
I want to point out, too, that she said she has 9 in a Discord of about 80. That's more than 10%.
Mhm.
That's more than 10% of the people in your Discord are underage that you actively know, that you're actively aware of.
Yen, what did you send me? My beautiful, beautiful Yen. Let me see. I don't think it's this one. I'd have to go back. This is the bro, you got bigger tits than I do thing. Yeah, this is the thing. From what I know too.
Brian Mullins was right about one thing / J.
Yes. There is some weird stuff that went on in Courtney's server because allegedly there was somebody pretending to be a minor trying to gay op Courtney allegedly. It's why I never really covered it during the Saberspark stuff because I was getting secondhand evidence to none of which I could verifiably prove is true. So I just was like, this person's weird. This person continues to be weird. I'll make reference to it, but covering it as like an investigation or just a discussion is very, very difficult. Notre Dame, thank you for feeding the dog.
Doggy.
Thank you, chat. It's time to feed that dog. Greg, sing the song.
I don't want to.
It's time to feed the puppers. It's time to give her treats. It's time to feed the dog now on the Uplock stream tonight. Yes, Leia, come on up. Come on up. What was that? What was that? Go, girl. Oh, look at her go. She munch, she crunch, and she consume. Dog. Yes, chat, you get a dog for this stream. I'm going to have to... Let's see.
Just this stream?
Oh, every stream. Let me see if my thing is here. Fauci, I think you're describing Courtney as in the best way possible. Difficult? Okay. Full disclosure. I told Lio she should not be there anymore. I told Lio straight the fuck up. She's gonna blow up in your face. I've said it. I've said she's crazy. And I know Chris the Dark, wherever Chris is, we have agreed. Everyone has agreed on this. I've said Courtney is not someone to be trusted personally. She's too mentally unwell. She's incredibly unstable. And like, I don't know. Others have. Yes. Listen, it's okay. I get it. You try to help people. You try to be as kind as humanly possible because you think that you see someone hurting or worth like keeping around, and then they kind of blow up in your face and everyone does the I told you so dance. I get it.
Hurt people.
Yeah. But let's look at the rest of this. Courtney goes on to say, I didn't assist in altering testimony to make it sound worse. I said implied consent isn't a thing because it isn't. That girl whose testimony I read without even knowing her name shouldn't be telling herself that it was a thing. And yeah, KP and I had a discussion about consent where I directed some things to the girl whose testimony I read because, again, implied consent isn't a thing. It is, but continue. Participating in the video doesn't give me executive decisions on anything, and speaking as if KP shortcomings are also mine, simply by association and because you presume I had executive power over the video, is not just a narrative I'm entertaining because that's simply not the case of what happened. You stupid bitch! You were in the video. You had a whole section of the video that said, well, KP can't handle this, so I'm gonna take over. You're a fucking liar.
It's a very large section of the video.
Yes. It's an incredibly large section of the video. It is your words. This is my entire issue with Courtney Pete. And I'm going to say it, and I know it's going to suck every time I say it because it is the most evil thing I have ever said. What Lily has done to Courtney is evil, but it does not make Courtney a better victim than anybody else. That is what pisses me off. Courtney believes because Lily is so publicly and prolifically a terrible person, a sexual abuser, assaulter, the manipulator, full con, all of these things, it does not make Courtney a fucking expert on sexual assault because she's been sexually assaulted. It's actually incredibly harmful for her to do this because it's very clear that Courtney still needs help with this. Still needs help. And I don't say this out of a place of pity. I don't give a fuck. She doesn't need my fucking pity. She just needs to, I don't know, stop posting on the internet for a period of time and just get help. Like, I don't understand where she has this like weird superiority complex. Like there aren't other people in communities that have been SA'd before. Like she's the most important sexual assault victim that's ever existed because Lily Orchard is her sister. And it's like an insane thing. And again, I think Lily is a terrible human being. I wouldn't even call them human. There's so much about Lily that I have learned in the last week and a half that I didn't know. I knew somewhat. The fucking Terracali logs make me want to just strangle somebody. Consensually. But that's not the point. Yes, Leia, I know. Courtney is a terrible person. I know, Leia. I know. Yes, Leia. Yes, I know. You guys hear her? She's upset.
Hear what?
Again.
Hear what?
The dog is barking.
Oh?
Yeah.
I couldn't hear anything.
Is it? But why? You should. Sharing my screen.
Yes, she's very loud.
Come here, girl. Leia. Yeah, it's the savior complex thing. It's incredibly unhealthy for her. That's my problem. Is that this is not helping her. Again, I'm not saying that she's a groomer. I don't have any evidence of that. I'm not saying that she's a lot of the things people are now claiming her. I haven't seen enough evidence to convincingly point to that. But this is not the point. You had a hand in this video. You had a hand in all the consent part of this video. Own it. Do you want to see the Lily incest video where No!
No.
No, Embry, no! I have to watch the June the King video. I've been thinking about, I thought about reacting to it on stream months ago. And I just was like, it's so long. It's a lot. I'm afraid, but I still might. Let's see. I'm not apologizing to anyone, telling anyone implied consent isn't a thing, because it isn't. I know, Leia. I know. I know, Leia. Come on, girl.
I'm just saying, this is Ethel's fault.
All right. I know it's Ethel's fault. I'm turning off the camera to grab something because I know what she's barking at. Greg, why don't you tell the lovely people to like and subscribe, by the way?
Like and subscribe, by the way.
What's with these homies dragging my chick? What do you mean, dead air? Ooh, ooh. What do you mean, dead air? Ooh, ooh. Guess I'm strong enough. Wait, did Greg leave?
No.
Oh.
You didn't let me say anything else.
Ooh. The air was so dead. I can feel it coming in the air at night. Oh, Lord. All right, let's continue. You want to go technical? I also pointed out that the testimony that I was confused as to where it was taken from in the hotel room to some sort of a close off and assault happening. So whatever I edited to sound worse, I pointed out a plot hole. So malicious, right? Pumpkin goes on to say, wait, you actually think implied consent isn't a thing? Face emoji?
What's the super chat RP today, Greg?
Oh, God. Is somebody driving the car, Greg, or are we doing something else?
No, I had a bad meme. I'm not going to say it.
What's the bad meme?
No, I said I'm not going to say. Yeah, you have been saved by Superman.
You have been saved by Superman. Thank you. Courtney, you actually think it is? The fuck? Pumpkin? Yes. CNC uses.
Oh my god.
Oh God! I know what you're trying to do, but no! Oh God. The implied consent meaning. Bro, that's contract law, not sexual conduct. Pumpkin, I'm sorry. Oh, Pumpkin, are you Juno? Oh, I'm so sorry, dog. Why would you have engaged in this conversation? Just literally be like, because
she's a creator. She's gonna be in the chat. People are gonna reply. She's gonna reply back. It's all is what it is.
But it's also one of the things where it's like Courtney said, yes, because I can. I know. Because Courtney says that body language is not a part of consent. It's not true. Body language is a part of consent. It's a crazy thing to not say that it is.
Ace.
How can Courtney say there is no such thing while also giving an example for rock stars getting flashed lol?
But Ace, you don't understand. You have been saved by Superman.
You have been.
Mm-hmm. You have been saved by Soups. But no, it doesn't exist. Listen, remember, flashing titties is consent. See, Pumpkin, it could be applied to sexual conduct as well, Courtney. Courtney, if you're a rapist, Asuka, face, Pumpkin, are you calling me a rapist? Drunkleby, bro, what? Tell me right now if you're calling me a rapist, Courtney. Shittin'.
The gif of Jason Momoa pulling out a lawn chair.
It's peak. What is that from?
I don't remember. It was one of his earlier things.
Yeah, it was like an early movie because he's thin.
Yeah.
Courtney, do you not understand the proverbial you? Or do you need to expressly state that it's proverbial? Pumpkin, I need a yes or a no. Courtney, genuinely asking if you're stupid enough to think that that's what's being run with. I don't give a fuck. I don't have the patience to unravel stupid. Pumpkin, okay, how about this? My partner and I use implied consent in bed. Are we rapists? Christ!
This is debate purgatory at its finest.
Oh God, I hate it here. Oh, this is terrible. What is happening? Just make fun of Courtney. Just make fun of her. Say she's stupid and she's a liar. Depth 13. How did we get here, dog? Courtney, I don't care what you're accepting. The you was proverbial. If the boot fits, lace it up and wear it. I'm not debating anything or anyone. I don't care to change your mind. Think what you like. Take offense where you will. Becca and I used implied consent to fuck Bonk's career. Are we the rapists? Lazy. That implies that I'm in the cuck chair and I do not like that.
You like the cuck chair. You tell me all the time.
That is not true, Greg.
Okay, prove it otherwise. Prove it negative.
I
No,
literally
that's
run the
positive.
show,
Being-
motherfucker.
Yeah, but you like getting cucked. That
That's
was
not at all true.
Okay.
I'll
You
make
said you
out
like
with
this
you.
Nico chair.
We're not even getting into this.
The making out does not mean
Also,
you get to
can
leave
we
the
talk
Sneeko
about
chair.
this? The Sneeko chair is such a funny thing because Sneeko literally described watching his girlfriend get railed while he was on the bottom. Like, that's what I've always found really funny about the Sneeko chair analogy, where it's literally like he's the one that was on the bed facing up while she's getting railed above him. It's like one of the funniest things. But again, Pumpkin goes on to say, you know what? No, I don't care anymore. You've been nothing but rude, cruel, and straight up disrespectful to the members of this server. Lyle has ran defense for you multiple times. Fucking insane, by the way. Lyle's an idiot. Lyle is an idiot for running defense for Courtney as much as he did. I told him before, this is insane. Like, he should have never run defense for this girl. She is like, a lot of what she says is indefensible. Her actions and the way that she speaks is indefensible. And I've told him this. And I legit don't understand it. But I don't care to understand it. Many more people don't want you here, including me. Take your snotty attitude and stick it. Yeet, yeet, yeet. I mean, what? Thank you, Hidden. I'm glad. So yes, chat, there's been a lot of fallout already from Lazy's video, and we haven't even gotten to it yet. We haven't even gotten to reacting to Lazy Bedhead's video. But, chat, are you ready? Are you guys ready for the greatest moment of all time? That is this insane expose, deep dive, 3 hour and 15 minutes and 37 seconds. Are you guys ready?
This is the longest we've gone before even starting the topic. We're
We're an hour and
75
16 minutes in, I know.
And we haven't even started the video.
It's because it's a lot, dog.
I know.
There's so much that's happened.
We need to preempt everybody. Redhead.
I'm ready. This is gonna be fun.
And you
Yes.
have been saved by Superman.
Yes, thank you. Why am I getting the blame for the fallout? All I did is wipe
What?
back off
This
my
isn't-
face.
This isn't blame. This is your reward.
It's your reward, Lazy. Lazy. This is, oh God.
Dumb.
Victim number 455 tipped $3.50. So Superman, does Wonder Woman and that one guy that's green get cold when flying? Ya know it's chilly up in the sky and they ain't wearing much. Im mean we're like 100 feet up and im cold.
What the fuck is happening? Thank you, victim.
Name McName name became a member. Named McName name
Yes,
celebrates
name. It's been
7 months
dog.
of membership. Can't believe it's already been 7 months.
It has been. It has been. All right, chat. Let's finally get into the video. The Bonk Conspiracy. A measured response. You have full animation. You have full permission to use my animation as shorts, Falgy. Thank you, Embry. We'll talk about that later, because I would feel bad to just do that outright. Oh, wait. Okay. Apologies for the length of this video. There's a lot, and we need to talk about spanning 2 months or so. I encourage you to watch the entire thing. Thank you.
It's only been 2 months.
Wait, Falgi, I thought you watched this already. Yeah, I did.
I haven't. I planned on doing it, and then I heard we were going to cover it. And then I heard Beckett was going to cover it, and then I didn't watch Beckett stream it. So now I am watching it for the first time.
Lazy, you can't give it away that I've pre-watched content.
I'm the
audience
one who
will
doesn't.
know.
Falgi watches it. I do not.
Yeah, well, sometimes, and then you watch it and I don't.
It's very infrequent.
It's
when
very
I do,
infrequent how we do that.
Easter Sunday. The video, Black Griffin, a collective community failure, was released to the critical acclaim of over 100,000 people, which included making
EriksBlue
the front...
became a member. EriksBlue celebrates 7 months of membership. El Pre-Watcher L.
You know what's crazy? Like, now that Lazy's in the chat, I'm going to say this. Do you know the week before this whole Saberspark stuff happened, I was going to watch that video on stream?
Yeah.
Because we saw this, and this was in our show docs to watch.
Yeah. It was in our... Yeah. We were literally planning on watching it.
It was in our show doc to watch. And then the Saber shit happened. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Pages on Reddit. It was a monumental success that raised over $500 for the charity Rape, Abuse, Incest National
Which
Network,
is a
or RAIN.
big W.
I didn't know that's
New
what
for
Reigns
me,
did
as
for.
making content on dark topics like sex crimes and abuse became a bit of a regular flavor over here. But after covering such topics for over 5 years, it had become very draining to talk about. However, I had known of the story for over a year, and thought with the stakes raised and more victims coming forward, it was the best time to talk about it. After all, other creators had just...
So let's have a conversation real quick. Because the Black Griffin stuff had
Courtney.
been... Yeah, Courtney. And the Black Griffin story had been traveling for a period of time when we were doing our research. And it really came to a head with the Billy Bust Up stuff.
Yes, I remember linking you a bunch of stuff because I've been seeing it all over the place.
Yes.
Like in February and March and stuff.
Yeah, we had watched a Lamau's video. We had watched Courtney's video, obviously. I never saw Salty's video or Internet Adjacent's video. But I remember seeing a Lamau and Courtney. Wait, I thought you already watched that one on stream. No, we actually... So, we watched the bits of it, but I'm going to be honest. I watched it more for research purposes to pick the video apart. I'm sorry. I had to pick your research apart. Because it did, as you will admit in this video, relied on the doc. I do a lot of... So, like, when I do, like, stuff for like research stuff, Greg can tell you, I'll watch hours of somebody's content and I'll rewatch it. I have an entire Dead Channels catalog in my brain. I've seen all these videos so many times. Yeah, KJ and I were in the fucking trenches on this. No, you're good. You're good, Lazy.
Pulled up to the function with their own coverage that got a positive reception. What's the worst that could happen?
The reason we're starting here, of all places, is because on levels of culpability, just believing a document that's handed to you is something that, generally speaking, a lot of YouTubers do.
And this is like true. Like, this is not... Lazy's not the first one to have done this. Granted, it was huge. In the story that we were covering, it was a huge fuck-up in some regards, sure. But it's like so many people do this. Because, like, for us, like, there are different levels of commentary. And it's been, I'll say this, it's been really nice talking to Lazy about this. Because Lazy kind of explained her process to me. I'm going to say this because Lazy said this publicly. Oh my god, Yen. Oh, Yen.
Yen. Thank you.
Yen tipped $13.37. That's all well and good, Falgi, but
Thank you
first,
for the lead.
face with raised eyebrow, face with raised eyebrow, face with
No.
raised eyebrow, face with raised eyebrow, face with raised eyebrow, face with raised...
Hey, it's crazy. I could just skip it. It's like a beautiful thing because it's like 30 of them.
Superman would not save you.
No, Lex Luthor has saved you.
That was cool.
I love Yen. Yen is one of my favorite people on the internet. But I'll say this, scammer. I'll say this about Lazy. Lazy does all of this on an iPhone.
What?
She edits, writes,
Is it like the Luminous
and
app or
films
whatever?
on a phone. Yes. I don't know what app she uses,
I had an app for a long time that I used to edit stuff on.
but like she uses a phone for a lot of this. And I was talking to her about it, and it's like it's been like incredibly interesting to discuss the process. Again, I think one of the most interesting things was me and Lazy when we first started talking. I was like, I had harsh criticism for you. She was like, oh yeah. And we've literally just talked ever since. Because that's like literally how you do this. It's a Video Leap, actually. It's better than Capcom.
Ah.
We'll probably have to look into that for some of the TikTok stuff we have to eventually do.
Trusting that the
But this is all to say, like, a lot of people do the Google Doc-y stuff. Like, what's their face? There was a Google Doc-y one that did that recently where a lot of people, like, followed the Google Doc and it didn't work, and I can't remember which one it was. I can't even fucking remember now.
The
vetting has
Minecraft
already
one?
been
The Minecraft one is weird. The Minecraft one was weird. The Skeppy stuff, we never really covered the Skeppy stuff. This is gonna be the weirdest plug. Go look at Slug's coverage of the Skeppy stuff. Because I had been talking to him and he got like behind the scenes info on a lot of stuff in that and talked to a lot of the parties involved. And like with his permission, I was gonna run some of the stuff. But we never got a chance to do it. But the Skeppy stuff is, yeah, like a doc releases and a bunch of people just pick up with it. It's a weird one. It's a very weird one. But yeah, YouTubers do this all the time. Shit. I think if we weren't as so like hyper focused about never getting things wrong, I think that like we would have done it.
Falgi doesn't beat a dead horse.
Jesus Christ.
Falgi dissects the dead horse, finds out how it was beaten to death and why. Then
Yeah.
goes to that dead horse's child, explains everything, and if necessary beats that horse.
Access. You have been saved by Superman.
Oh my god. Yes, woke Superman saved you, specifically Axis, and nobody else. Thank you, Axis. Thank you, dude.
done for them. In fact, this is KP's defense for why she fucked this up. Much like the allegations against Saberspark, there is no evidence for this.
Yeah.
And even in the document, it is noted that it can't have been in 2012 because Twitter didn't even add the function to send pictures in DMs until December of 2013. And yet Lazy Bedhead uses the fact the allegations even exist in the first place to try and label Black Griffin a predator. And I'd like you to keep in mind here that Fando themselves admits that they don't have proof behind the Destiny allegations. In fact, they were using those allegations in an attempt to gay up and blackmail Black Griffin. When that didn't work, they released.
This is something that for some reason Bonk denies, but we have all the proof that Bonk has done this. It's lied to Lazy about it in their 3-hour interview. Continues to lie on Twitter about it. No, you typed this up. The whole idea was to record them without consent and release it. So when Bonk goes, oh, I can't believe people record other people without consent. You had planned to do that from the jump. You were so ready to do that to Gabe and Claire. Which again, we will get into the whole feelings about Gabe and Claire's relationship. I get it. I already know. I've had a little bit of a discussion in the Discord about it that Cloudy made fun of me for because she loves me. But yeah.
Well, yeah, don't out her like that.
Released them anyway. One of my major issues, in fact, probably my main issue with this story, is the fact that nobody really vetted or checked anybody before running things. For example, Courtney Pete and by extension Lazy Bedhead used Sophie Scruggs as an expert on this community. This lack of vetting isn't just me bitching about standards, it has quite serious implications for these wider stories.
Mm-hmm.
This video is going to serve as 3 things. 1, an apology, and 2, a complete breakdown of everything that's happened from April 20th to now. I will be giving you insights of everything that has happened behind the scenes for what I have proof and access to. Some things are missing, and they're for reasons I'll be giving, but I'm pretty much laying everything out on the table to answer.
I will already say, this starts off stronger than literally fucking 90% of all YouTuber apologies I've ever seen. This literally, I didn't know it was possible for me to talk even faster than I do. Lazy, I watched your video on 2x speed because it was still too
Don't-
slow for me. I have
don't
I have
take
brain
that-
worms.
Yes, don't take that as an insult to the content or anything. Valji, there's only so many hours in a day. Valji has to watch a lot of things every day, so he watches everything at 2x speed. If he
I will
could, he
sometimes
would
watch
stream
it
at
3
2x speed.
I sometimes, unironically, I have a trick. Greg knows my trick.
I know.
I will play something at 4x speed and lower it to 3x speed so that I can understand it. Was it even comprehensible that fast? Yeah, I can comprehend it. Yeah.
He has ADHD.
If ADHD
It's
works.
working overtime.
Mhm.
He's got the T-shirt that says ADHD is my superpower.
I do.
Answer the questions that have been asked and
Yeah, I do. What shit at 3x speed? It's disgusting.
left unanswered. What's going on? What's your response? Why are you doing this? This will serve as that reference point. A lot of the things that have been happening behind the scenes, I am not 100% proud of and will disappoint a lot of you. But I owe it to my friends and audience who have uplifted this platform accountability when I'm in the wrong. Here's
No,
the
Maddie, I don't pull Hassan and leave the room. I can't.
thing a lot of people who are newer might not know about me. I am a one-person show who films,
Jesus
edits,
Christ.
researches, scripts, and posts from an iPhone. And I've been doing it that way since I was 16
Insanity,
years
by the
old.
way.
So if I fuck up, if a video blows up in my face, if there is a reputational hit, I have to take fault. There's no one else to blame. It's all me.
Again, literally better than 90% of videos about apologies. There's something so interesting about this because a lot of people will be like, I can't believe Lazy's apologizing, or this bitch, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, listen, people get stories wrong. It's called a retraction. It's very, like...
It's
I think
uncommon on YouTube, but it shouldn't
Yes,
be.
It shouldn't be. And I think there's something interesting, too, is that Lazy's retraction is far different if Brony Fandom and anybody else, Amy New, Sophie Scruggs, even Ian, Claire's dad, which will be mentioned in this video, make a retraction. Because one of the really important things about this is Lazy was not involved the same way other people were. She was a third party in this story, which at the time not everybody knew, even myself included. I didn't know how much Lazy's involvement was, and she'll describe it in this video. But like Weaver said, it shows strength to just admit a mistake.
Sure, yeah.
So let me acknowledge the concerns and criticisms of the community and take into consideration the words of my peers, my fans, and maybe people who don't really like me all that much to begin with, because all perspectives are important, regardless if it hurts my feelings or I think it's too mean. But there's that third thing. I've only listed 2, so what else will this video present? What
Okay.
other
What will it
motives
present?
do I have? That third thing will be doing what's right. Words in a YouTube apology video means nothing without action. And the action I've decided to take is revenge. A grooming story in the My Little Pony Friendship is Magic community. Right, okay, cool. Like, I haven't heard that one before. Copy, paste story. But a grand conspiracy spanning over 2 decades to take down 2 giant content creators out of jealousy? Now that's a story. And it's a story that needs to be told, because I care far more about the truth being out there than I do a thanks Reddit moment. This shit is bigger than me. It's bigger than anyone could have ever imagined.
Yeah, this is again, like, the amount of just interpersonal, the amount of interpersonal shit that went on in this story that, like, I know Becca talked about it a little bit recently yesterday, and I've talked about it a little bit as well, stuff that I feel comfortable sharing with on and off the record stuff. Obviously, I don't share any of the off the record stuff, more just like on record stuff that we didn't include, as Beckett noted last night, and I think we've both noted in multiple streams. Beckett, because it's his video, but we had a lot more conversations with Claire and Michelle that was in those videos. Even Saber, we had an off the record discussion with Saber before the big interview, like, section, when he was ready to speak. you know, because we had to. I had those conversations with Saber. I have emails with Saber that I will not release. But, like, those are important for a variety of reasons. And so it's like, there's so much throughout it. There is so much behind it. And it's crazy, crazy, crazy to think that, like, people don't know that. Lazy's the only one that has all, well, Lazy's not the only one, because I have it too, and so does Beckett, but, like, Lazy's one of the few people, aside from Lazy, Enter, and I think, like, the four of us, that even know how far this goes.
Imagined. And I would rather stand by the truth and what's right than to support some petty, jealous motherfuckers who should see to it that everything they've built is burnt to the ground.
I can respect it.
I did not. I was not expecting all this.
How do you feel?
This is exciting.
It is exciting.
Because
this is a good
we
video.
didn't get to watch, or I didn't get to watch the other one, right? So like I recognize the concept of the original and what like a presentation of the you could say quote unquote evidence from Bonk, which is, you know, which are screen caps whatever else was in the really long post, into some other things, but then like going into it afterwards from what Beckett ended up putting together, just how lazy Bonk was with compiling all this stuff, or how none of it really mattered, and it was all to drive his original narrative, and how Lazy's original video was pretty much just the document
with some
at the doc.
Yeah, and it was the doc with some evidence and things like that, because the doc is not fully made by Bonk, as he will say, and there's some indication that there's a fourth party that we just don't know who they are. But there's other parts too, where it's Bonk's whole thing is, because he says it in Lazy's interview. So let's talk a little bit about why Bonk even started this. And we knew this behind the scenes, but obviously we didn't publish it at the time. Bonk only got involved with Black Griffin because of what he perceived as racism. It's the only reason why he cared about the story initially. He thinks alone the liking of Candace Owens' posts, and when BLM kind of reached like a weird fever pitch where it was starting to get violent, which it did, like, no mistake about it, and you could have your own feelings about it, don't get me wrong. I've stated that not every protest needs to be like nonviolent when it comes to being oppressed, but try to do it in a way that keeps everybody safe. And Bonk was like, you know what? This guy should be canceled from everything and anything he's ever been attached to. And it's been his modus operandi that even if all the grooming allegations are false, you can never convince him that he's not a racist. Literally, that's just what it's been. And that alone should make Black Griffin never work with anybody again. That's what he believes. Which is insane. It's literally insane.
Also, just ignore all this. I know this looks really dramatic. I'm using this for my Oakburn Opus video. I just didn't want to take this down yet, so this is just here.
I don't know what
if this
Oakburn
video
Opus
comes
is, I'm
across
excited.
as like really
Teach me,
scripted,
Lazy.
it's because it is. I'm not very good at like just going off the cuff and just talking about stuff that's been happening for over the course of 2 months and just kind of remembering it off my head. So the script is just to help me keep focus. This video will be divided into 3 chapters, named after the 3 most important names that I have determined to be the most highly contentious: Black Griffin, I Love Kim Possible a Lot, or KP, and Bonk. There's
Okay. The sound effects are good. I like this. Okay, it's an ARG. It's an analog horror ARG. Oh, Lazy, you would love my friend Do. My friend Do, small YouTuber, but growing in size every day. Very good friend of mine. Loves ARGs, and like
she's like a cousin to the ops. She's like the ops cousin.
Yes, she is a cousin of the ops. I mean, she is a part of the op block, but like she does her own stuff.
She is our cousin.
She is our cousin. She loves horror stuff. Super horror stuff. You'd love her.
There's a lot of names that will be thrown around in the midst of these sections, so to make it easy, here's everyone you need to know about.
This is insane level of just, what the fuck are you doing? How did you just do this on an iPhone? I am so confused. I assume somebody helps you with these graphics, But this is insane, by the way. When I saw this, I laughed.
About. Black Griffin, or Gabriel Brown, is a YouTuber and musician who is married to the My Little Pony voice actress Claire Corlett. His career started in My Little Pony, but evolved over the years on features like Has Been Hotel. Claire Corlett Brown.
Where does this sound effect come from? I did the graphics on PicArt? Yes, you can link Dude's channel name. This is insane. What is happening? I animate on iPhone? All of you people are crazy. This is Silent Hill, right? This is wild. This is wild.
Brown is the voice actress for Sweetie Belle in My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. She is married to Gabriel Brown, who she met through her childhood friend, Michelle Krieber. Michelle and the Kriebers hosted Gabe in their home whilst under talent contract. She is the voice actress for Apple Bloom and childhood
absolutely
friend
correct
of Claire, and considered Gabriel to be like a sibling to her. All three of these people are friends with a speculative history together, as Gabe was an adult living with Michelle when she was a minor. And
it's important to know. Let's talk about that a little bit. So this will come up again because Beckett was able to talk about this last night because we didn't include it in one of the we didn't include this in one of the interviews, but I think it's like actually really important to discuss. Monique was very, which is Michelle's mom. Monique was very involved with Michelle and Gabe being popular within the show's fandom. A lot of people, and I think that this is where Sophie and Amy get it really, they're incredibly jealous, but they get it incredibly wrong. Monique, by admission of Claire and Michelle, Monique was the one that was pushing Gabe to go everywhere, including him with contracts, whenever Michelle was appearing, and all these things, helping monitor their interactions online, which we will get to those claims, by the way. But it's like the fact that they were so jealous of Gabe because they were mad that Gabe was a community person turned professional on the show, and they didn't do that in some capacity, I guess, specifically Sophie, is insane to me. Because it wasn't like Gabe was putting himself out there. I mean, he was, but like, it's like there's an insane level of just like people don't remember or didn't even look. Sophie is the comic artist. Yes. Is this Lazy's expose / apology? Yes. Pimenta, this is queen shit. This is Lazy did good on this. I am gassing it because I've watched it and I'm very impressed. Also, Lazy and I have become friendly over a period of time. That's why I made it very well known that we have become friendly over this.
Filmed content with Claire when she was underage as well. Ian James Corlett is Claire's father,
who
has allegations presented by his own daughter of being controlling and abusive.
Yep.
This was backed up in videos created by Cope and Seethe. Beckett's community base comes from an in-between of the art commentary community and the commentary...
You know, we've been calling Beckett. So for those who don't know, we've been like, I've always like, we've told Beckett he's like the new ACC. Like I've said that to him before. And it's just really funny that that's how you described him. To me, it's just hilarious because again, somebody tried to, recently someone I guess tried to describe that we're like ACC. Recently because we had a falling out, I guess. But it's incredibly funny. It's incredibly funny to me because I come from the regular normie commentary community. I come from the regular commentary community covering like TikTok drama, Dr. Disrespect, like all like if you look at our earliest videos, like it's not, we didn't touch the ACC until like probably it was the Jar stuff, but like Jar was hot, so it was easy to cover. So it was just like really funny. Oh, you knew about Michelle mom being the one who told Gabe to make the date 16 comment. So the way it was expressed to us, by both Claire and Michelle, I will say this, because this is on recording. Monique would not have allowed a poor tweet or public statement to have been made without her approval. like Monique was making sure these two were successful. She would have never have allowed something that she could not have done, could not have been safe optic wise. It's really important to note that.
Brosphere, but for the most part will do interviews and present the multiple perspectives of those in the community. One of those interviews features Mr. Enter. Jonathan Rosansky is a cartoon reviewer who's been around since 2013 that does investigations against folks in his community in regards to abusive behaviors.
You know, I will say this. I was harsh on Enter in the beginning. I'll be very real. But I came around on Enter. I still think the trying to do the timeline of where Saber and everything lost his phone is very cringe and incredibly not needed, and I think it's way too try-hard in my personal opinion. But I've come around on Enter because he is, from what I can tell, has integrity when he finds out something is incorrect or he's been bamboozled and has to set the record straight. I respect that of him. Like, straight up, I respect that.
Alongside a team of his editors and newly found friends made through his previous investigative works. In June of 2025, John covered the allegations against Saberspark. Stephen Craver is one of the biggest content creators in the community, who was friends with Black Griffin, even going to his wedding, which the
by the way,
defense of
small
and
mistake, it's Carver, not Craver.
association with was already putting him in
believe.
hot waters to begin with.
Don't you pause it. Don't you hop on anyone for mispronouncing anything
I woke you
ever.
I woke you up. What game should I play to make you
Woke me
background
up.
noise? Ivy, what do you
Sunday.
have?
I'm doing laundry, fucker.
Yeah,
This ain't my
laundry
only
over
thing
me,
today.
baby.
Yes.
For all this, though, Stephen was a face on Everfree Radio before becoming an
Yes, he
overarching
was.
cartoon reviewer. May of 2025, Stephen had allegations of sexual assault presented by a former friend and cartoon
I
reviewer.
have to be
I
dyslexic.
love
I
Kim
do it too,
Possible a
Lacey.
lot. Rachel Cohen presented allegations against a former colleague
she
of
just
Aficionado's
has
Crib.
the face of a mean bitch. Listen. I won't say nice things about KP. I won't say nice things about KP. You can't convince me to. She literally just has she has the face of a mean bitch.
Chris. Included in that expose were the poorly presented allegations and connections to Chris with DA Games and
Marvel Rivals or Valheim?
Saberspark, as well as an allegation of sexual assault. Presented anonymously, but then later revealed to be Sonic content creator Emu Emmy. Emmy
Yes.
Jones, or Emily Jones, was already riddled with controversy before coming forward with allegations of rape against Saberspark.
Now let's talk about Emily real quick so I can make something very, very clear. I still think Emily Jones is a coward, and I will make that very clear. Emily Jones is a coward because every single person in this story has been using their public platforms to be ridiculed. Brony Fandom, for as much as I think he's a psychopath, Amy New, Sophie Scruggs, Saber Spark, obviously. Granted, I don't care about myself or anything else. My entire issue is that Emily has consistently and constantly used a throwaway account to never touch her public account. Especially in her super 300-page document that, in my opinion, does a very good job at showing that a lot of her controversies within the Sonic community are blown up in some regards. And that there's a lot more nuance to the story than Emily Bad sleep with everybody. And I think that's, the fact that she doesn't want to put that on her public platform, personally to me, speaks a lot of volumes about the character of person she is. That's just me.
Cheating allegations, sex scandals, the whole lot was presented poorly in a video that used Kiwi.
Yeah, this fucking video sucks, by the way. It's the most insane video, and fucking Lance Jerkoff is okay with some guy outing himself as a pedophile. It's the most bizarre thing in the universe.
Farms as a source, probably. But Emily's story wasn't just backed by KP. In fact, it was an entire cabal of actors that pulled Emily in certain directions to put out the final statement that exists today.
Yes.
And those names are Courtney Pete, Lily Orchard's sister that directly influenced Emily to remove any mentions of implied consent,
That's what she
convincing
did.
even KP that the idea of implied consent is total bullshit.
Yes,
she also
indeed.
made a video on Black Griffin, which
Yes,
featured
indeed.
interviews with KP and Sophie Scruggs, a My Little Pony artist.
You are so nice.
Now,
that is
now
not
this
what
is
she
coming
looks
together.
like. That is...
That
Well,
you're
sorry.
right. No, I'm just like everything the Courtney Pete situation in was it Lio's Discord?
Yes. Now
Everything's making more sense.
Yeah, now you know
Now
why.
I'm seeing
Now
the threads are connecting. But
You picked the
yeah,
nicest picture of Sophie.
very polite of you.
I have made a very bad comparison. Michigan J Bullfrog. I'm so mean. I'm going to hell. I make fun of people way too much.
You do.
artists whose work has ended up in official My Little Pony properties like comics and merchandise. For a brief period of time, Sophie shared an account with a user called Bonk or Helena Hyena. Bonk runs an account called
So yes, Bonk's face has been known on the internet. We just purposely
He's
never
posted
included it. Yeah, he's posted it. We just purposely never included it. It just didn't like. I didn't feel like this kid has complained that he's 28 years old. This kid has complained that he's been doxxed multiple times, including Courtney. Excuse me, Claire. No, he's lying. He continues to lie. He's probably received cease and desists, which he will say that he has, but he hasn't been doxxed. He hasn't been doxxed. He's 28, yes.
Yes. The Brony Fandom has been dead for 10 years. He's 28.
Yeah. Yes! He's been fighting the good fight for forever.
Brony Fandom, which used to be a roleplay account when they were 15,
Yes.
where they played Screwball. Fandom has been the main source of information against Black Griffin. However, it should be duly noted that the master document about Gabriel was not created by him. The most contribution
It's also in the Billy Bust Up document, and he tweeted out, at least they used a nice photo of me, although old. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
It was just one of those things where it was like,
We didn't use it because it's like it's one less thing that he'll pick at
Yes.
us about. And it's like, yeah, sure, whatever.
also nobody knows him by his face. Everybody knows him by that
Sure.
art. So it's like, it's boring to use his actual face. It's just boring, in my personal opinion.
to it was, well, sharing it, and archival tweets from his account were featured in the Google Doc for archive purposes. And finally, there is one more name that I don't see a lot of people speak about, but whose association should be more heavily known.
Was I wrong? Was I in the wrong? No, Lazy, you're fine. You are fine. We didn't at the time because he hated us. It was just like it was like a point of contention because for us personally, like Beckett, myself, like our platforms, he kept saying that we're all right wing, we're fascists, potentially we're Nazis. I don't know what the hell he's saying now. Or we do like what we do is illegal.
Or
it was-
brigading or whatever.
Yeah.
Or bullying. He said bullying a lot.
Bullying, yes. In the interview, he said what Becca does is illegal, by the way. So we're doing illegal shit.
Oh, good. Got it.
Yeah. And it was always this like thing of give him one less thing to complain about.
Yeah.
Because like it's more entertaining that way when he crashes out over nonsense. You are perfectly fine.
Plus, the thumbnail
Noted.
makes more sense if you have the Twitter icon
Yes.
than a face that nobody would know.
Yeah. The way you're presenting it, perfectly fine. In my
Amy
personal
New
opinion.
is the wife of
Also, fuck this bitch.
Peter New, the voice actor for Big Macintosh. She also has been talking about the Black Griffin allegations, but also she was one of the people who encouraged Emily to come forward with her claims against Saber Spark. There are other names that I haven't mentioned that will also periodically come up.
Yeah. You know who she doesn't mention? Me. Why did listen? Every fucking time I've been in public dramas that don't
cares?
include my name. I've been
It's
in fucking store. Do you want to know what's crazy? The Reddit deletes my fucking streams, leaves Beckett's video up.
Mhm.
Why is it me? Every fucking time I'm the one who gets left out.
It's Italiophobia. It's
I
fine.
know. It's Fredophobia every time.
I mean, just remember,
I know you
Tricky
mentioned
Tom
it.
says you're just some guy.
Oh, yeah. You remember when Turkey Tom stole that video from me? No, I'm kidding. It's fine. You're a balding loser. You're absolutely right, Maddie.
Like
I'm also not
Phineas.
balding. I just have like a back hairline.
Yeah, Q's the balding one. He's the Italian. Get it right.
I have a back hairline from cancer. So thank you, Maddie, for being ableist about cancer. I can't believe it. You're the Shonda
should don't
Black
know.
of the new ACC. I am not ACC by no fucking means.
or Woot Master, or Peter New, or Anthony Gramaglia, or Lyle Convoy, or Katie and Ash from Billy Bust Up, or AC Race Best, or Michelle's parents, or Soul Rock, or Destiny, or the Snapchat victim, or Jai Lim, or
the Op Block.
James.
Who was this?
Or
who was
James!
Who was Soul Rock?
Soul
I
Rack.
don't
Soul
remember.
Rack is Emily's last boyfriend. That was.
Oh,
yes.
that Sonic voice actor or different?
No.
Another
Soul
different
Rack
person.
was the
Okay.
Newgrounds artist.
Oh, okay. I'm caught up. Thank you.
Yep. You know about this because you're the only
It
person I
connected.
knew who knew about Newgrounds to ask that question.
It connected like a fucking the fucking neutrons held hands in my head.
There's so many people that serve minor roles that will come up,
Nobody
but this
cares about
presentation
your
will not
testicle.
have them as my full focus.
I love you, Pimento.
These are the names that matter the most to me.
They
And
are-
where
they are
do
the ones
I
that matter the
fall
most,
in
I
all of this?
agree.
Well, that will be explained over the course of this video. But
do
before we
agree.
go over the timeline of events, I must delay this video one final time for this very important forward. I want to apologize for the wait time of this response. A lot of things had to occur online and offline before I made any final statement. Primarily assisting in Mr. Enter's coverage, as well as getting Beckett in contact with everyone he needed to speak to for his coverage, as well as making sure
You're the Regina George to them. You got the burn book.
That's so good. Oh my god, I'm Gretchen.
Yeah, you're Gretchen.
he had access to like important Discord group chats,
That's funny.
figuring out timeline discrepancies, and getting all of the ducks in a row. Certain conversations needed to happen and be recorded, questions needed to be asked, statements needed to come out before I could officially answer any questions.
Which is
Plus,
fair.
a
It's
lot
true.
of like offline and pre-planned and unexpected events like a Colossicon trip that I had planned since January, and then I felt like garbage that entire trip, and like a week after, so I was sick and recovering. And then there were some immediate family concerns after that, and I was just spending a lot of time offline with family and friends because that was really important with my mental health and confidence to return to the platform with a response that is precise, level-headed, and said all of the right things and addresses absolutely everything
But not brief. But not brief.
that is important. Regardless of the circumstances, disappear
What was up?
I think if it's important, it doesn't have to be.
No,
short.
I know.
And
I know.
the,
I'm making a joke.
Oh,
I'm making a
laugh.
joke that she released a 3-hour video, a
That's
3-hour interview, and another 2-hour interview.
that's nothing.
That's
We've been going for like 3 hours already. Almost
an hour, and 55.
2 hours.
Shut up.
appearing entirely without much of an explanation was probably not the right move. And I understand if that brought any instability or concern within my base and even beyond that. Whether I entirely acknowledge this or not, I do have a fan base that does listen
This
to
is
what
true.
I have to say and kind
Again,
of see me as a figurehead.
discussing
So
everything
being
that you're
silent has
supposed to.
only sparked speculation and misinformation spearheading the conversation. And for that, I am truly, really sorry.
I believe Lazy's about to address it. I know Lazy's in the chat, so I'm going to say this to her right now. Lazy's biggest L in this entire part when it came to taking down her video was not making a post regarding why she took it down. And I know she'll address it in this video.
Yeah, I remember seeing speculation on
That she got sued.
The subreddit, yes,
Yes.
specifically that.
And I do believe that Lazy if I remember correctly in this preamble part, Lazy does bring it up. That was that is her biggest L when it comes to taking down the video. Again, taking down videos is always weird. Some people say don't do it. Some people say do it. I don't mind. Like, my rule of thumb is if you take a video down but address that the video's existence existed in perpetuity, like this video does, I think it's perfectly fine if you took it down. But yeah, like that's like the biggest thing to me was taking it down without making a public statement about why it was down. I know Enter does later. Yeah, unlist and put it in the playlist is probably best too.
I was trying to be strategic, and I should have just clued in my immediate base on what exactly was happening so they didn't think I was just trying to run away from everything. The reason why I am doing something is pretty simple. It's because I value the truth, and I am honored to respect the evidence.
Yeah, that wasn't too smart. Should have said something. I just wanted to make it in the video format because not everyone can see written statements in the video content.
That's
Gets
fair.
the most reach. It's fair. I because
It's a tough call.
It's a tough call. Again, I think you should have done it that way. I also know that you don't have like social media, and thus it has to be done on your platform. The way that it probably should have been done, in my personal opinion, is post it on your YouTube as well as post it in your Patreon. it would have made complete clear to your base, as well as anybody else that could have just referenced it. That's personally just me.
I know what I have to do.
Again, that's leveraging criticism. Yeah. Just IG and TikTok that you don't use. It's the fucking... I have to start using TikTok for content stuff, and I'm like, ugh, I'm so annoyed.
I have to do the right thing. And the right thing is being as truthful and as transparent as possible. So let's begin. I would like to begin this section by explaining how I learned about the Black Griffin story, as well as just kind of explain who I am and why I do content like this to begin with. It all started back in 2024. I was working on the Star Giant production story, which also has elements of grooming and abuse.
Remember, chat of the ACC adjacent, remind me, is Star Giant tied to the Rosa Call? I feel like that's correct. Am I wrong?
Chat, this is the one time you can chat. We're letting you chat right now.
Fuck off. Also, there's 177 of you and, like, not enough likes. Let's get those up. Like and subscribe. Donate for the dog. Yes.
We will turn this stream around. Okay.
I will turn the stream around. Who will next be saved by Superman?
As many of you who've been watching me for a while, sex scandal stories and online abuse has been a constant here. I've been doing this for a while, and for the longest time...
Come on, chat, let's get those likes up.
I didn't really understand, like, why? Like, this stuff makes me fucking depressed. I'm fascinated by it, but it hits so close to home that it's also, like, incredibly difficult and uncomfortable for me to talk about. So, like, why do I cover topics of this nature, like, so often? I think it comes from coping. To be perfectly blunt, the rebrand of this channel from, like, anti-SJW to advocacy comes from, like, an atonement of my past, as well as a lack of direction in my life. Before Lazy Bedhead became what it is today, it was an anti-SJW skeptic channel, and part of the anti-SJW sphere was leaning into right-wing politics.
What an interesting, digression for a second to be like, yeah, I'm gonna go from anti-SJW to, like, this, like, internet true crime thing. And it's, like, it's very, very interesting.
Sometimes it's the opposite.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it's the opposite. Oh. And sometimes Mama JF is still in the walls. God, Mama JF, where are you? Every day.
Politics. The specific fraction of that space that I fell into was a stepping stone into the alt-right. Part of being in the alt-right pipeline is how you address sexual abuse as more of an attack on men than it is a serious threat towards women. A lot of those in the space would deny sexual abuse or claim that most
I think that's a very accurate way to put it, is that, like women were the reason for it on that side of the spectrum. And I think that that's, like, it's such a, like, a insane thing to say out loud, that, like, women would have to, like it's, women are blamed for that in that regard. Like, it's, but again, that's part of the skeptic and anti-SJW community, and not looking at, there's nuance in stories and looking at the, it's insane.
Sexual abuse occurs due to something the victim is doing. So, for an example, you know how Jordan Peterson would argue that, like, women who are sexually harassed in the workplace are sexually harassed because they wear makeup, and makeup is sexually provocative and signals to other male coworkers that a woman is sexually attracted to them?
Can men and women work together in the workplace?
Yes, I do it.
How do you know?
Because I work with a lot of women.
Right. Well, it's...
Never forget that Jordan Peterson was almost murdered by his daughter. Never forget that Jordan Peterson almost was murdered by his daughter because his daughter hated him so much that she tried to kill him. Like, what? Yeah, Jordan Peterson was, like, going through, like, withdrawal symptoms. And, like, what are you talking? Oh, this is a funny joke I always make. So
is it a joke or is it true?
It's kind of, so the story gets weird. So allegedly the story goes that Jordan Peterson was going through benzodiazepine withdrawal, and she was, like, withholding medications from him. She also allegedly had sex with Andrew Tate. It's one of those stories that's, like, weirdly unconfirmed, because, like, why would your daughter admit to trying to murder you, even if the daughter hates you? But that is how the alleged story goes, that he was going through, like, some, like, benzodiazepine withdrawal, and like, she was, like, either telling him to do it like the homeopathic way or all these things. Like it's a weird fucking I'm gonna be honest, a very weird rabbit hole. Maybe one day we'll cover Jordan Peterson, because like he's like, his grace has fallen from the internet. He went into a self-induced coma in order to leave addiction. Yes, Baminta, yes. Yes. He was dying of benzo withdrawal, and she just went on a trip to Europe. Yeah, she like left him. It's crazy. Yeah, Jordan Peterson's daughter took him to some Baltic country to get like crazy coma treatment, and then almost pulled the plug on him. It's like insane. And like it's theorized that she sent him to like some shit that would have killed him, because there's like no reason that he should have survived. She also gave him COVID. Yes, I've also heard that story, that he was like at risk for COVID. It's so funny. Like, Jordan Peterson lore is astounding.
It's been happening for what, 40 years? And things are deteriorating very rapidly at the moment in terms of the relationships between men and women. Is there sexual harassment in the workplace? Yes.
Yeah.
Should it stop? That'd be good. Will it? Well,
fun fact, I went to a Jordan Peterson talk at Fillmore in Detroit when I was a 17-year-old girl, and he answered my submitted question on stage. There's a clip of it. Lazy Bedhead, fun fact, Milo Yiannopoulos came to my home and ate and drank at a Super Bowl party I was throwing for 80 people. I didn't know who he was. Somebody just asked if they could bring a friend from outside of the country over that was staying with them. I said, sure. There was a large conglomerate of people in my home that would have murdered Milo Yiannopoulos that night. And I said, please don't murder somebody in my home. Yes, girl, what? Yeah. He brought his little twink and left coke in my bathroom. That's a fun story for you.
Not at the moment, it won't, because we don't know what the rules are. Here's a rule. How about no makeup in the workplace?
You
Why should we
don't
wear makeup in the workplace?
That's fucking insane. I don't believe it. I have so many eyewitnesses to that story. It's actually insane. Some of which I'm not even friends with anymore. Former partners, but my mother was there. So yeah.
Isn't that sexually provocative?
No.
It's not?
No.
Well, what is it then? What's the purpose of makeup? Why do you make your lips red? Because they turn red during sexual arousal. That's why.
What?
Brother, do you know that? I love that, like, Jordan Peterson is like this like weird like pseudoscience guy. He's like, your lips turn red, sexual arousal. Yeah, you know that people also did it because it was like the looking at like healthy lips. What do you mean your mom was there? Yeah, it was. At the time I lived with folks. This man has zero sex, by the way. Yes, his daughter is just butted.
Why do you put rouge on your cheeks? Same reason.
I mean, look.
How about high heels?
What
for?
about high heels?
What about
But that's
they're there to
misinterpretation
exaggerate
of
sexual
what
attractiveness.
happened.
That's
to
what high
the
heels do.
Bedhead video.
Now, I'm
This
not
is
saying
in
that
it.
people shouldn't use sexual displays.
I
in the
will say
workplace.
this. Okay, I don't think the video needed this. This is a little bit too much.
I'm not saying that, but I am saying that that is what they're doing.
I understand you're
Yeah,
explaining
that's
yourself.
where I was at. That is what
But yeah.
I genuinely believed, that most women who speak up were lying or were asking for it. That's how I felt for most of my high school years.
Yeah.
And, as a 16-year-old in the content space, seeing, the Slazo story unfold, as well as Spoctor when he actually...
Oh, the Slazo story. God damn it. We can never escape it. We can never escape it. For those who don't, obviously, for those who don't know, Diesel, we're friends with FPS Diesel, as well as Quite. The Slazo story has been a story I have heard way too many times before I even started content creation.
I don't even know
did
it.
have...
That's a lie, you do.
I don't really know it. I don't remember who he. It's been explained to me, and I get my eyes glaze over because there's.
Yeah,
it's
I would agree.
kind
I
of-
would agree. The Slazo story is like one of those things where it's like, oh, is it done? Is it done with? Yes, it's done with.
like false allegations, to then pro Jared, and then Quite. It just...
Not pro Jared.
No, not quite,
Not
not
quite.
quite, buddy. I'll talk to.
I'll tell my pro Jared story later.
Oh yes, you did see pro Jared's cock. That is right. We can never escape the Spoctor story. I can never escape Quite's name being mentioned in stories.
reconfirmed that
For those who ever make a video on Quite, just know that they just don't mention them.
horrible worldview. When I went to college, I knew I
Well, how would they make a video about him and not mention
mention
him?
I know. It's one of those things.
What? I got confused. What? The
I don't know.
instructions are
I don't
unclear.
know. I just every time people's stories always get mentioned. It's so annoying. It's not a lazy thing. It's an everyone thing. Wait, what do you mean? Shout outs FPS Diesel. Lazy, did you watch Diesel? Is this what I'm gonna learn now?
I wanted to do something with art, but I also became like really fascinated with like psychology and sociology and law. And during those years, I finally shaped those like hyperfixations and special interests into what I actually wanted to do with my life. I wanted to be an art therapist that worked with sexual abuse survivors. College educated me on a lot of things.
Which is pretty cool, pretty based. I used to.
Fair.
I
used
a
to.
lot of people used to. Oh, he's gonna kill me later.
No, he doesn't watch us.
Well, who knows? He'll come in on the big boy account and be like, "What'd you say, bitch?" I love when Diesel does Diesel things.
Revolving around this topic. Mainly that people who lie about sexual assault is actually incredibly rare. I learned what perfect victim mentality was and how damaging that is. I learned what the legal statistics actually were of sexual abuse and how underreported and underrepresented survivor stories were. I was becoming really passionate about this. It was like my calling. I can actually help people the right way instead of just being a Twitter doubter forever. And then COVID hit and my dreams died. Financially speaking, I could have returned to schooling after the lift of lockdown, but my life had changed so much at that point. I was in a new relationship. I worked factory jobs. I moved out, all of which drained those savings. And YouTube was more of like a side hobby that I'd sometimes do, and then I would just forget about it. In 2023, we got to a point where my partner wanted me to pursue YouTube full time. And since I had all this back pocket knowledge on how to research these topics and still maintained my interest in like just how human behavior is, I thought, you know, why the hell not? It'd be a good way to utilize that dead dream of mine. That's sort of like a condensed version of how we got here, and why I even bring any of this up to begin with is because throughout the duration of the last 2 months, I recognized an issue that it took all of this to finally get me to realize. Throughout the duration of my time going full throttle on YouTube, I had gone so far from one side of the spectrum, you know, people lie about rape all the time, to the polar opposite of believe victims no matter what.
I think that's a really interesting introspective statement. Because it's really hard to cover some of these stories and not have to feel like this like weird feeling of skepticism that you have to do. Because it does like I get it. There's like this weird feeling regarding covering stories of abuse, assault, and all the other things in between that I always like have to sit there and be like, oh, am I getting this wrong? Is this like the worst thing I can do and like destroy a victim's testimony by highlighting like all of these things that I don't like about the testimony as well as the inconsistencies? And it's just like, it does suck. So I do think that like admitting that that's a part of the history and part of the way that you make content and overcorrected your content is incredibly important. Because I don't think oftentimes we actually look at it that way, that we do like having balance. Weird, because that just seems to be every fucking weird drama that I get into. Having well-measured criticism for both sides, for some reason, one side always hates it.
What should have happened is that I should have ended up somewhere in the middle.
That's what I was going to say too, because we've seen it a bunch of times now, but Diesel's also mentioned it too, like your ability to take criticism or just take it on the chin as a creator is kind of like a good barometer of how well you'll do on YouTube or on online in general, right?
Yeah.
And to be able to like own up to that, I think is really good on Lazy's part here, and a lot of the chat's been saying the same in different aspects here and there, but you don't see it very often, and YouTube definitely garners a lot of people who can't own up to that. So it is refreshing.
Yeah,
you could say at the least.
I find that there's this weird knee-jerk reaction from like creators who really don't want to be perceived as wrong. Perfect example is all the coverage on Pirate software. Like, Pirate desperately doesn't want to be wrong because he feels like it's a conglomerate of evil people, because he has convinced himself that only evil people would disagree with him and not the overwhelming majority of people that just want him to shut the fuck up.
And it's not only and it's not just the current Stop Killing Games shit. It's literally everything he's ever done. He cannot be wrong on.
No.
And it's just how he is. It's just who he is. It's how a lot of YouTubers are.
Yeah. Exactly. God, I did a bedhead look because lazy bedhead, and like my hair is like weird. I never like leave my hair like this, so I've been fiddling with it.
Do you have lazy bedhead for
Yeah,
this
I
stream?
did it. I teased my hair a little bit to make it like a lazy bedhead look. I didn't put
That's
it. I
funny.
didn't put conditioner in it to kind of make it look a little bit like fussy. But oh god,
Leaf spell, we baith beyond.
hey, you actually did a pretty good
Thank
job with the old
you.
English. Thank you, dude.
Thank you. Oh, that's Old English?
I
I took an
believe, or
Old English
Gaelic,
class in
or, yeah.
Collage Belair.
You know what it is? I just think the natural human urge is to be kind when you have to look at a victim in a critical lens for the sake of journalism feels so inhumane. Yeah.
I disagree. I feel like a lot of people's natural reactions to stuff like that is like
I think
like a lack of empathy or a lack of caring. That's me. Maybe that's me being cynical. I don't know.
What I was gonna say is I think what happens is people are either over or under critical in like the general public. It's like a weird thing. It's a very because you see it when allegations go just buck wild all over the internet, and then you're just like, but why are these doing this? Or vice versa when allegations don't break it, and you're like, what why? I think it's like to have that critical lens is just a muscle that you have to just like work on.
Middle. And I thought by understanding why people are like this, that was at least giving them a fair shake. I'm not trying to like necessarily find an excuse, but understanding people better. What I've witnessed in the many years watching commentary content and like, being in the niche myself, you kind of forget that the person that you're talking about is a person with maybe mental health reasons or social reasons why they are the way that they are. So I thought to offer like a different kind of content to stand out more, we would try to explore that, have conversations about why people are like this. Not speaking necessarily like as an expert, just trying to understand people better. And that became the standard for a while, but over time, even that kind of got sidelined. And all of that came to a head with my Black Griffin video. Like I mentioned, I learned about this story over a year ago. I was working on the Star Giant production story, and my buddy Phineas and I were just going through the rundown of what that was all about. We watched one of her tier list videos of cartoon reviewers, and Saberspark was on that list, listed pretty high. And I had mentioned liking his content in the past, kind of being like on and off it over the years. And Finn had said that he didn't like Saberspark because he was friends with someone who met his wife when she was a minor and he was an adult. Obviously, this very much
this is Gabe and Claire.
Floored me, as Saber has been someone who's spoken out against this kind of thing before in his content. So, needless to say, I was very confused. So, I briefly was educated about it. I read like a wiki page about Gabe or something, and I thought, man, that's really weird. But since we're already in the Star Giant
I think that's a really like a fair way to say, yeah, it's a weird relationship.
Rabbit hole, that's where my main interest was focused on, and even that became like a stressor in its own right, because midway through interviews and production, I moved, and it took like a few months to feel like really comfortable in this new space. The video was split in 2 parts, which wasn't the original plan. I actually almost lost footage throughout that process, and I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to like re-record or get any of that back, because none of my recording stuff was even set up at that point. Then there was the re-edit and the final cut, and it all just kind of resulted in me just forgetting about the Black Griffin thing. So a year goes by, and Jenny Nicholson is retweeting a Google document about Black Griffin that features even more allegations against him. And soon after,
God, Jenny
Nicholson needs to butt out of this one. Like I enjoy Jenny Nicholson's content. I do. I genuinely enjoy Jenny Nicholson's content. She needs to butt out of this one.
Jenny is such a weird, interesting person. I've asked around about Jenny from like a few like different people within the Brony space. And like it's she has a very mixed reputation from what I've heard recently. That like it's very Jenny's reputation is weird because on the outset from a just an outward appearance, like a third party, Jenny's completely fine. She's agnostic from all these things. From what I know, she tried to keep some of her Brony history a secret for a while, and now it's not. Which is perfectly fine.
She also made it public. She personally made it public. It wasn't
she
outed.
personally made it public. But that's what I meant. Like, she kept it a little bit of a secret for a period of time. Now it's obviously not. By her own hand. And it is like a weird thing because it is okay to, in my opinion, and I know I've said this to Claire, I get it. So I've literally said this to the people involved. I think it's perfectly okay to feel weird by Claire and Gabe's relationship. I've openly said it that I can 100% never prove that like Gabe is not a groomer because of the, like obviously being an adult the entire time they've known each other is a weird thing, and it's not something that I would do as a relationship style. However, that being said, it was Jenny's then follow-up response to Saber's response that I found very weird, being like, okay, so Saber may not have raped this girl, but isn't it weird that he's still friends or hired aficionado Chris? Completely kind of skipping over and like is friends with Gabe, completely skipping over the fact that Saber, in my opinion, and the evidence kind of indicates it, was falsely accused of something that he did not do, and it's her acting like he was never accused of it. And it kind of just shows how much Gabe, like as Black Griffin, was so much more the focus of taking down Saber, was taking down the pillars of Gabe and Claire's support network. And that's such a weird part of this story that I know Lazy's going to get into, but like Jenny has such a weird relationship to the story. Again, I don't hate her. I don't know Jenny. Jenny doesn't know who I am. I don't care. It's just like, it's such a weird thing.
After that, Courtney Pete puts out a video. Courtney and I connected back when I had Twitter around March of last year. We had a back and forth in DMs, and we followed each other for a little bit. We had a mutual respect for each other, but we weren't friends, really, just kind of like acquaintances in the same field of content creation. Hell, by the time her Black Griffin video came out, I hadn't really spoken to Courtney in like
I can't call Jenny a clout chaser because she's
the biggest name.
Yeah, she's
the biggest name here.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, her and Saber are the biggest names of this story. And Jenny just really never gets mentioned.
I would say I knew her before I knew any of these other names.
Yeah. Yeah. Like it's very, very interesting. Yeah, yeah. I like how Bonk continues to call Saber a rapist despite there being shady proof of it. Yeah, no. Shaky, I would say. Yeah, you're right.
A year, but I had this video sent to me and it reminded me of the story. And I'm like, oh yeah, I heard about this story over a year ago. And watching her coverage made me realize it went far deeper, and it's been an ongoing conversation for the past decade. Plus, the stakes were higher at that point. He didn't just meet his wife when she was a kid, he was now accused of exposing himself to two people when they were minors.
Funniest thing is Courtney reached out to me after my coverage on Essence of Thought. Oh my god, that's insane. What?
She never reached out to us about our coverage.
Never. Maybe because she hates me.
That's
so
true.
This has rapidly developed over the past year since I had heard about it, and I thought maybe I should look into it. Maybe I should make a video, raise some money for a charity I thought could be helpful. Because I always wanted to do that with my platform, but I was always kind of destitute myself in cash that I needed to be in a financially good place before making huge donations.
Listen, we've done this. We've done charity drives on the channel, but even I know that we only donate to charity because this is not our main source of income.
I think the only way to talk about this video is to weigh out the pros and cons. There's some things I stand by it. Obviously, not everything is like 100% solid, so we should address what is correct and what wasn't. For the positives, I think this is the most organized video on the topic. It goes in chronological order. There are chapters.
Okay, Self-Glaze Supreme. So
it's easy to follow. I present mostly everything. There's a first draft from Billy Buff that I missed, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really matter. If you've never heard of the story or who these people are up until this video, it serves at least as a good rundown. I think my video was the first and only one that actually came out and presented criticisms of Brony Fandom.
Yeah,
at the time?
At the time, I will say they were criticisms, but not great. Which I know that you'll discuss, but yeah.
Other videos that came out at the time either wouldn't mention Brony Fandom and just refer to the document, or they would feature his
this is a fair act that like I watched other videos, they never discussed Fandom
tweets without much critique of the presentation or how he conducted himself. And I thought it was necessary to talk about because I thought that a criticism was needed. I mean, you're talking about like really serious shit. You kind of gotta be acting better than this. I think the editing was pretty good. It's definitely one of my better looking videos. I think it offered an outsider's perspective looking into everything, which is the position of like how most viewers are. Hell, half of my comments that I got on that video were just like, I don't know any of these people or what any of this is about, but needless to say, I am interested. It might have been easier to engage with as someone who like isn't in the know, watching someone who also isn't in the know look over all this stuff. It just makes it more relatable, I guess. I feel like most people forget this part of the coverage, but there was a nuance there, like at the first half of the video. I gave a lot of slack to the claims with
Even the 300-page document says that Fandom is cringe.
So there's some truth in it.
Here's what I will say about that. I believe that that's a way for the document to have more legitimacy, and that's not an actual take. Because, and this is the fascinating part, who's the person that promotes that document the most? Who has the largest platform? It's Bonk. That's why I feel like that is just an obligation to condemn Fandom because they know he's bad, instead of an outright separation from his content and from who he is. That's my issue. That is my issue. Is that it just feels very tacked on. So you as a viewer, or you as a reader, just know that this guy's crazy. But it definitely isn't involved with him. It's not the fact that a lot of those screenshots and victim testimony come directly from him. That's like one of the big things. That like I feel like people kind of forget that like Destiny, Dorothy, all those people, they go through Brony Fandom. They go through Sophie Scruggs. That's like the thing that's crazy to me.
Michelle, because I just didn't think they made a lot of sense for her to have also been groomed, because like if that were the case,
yes,
wouldn't
okay, I will agree with this. Lazy does do right by Michelle in my opinion. The problem for the doc makers that you can't really remove the Black Griffin allegations from Brony Fandom. Absolutely correct. I agree. But it doesn't help that Bonk shows it off like he will say, but I didn't make the document, but is the biggest purveyor of it.
she have gotten married to Gabe? Now, it has been speculated for a decade, given that Gabe was 22 and Michelle was 13 at the oldest, that this was
Oh, Sophie Scruggs.
a grooming relationship. And from all accounts, including Michelle's, this doesn't appear to be the case, or at the very least, there's not enough evidence to say for absolute certainty. Even if it was and Michelle doesn't recognize it, there's not a lot of physical proof that this was grooming.
This is true.
Sure, I think it is fair to be suspect of a relationship forming between a 13-year-old and a 22-year-old with completely different power imbalances. One being a voice actress on a prominent TV show with a fandom that Gabe was a part of, but also Black Griffin being a popular personality in said fandom based on her show. I mean, this is a weird friendship, sure, especially given that this was only really set up by Michelle's mother reaching out and homing Gabriel. Is it possible? Sure, but based on Michelle's own testimony, that just wasn't what appears to be happening in her own personal assessment looking back on it as an adult. I also said that
we've talked about Michelle's testimony, I believe. Okay, I don't know if it's in the video. If it's not in the video, Beckett has the recorded call so he could identify it. Michelle talks about her relationship with Gabe. Her relationship with Gabe was one that became a brother one, but one very much influenced and controlled by her mother. Gabe was brought on to make Michelle more of a singer. Gabe was brought on as a way for Michelle to also market him. So there was there's a lot of stuff in there. I don't know if it's in the video, but I believe it's in the call that we had. Again, not everything that was in there. Michelle identified, Michelle's statement. Michelle took her statement down. Michelle took her statement down because she truly believed that this was going to blow over the moment she spoke. Because she was like, oh yeah, it'll definitely blow over because I'm the closest to the both of these people. Why wouldn't my word carry immense weight? Because I wasn't groomed. I'm not dating Gabe. Gabe is literally, like, I view Gabe as a brother. We'll literally call him that. Why are people are going to let this just go? And it didn't. It just didn't. And I think that it's one of those things where it's like, people also forget, if you look at the context of that YouTube, the YouTube comments, right? Jesus Christ, we are like 2 hours in. We're not even an hour into the video. Christ.
This is going to be a long one.
It's going to be a long one, chat. Remember to like and subscribe and do the doobly-doo donation tip thing. But like, I think people also forget that the fandom kept shipping Michelle and Gabe together. Do you really think that, and this is not me being mean to Monique, I want to make that very clear. I have my own feelings about Monique as someone who had parents who wanted him to be like a big singer, actor person. Do you think Monique would have said, yeah, you should piss off the fans? No, it's just, hey, you're just going to have to deal with it. You're just going to have to deal with it.
Respected Claire's decision to stand by her husband and not identify as a victim. I mean, I suppose I'd understand if it was just Michelle and Claire because they both choose to say that they were never victims of Gabriel, which is completely their decision, and even if I still have my concerns, I do recognize their agency and I respect their decision. But it kind of got lost in that second half. I think once it got to like the Destiny stuff, that's when I said a lot of things I absolutely shouldn't have. So let's segue into the negatives. Because my strategy was so curated towards being like an outsider looking in, I didn't talk to anyone involved in the story. I didn't talk to Michelle, or Claire, or Destiny, or Sophie Scruggs, or Brony Fandom, and this is pretty common in commentary.
Yeah,
not everyone does.
Like this isn't this. The standard is not always to talk to everybody. I just reached out because I thought it was important. Falgy question: do you think Bonk went on a crusade against Black Griffin because he wanted to fuck the pony VA'd, Michelle VA'd because he was a twisted fuck? So it would be Claire. No. Well, yes and no. Bonk has outright stated that the biggest reason he went after Gabe to begin with was the racist posts. That was why he went after him. He still to this day believes that even if everything about Claire was false, and even the others, he should still be outright banned from any production because of what he perceives as racism. Now, I have seen those posts. It's Gabe kind of being incredibly autistic about there was white slavery and explaining what chattel slavery is versus the current day slavery of Africans in the U.S. and the slave trade. Like, it is the most autistic thing ever. I will not deny that. But there's never been anything outright that says black people inherently evil, born with bad brain. I haven't seen anything linked to that. It's always been, well, he liked these posts in relation to bigotry, as well as like this Candace Owen post that is like against like BLM. Yeah, the guy's like an ill-informed centrist dork, but not a big. Yeah, that's what it really is. And again, I'll say this: nobody cares about the racism part. Yeah, it's misguided criticism, not racism. I think Axis has the correct way of saying it. It's not even white savior BS because Bonk isn't white. It's it's weird. It's such a weird thing, and I've had conversations with Claire and Michelle, and these people have gay friends and other things like that. Their LGBTQ friends and community members, because they've done things for those communities as well, and that includes Gabe, don't see them as that. So it's such a weird thing to say.
Reviews and just talks about the publicly available information, but no one was asking for Claire or Michelle's opinion at all. And when people like Bonk did have private conversations, he would just lash out and get angry.
Yes, and this is Bonk lashing out at Claire.
Now, I did have an opportunity really early on to...
Real quick. If you want to clarify which Destiny this is, because some of the chatters were
Destiny Doodles, not EHD Destiny. We're not doing that. I'll strangle myself. It's not EHD. It's not EHD. Wait, I thought Bonk was white. I don't think he's white.
I don't know. I don't play that game.
I've seen his.
I don't have the chart. I don't have a chart in front of me, and I'm not gonna look at his photo. I'm not gonna guess.
What I'm saying is this is not like white savior complex shit, in my opinion. I don't believe it is. Shit. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm challenging his whiteness. God, I want to kill myself now.
To talk to Bonk, but due to his past that I presented in my video and just his attitudes towards Claire, I I didn't feel comfortable
Yeah, I know BLM like did misappropriate funds too. Like, yeah, there's a lot of criticism on both sides.
doing so. A lot of the reasons I didn't talk to folks is just because a lot of these people are on Twitter. I don't have Twitter for very, very good
Pull the Family Guy chart, Pimento, you're evil.
Literally what I was talking about.
I hate
Literally
all of you.
the thing I was
I hate all of you!
reasons. I don't think I need to explain what one of those are. Honestly, if I did have Twitter, this video probably would have looked a lot different. Like, I don't even
I will say this, and I've told Lazy this personally. I criticize this. I think that I understand that social media can be incredibly addicting, but if you are going to do research online, especially when a lot of this stuff is on Twitter, you need Twitter. You legitimately, like, you need Twitter to access files as well as access information. You cannot just trust a Google Doc that has pictures of Twitter. And I've told Lazy that privately and publicly.
even think any of this would have ever happened. Maybe. Despite my respect for Michelle and Claire's decision, I still said a lot of shit that I probably shouldn't have that undermined that respect. Like saying, I am 23. And how old are you, sweetheart? I am 14 years old. I'm gonna make you my bride. What? I'll make you my daddy-in-law. Hey, yo. I hope for just, Claire's sake that she's happy. Because although she may have been the lucky
2D Trash, thank you for the 3 months.
2D Trash TM became a member. 2D Trash TM celebrates 3 months of membership. Our Lord and Savior Google Docs.
Genuine question, if you care about victims, like, what do you do? Why the fuck would you lash out at the victims instead of being a normal person? Because at a certain point, Bonk didn't see Claire as a victim, but a co-conspirator.
Yeah, it stopped becoming...
Yeah.
Because the victim angle against Griffin wasn't working, so we had to pivot
Yes.
it to something else to make it against Griffin.
When the biggest people who would have been his victims are no longer his victims, by what they're stating, they have to be co-conspirators.
minor that got to be the Lucas to Gabe's Onision.
Oh god, it's Onision. We can
Good
never
shout out.
escape.
That's
Literally.
pretty bad. I'm really sorry for that one. It's like saying I respect people with autism and then immediately afterward calling them the R word. It doesn't mesh. It doesn't work. There's also
Yeah.
no indication that the main whistleblower that's been compiling the evidence
I
against
thought this stream was going to be interviewing Lazy Bedhead. Well, they're in the chat.
Man, we're interviewing him technically.
We're interviewing them technically. They're in the chat.
Black Griffin,
It's
that
just a 3-hour video. I don't want to put Lazy through it again.
being Pony Fandom, has had any contact with Ian Corlett.
Oh, that didn't age well.
I also thought people like Sophie and KP were in some form a point of expertise, when they really weren't. If you were to look back at Courtney's video, she interviews both of them and platforms them as if they're in the know, like they're experts. They are the general consensus of the community when, like, they're both crazy people. I kind of took the Google document as gospel. I mean, sure, there's some good points
Yeah,
of contention,
you did.
like the DeviantArt comments. Even if this document, and to an extent, even if Bonk says something I can somewhat agree with, too much of their compiling and analysis is too much of a mixed bag. And when you're making serious claims like this,
Yep.
you cannot be a
Part
mixed
of the
bag. You
problem.
have to know your shit. So much of that document, in hindsight, either doesn't provide an alternative perspective, relies heavily on quantity over quality, and straight up just adds things in there that aren't proof of anything. So now that we've self-reflected on that content, let's talk about why it's gone. After Beckett's video, The Shaming of Saberspark, where we get to hear from Michelle and Claire for the first
I
time,
didn't mean, I don't mind, but I'm just high and would rather not be high. No, Lazy, you're fine. You don't
No,
have to,
this is perfectly fine.
you
as
don't
it
have
is.
to do it. Let's,
I
again,
meant, we meant like you're answering our questions in chat, and that's perfectly fine for stream.
yeah, you're totally fine. You answering in chat is not an issue for me, because you and I have spoken privately about your video as well as my criticisms for you on parts of your coverage. You are fine.
And
and
enjoy
I
the
listened to
ride.
Enjoy the
Beckett's
ride and
critiques
be
and even
crashing
talked to
out.
Beckett privately to understand what all of his issues were with the coverage. And after doing so, I concede that he makes a better argument, with an exception to a few things. I am not bringing this up as to, like, push for anything. I just want to understand, like, where Michelle and Claire are coming from and, like, what explanations are there for, like, some of the stuff that just goes directly against what they're saying in Beckett's video. Michelle claims that Gabe would not have considered Claire his friend. In fact, he was annoyed.
Yeah, this is fair criticism. I will actually say this. And I've said this, I think I've said this to Beckett privately. And I don't mind repeating this. I think I know Beckett said this out loud. I think the Billy bust-up document was really bad. It was ill-advised. For a lot of reasons, mainly because none of them were, like, drama content creators or they're a games company. I understand that what Gabe, Michelle, and Claire defined as friends is not what they were to each other by their account. But, and I've said this to Claire. Shit, I think I've even said this to, have I said this to Griffin? No, I don't think so, because I don't really, maybe, yeah. Because he asked the comment once, and we declined. One of the issues is there is a lot of public interaction with them regardless. And I'm not talking about cons, I'm talking about on Twitter. I understand that it's in a quote-unquote professional sense, but to say that they didn't talk that much, I think is an incorrect statement. I think a better statement would have been their interactions were measured and not at all their public interactions were not indicative of their private conversation or private relationship or lack thereof. Because saying, "Oh, we're not just friends," even though there's a lot, there's enough to consider otherwise, even outside of acquaintances, is a hard sell and one I have pushed back on.
When Claire got his phone number.
We've calculated now that Gabe and Claire met outside of convention.
And yes, this timeline they've done is fine. It's the other stuff that I have, it's the connections on Twitter that I would say is
roughly 6 to 7 times. I know Gabe's definition of friends. I know he would not have considered Claire.
And this is fine. This is fine. But I think Lazy's criticism of this is fine as well.
A friend, because he would consider somebody a friend that he had, contact with, phone number. He only had Claire's phone number, I don't know, some point 2017-ish, because one of her parents gave Claire Gabe's number, and that actually made Gabe really uncomfortable. And I was there when he first received a text from her, and he was like, "Oh God, why did they give Claire my number? I don't want her to have my number."
And I find this claim really interesting because not only did these two
there's enough consistent evidence that they've discussed. Now, I did look at some of these posts. I don't have them up currently. There are times where they talk and they're being added as voice actors because it's in reference to art or in reference to the fact that if this is what I remember is the crush one. If I remember correctly, I think Gabe and or Claire is added by a random third party, and this is not necessarily Gabe just jumping into the conversation, neither Claire. However, these still exist.
Constantly reply to each other.
I mean, I would bring into question though, was Claire running her own Twitter, or was it her mom?
So from what I understand, it would have been Claire. Claire, I don't know. So Ian, which is Claire's father, would have been was more involved in
his own Twitter, right?
Well, no, he's more involved in her life than her mother.
Okay.
Because you're thinking about Michelle and Monique.
Okay.
I don't have it on me, but I've looked at some evidence. For instance, right? I don't have it on me, and I'd have to find it, and I'm not looking for it right now, unfortunately. In the document, there is a reference of a pool photo, and it's Gabe is waving to Claire because Claire takes the photo. Do you know who's also in that pool photo? Ian. Ian is at the pool where Gabe and Claire are also there because it's the same day that Ian and Gabe actually play together, and Claire goes on Gabe's shoulders. And again, I get it. It's on the outset, it's weird. It's also Gabe is allegedly waving to Claire. I think Claire's either in the photo or taking the photo, or it's Ian taking the photo. I have to double check on that one. But it's one of those things where it's that's not what's happening. Again, and there's other instances where they reference, they mix up Claire and Michelle in the document, and it makes it even weirder. So it's it's very bizarre. It's very weird. But again, I agree with Lacey's assertion that it is weird.
On Twitter, a platform with private direct messaging. So if Claire really wanted to get a hold of Gabe without his direct...
Oh, yes. So it's this photo. Thank you, KJ. So allegedly, it's this photo right here. It is this photo. Fun fact, they say that he's waving to Claire. She's right here, by the way. Claire's right here. In the document, they say that this is waving to Claire. She's right here. And interestingly enough, from what I understand, who's taking this photo is Ian. Because Ian will be in later photos on this rooftop. Again, you know, that's just, you know, the power of doing your own research. It's almost like Brony Fandom and everybody else is weird. I've met Claire and Michelle. I went to Everfree Northwest when I was 11. LOL, Gabe performed there too. Yeah, Gabe has done. Hey, that's pretty cool. Yeah, Gabe has done a lot of stuff. Again, they especially Michelle and Gabe were a package deal.
Phone number. She could have just done it through Twitter DMs or just replying to him constantly on Twitter because they just did that all the time. Also, Gabe is literally right here saying that he's friends with all 3 of the
Yeah, this statement, absolutely. I agree with this.
Cutie Mark Crusaders. Both Claire and Michelle would have been 17, and Claire would have been 17 here as well, posting to Instagram calling Gabe her friend. Well, actually, she calls him a loser, but obviously if she's married to the guy, she must not think he's that much of a loser. I am more than willing to just accept that they were really good friends through, like, working on My Little Pony, you know, like, work constituents. I don't doubt Claire's claims that Gabe was far more professional to her than, say, like, a lot of other bronies. Like, for example, I just want to play this clip.
All right, so I'm pretty sure you're aware of.
This clip is the most insane thing I have ever watched. And this is the 5th time I'm seeing it. Lazy, when I saw you included this in the video, I almost fell out my seat. This is insane. I can't believe that you included this.
Princess Celestia being portrayed as a tyrant, an neutral, and God forbid, a molester.
The fucking Princess Molestia is the craziest thing.
And Pinkie Pie and Fluttershy on occasion.
No. Yeah, so I'm gonna let you know from
But he
where
gets fucking pushed!
I stand, the darker side of the fandom is
Also, by the way, Michelle and Peter knew.
not part of what I will talk about.
Yeah, so that's a grown-ass man asking that question to a 14-year-old
Yes.
Michelle on stage.
Well, to be fair, it's not to Michelle, it's to the voice actor of Celestia. It's just Michelle is on stage specifically, and they all kind of have like weird like obviously the round robin panel thing. But holy moly.
comparison to this, I think Gabe was actually pretty normal. And that's what I think the Black Griffin story should have been about. You know, aside from the conversation of like how fucked victims can be and like how often community and law enforcement can fail them, I also think that there should have been a conversation about like things being normalized when they really should not have been. Maybe
I agree with
that conversation, like paired with the story of Black Griffin, could have made for like a better video and made this case a lot stronger. The My Little Pony community online was like so anti-drama that a lot of the things just
But they knew she was on the panel, and I doubt they didn't know her age. Yeah. I know. No, I know.
It's weird to say in public to a panel of voice actors. It's weirder if that panel includes
a child.
A child.
Yeah, a teenager. Yeah, it's
Teenager.
Again, it's crazy. Yeah, that was like who goes to Comic-Con and asks, "Hey, how do you feel about the prawn of your trip?" I will never forget. I went to PAX East one year with friends, and who's the dude that made BioShock? Is that Kevin Levine?
No idea. I could not tell you.
Where
2K
is
games.
Where is this video on Lazy's channel? So Lazy did say that she took down her and I believe her criticism, her reasons for taking down the Black Griffin video I think are fine. It's no longer on our channel. This measured response serves as a follow-up to that video. Yes, it's Ken Levine. Thank you. I asked Ken, so I went up as a joke because I never played any of the BioShock games. I actually don't like them. And
You don't like a lot of video games, though.
that's not true. I actually like a lot
That's
of video
very
games.
true. You don't like, but you don't play them. You don't have a lot of time to play them.
But yeah, we'll get there. But Ken, I asked him how he felt about the canceling of Mega Man Legends 3, which nobody on the panel understood because it was the only thing I knew because it had happened that week. It was very funny.
radar when it really should have been called out. Nazism, full con, the whole Toon Critic thing for a lot of people was just kind of concluded as
if we withhold forgiveness.
Not Dr. Wolf, you stupid fuck! Fuck you, Dr. Wolf, you fucking asshole!
It does not harm the wrongdoer in any way.
Why do I remember this?
I realize
he says this was in response.
This is KP's video?
Oh no,
What
no,
was
this
in?
is in Beckett's video. But this is in response to a a guy in the Toon Critic, a guy, I believe it's Toon Critic, in the community, fucking preying on children and trying to have sex with them. And this guy is like, we should forgive the predator.
But forgiveness is not, and never was, for the benefit of...
Can you believe people say they feel sorry for Dr. Wolf?
For what?
For what? He's just a fucking moron. Like, I don't feel bad. Do you like No More Heroes? Yes. Crash Out over Mega Man Legends 3, so will I.
The wrongdoer.
No, Brian Mullen's logic would be kill both the child and the predator at the same time.
Yeah.
In the same room.
They will what is it? They will commit crimes again,
Yes.
or they will commit crimes in the future. One of the two, they both got to go.
Lazy,
Brian
do you
Mullins.
know who Brian Mullins is?
Lazy has to know.
She may not.
It is for our own...
He's a pedophile, not a monster.
It is what enables us to finally release the anger, the resentment, the hurt, the poison that slowly turns our hearts black.
Like, it's just kind of fucking weird. A lot of the things in the Black Griffin story, I have a moral issue with. I just don't think it's normal to meet your future spouse when they're a minor and you're...
Now, I will say this. I disagree with calling it necessarily a moral issue. I said this in the Discord, and Cloudy made fun of me for it. I will say that, and other people made fun of it. But I will say this: you got to be very. In my opinion, I think the wording is different. I would just say, for me, it just feels icky, because terrible people, and I will say terrible people, will say it's a moral. They have a moral. A moral objection to like interrace relationships, which. Again, I'll be high. No, that's fucking stupid. That's incredibly stupid, by the way. But I do get what Lazy's trying to say. I think it's a very hard wording. So I don't fault them on that. Yeah, ethics. I think it's like ethics more. It's like an ethical thing.
To play devil's advocate, I remember thinking Dr. Wolf was talking about the religious meaning of forgiven. Dr. Wolf did state he was Christian.
From what I know, Dr. Wolf is a Mormon. I think I
and
know
Artemis,
Dr.
you
Wolf
have been saved by Superman.
I have, yes, you have been saved by Superman, Artemis. Also, fun fact, Christian was obsessed with Dr. Wolf. That's crazy. That's wild. But yeah, I think ethical, more, I don't hate the word moral. It's just like one of those things where it's like, it's a hard, like, again, I don't hate it, though. It's always like a hard thing.
An adult.
But again, I also don't disagree with the sentiment. And I've told Claire and Gabe this, Claire through Gabe, yeah. That I still find it icky. I don't hate them that they're adults, but I still find it icky.
If I were to put myself in that situation, I just don't think I would do it. Like, I have a sibling who's a minor, right? They're 16. If one of their 16-year-old friends met me and started talking to me, and then they turn 18, and I immediately was like,
You're lazy, you're fine.
I'm gonna hit that.
It's just my, it's my, like, difference.
Moral's a big,
Yeah.
word that people will take umbrage with,
Yes.
in, like, debate spaces or what have you.
Yeah.
Sometimes a synonym for ethical or, moral isn't, I think it is an appropriate synonym in context, but I think people would pick it out as like a finger waving situation. But I personally don't care.
Stop talking semantics. The video has like 3 hours, brother. Yeah.
Pimenta, you will
I
be
know.
watching the VOD. You will not be staying the entire time.
I think my parents would disown me. And I know
Yeah,
that that's
I
probably
agree.
personally really offensive towards Claire. And I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be offensive. It's just that this is my channel and what I do on this platform a lot.
Yeah, and again, you could still feel weird by it. I'm never, and we said this. I haven't seen definitive proof to prove for or against it. But what I could tell you is that in my conversations with Claire and Michelle, they like anybody who myself and Beckett have discussed with regarding Gabe and Claire is Claire. Speaking with Claire, she's a goddamn fireball, and she would have pursued whoever she wanted. Yes, they did start dating at 20. I know some people get that confused. It wasn't 18, it was 20. But yeah, like it was just a fireball. So it is interesting. She wears the pants in that relationship. You guys have fucking no idea. That woman is a fireball, not a firewall.
That's okay. I've never heard that term either, but I kind of
like
get what
like
you're
a wrecking ball. But she's
I've heard wrecking ball.
Okay, sure, yes.
That is kind of
But I don't
give
think
my
she's a
opinion
wrecking
on my morals and tell people what those are. And this is just one of those things I morally just don't feel comfortable with. And I mean, I get it. It's just my opinion. No one asked, really. So I am sorry. I'm not claiming that, like, Gabe is legally in the wrong. Morally, I just don't.
Oh my god. This is for when oh my god. That's hilarious. Thank you. Wait. I found this for when the door. No.
Did you mean firecracker? Small but
Firecracker, yes.
Oh my god. Thank you.
I just don't think I can get behind that. That's all. I just think morally it's just kind of odd. I also don't think it's normal for industry moguls to have.
Not to derail, but is Brian Mullins Fox the guy who argued for CP or something? No. So Brian Mullins is weird. He doesn't believe CP is real, but he also believes that you should murder victims of child sex trafficking and the sex traffickers.
Because they will grow up to become abusers.
Dansburst is an interesting character that I had an interview with that did believe that they thought CP was okay. It's a whole big fucking thing.
Allows a random internet musician to live with them and their 13-year-old child. I don't think it's normal to call a fan of your music baby, honey, or babble on DeviantArt when they're a minor. I think all of that is just really fucking weird. And if that was Brony Fandom's argument, I don't think a lot of people would like necessarily disagree. However, what Bonk wants to do is not only inflate these moral issues in terms of like a legal matter, but now they want to fight with Claire and Michelle when they don't identify as victims. Bonk even goes as far as to call them just as awful as Gabe.
Yes.
And I don't see how that helps anyone. Why doesn't Bonk just, like, assist more with Destiny and the Snapchat victim? Why not, like, help them get their missing evidence instead of just
Yeah, Bonk! Why not help these people get their missing evidence, buddy? I wonder.
Relying on their testimony alone. As much as testimony is important evidence as far as the law is concerned, it more so counts as circumstantial evidence than anything else. I mean, Destiny and this other victim, both of their stories are strikingly really similar, and if it does establish a pattern of behavior...
Striking. Almost too... Now, see... This is where Falgi's thinking cap goes on. It's like they're too similar. Almost like they're way too much of a similar story to be real. That's my prevailing theory. That's me.
That's great, but I think people are just asking for more. And I can't say that I necessarily blame them. I think the biggest problem with my video was like seeing Destiny come forward and seeing her just get tossed to the side. It got me so worked up at just how she was being treated that I just thought that was enough to crusade on. And sure, I can get mad at that all I want. I think it's really shitty. And even though I do specify it's just an allegation, it doesn't help to say that and then also say this. Now, since this was when Destiny was 13 years old, hindsight is 2020, so none of the chats or this dick pic was ever documented or screenshots taken. So for now, these are just allegations from memory. Although I do think this testimony coming forward does sort
Didn't I say the DeviantArt was just proto-Tumblr at that time regarding BG?
I believe
But you're dead. Superman has saved you.
Superman has saved you. I believe so, but since that person now, for some reason, thinks I'm like a sex pest cult leader, I can't ask them that. Also, allegedly they're crashing out at like random chatters in one of Lio's biggest A-loggers. They're still winning. Hooray for her pro-doxing takes. Oh, she does. Woo!
Sort of confirmed the sneaking suspicion that people have had about Gabe for years up until this point. Since the removal of my coverage, a lot of people have speculated that the reason why is because I was threatened legally. This is not true. I've never been slapped with any legal notice. Claire has never reached out to sue me. I was never asked to do anything. No one asked.
No, Deep Sea, you get no explanation for what I just said.
Asked me to take it down.
Yeah, we're only 37 minutes in. I'm
I
trying,
want
chat.
my content to be two things: helpful and solid. Is my coverage helpful? Sure, to anyone who is unfamiliar with the story, maybe it helps the outsiders who have no idea who anyone is. But is it helpful to Michelle and Claire, the voices that actually matter? No. If anything, it actually...
I think that, I know there's a lot of lazy talking right now and not showing a lot of...
It's her video. She can talk.
I was going to say, and not showing like the behind the scenes stuff that she will do later. This is a really interesting introspective that I appreciate. Like, I'm not like being facetiously glazing. I'm not being nice because I'm a fake soy that some people, I guess, fucking believe. But like, no, this is like legitimately a very, very interesting introspection that I don't think a lot of people do. Just being like, I think my video hurt the people I thought I was like actually helping.
It really hurts them, and for that I am really, really sorry. I'm really sorry that I didn't speak to either one of you. I just
Fauci, have you ever did a Mario Luigi cosplay? People keep fucking asking me that. I know. No, I would do it. I would do. It's a me, Mario.
You started doing it before you even started. I would do it. I would do it.
Thank you for playing my game.
didn't have the ability to, and I wish I was able to. So please accept a more.
Buy a Switch or two.
$90 Joy-Cons.
It'll what is it? It'll break your. I was gonna say it'll brick your PC, but that thing will brick your Switch too, which is hilarious. Log into your Switch. You log into your Switch One account. You may brick. Well, did you hear the new thing?
Oh, I did hear about that. Yeah.
That if you buy like a pre-owned game, or if you use an old Switch cartridge, it may actually lock you out and brick it. That's insane.
Fantastic.
They put like too much DRM on it.
I mean Nintendo.
Yeah.
More public means of apologizing. I should have been far more charitable and respectful of your stance, and I'm sorry for not taking your perspective into consideration. Is my content solid? Well, without Michelle and Claire's perspective, no, not really. There are certain parts that I do stand by, like criticisms of certain people and morality. Like, I can play moral high horse all I want, but nobody asks and nobody cares. But certain things were taken at face value when they should have been thoroughly examined. It's too much of a mixed bag, and for not doing my due diligence, I'm really, really sorry. My video should have concluded on something that wasn't so definitive. My final thoughts on Gabriel C. Brown should have been like a maybe. The thing is, I'm still like morally opposed to a lot of the things that he's done and how similar Destiny and the Snapchat victim.
Watch the stream on a Switch 2. They'll hear Falgi impersonation of Mario and then it'll be pirated. That's fucked up, Lazy. God damn it, Lazy. What's our Mario? Mario. Luigi like Mario. Wah. I think that's how I do it.
Stories are, and with the DeviantArt comments, I'm just not comfortable with like 100% saying he's innocent or 100% guilty. When I first made my video, I came at it being really certain that he was, but after talking,
you do that too well. Yeah, I can do.
Okay, now it's my turn.
Go for
it. Here we go. Hey, what's up? It's me, Mario. Okay, now I'm gonna do.
Asshole.
Now I'm gonna do Guardian of the Galaxy. Hey, what's up? It's me, Guardian again.
Go on.
And now I'm gonna do the dude from Jurassic World. Hey, what's up? It's me, the dude from Jurassic World.
You're such an asshole.
Hold on.
Such an asshole.
Hold on. What else is he? Hey, I'm a dude Garfield. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? It's me, Garfield.
You're such a dick.
Beckett and listening to the criticisms of the community, I'm just not really sure. I just think that Gabe is the result of a community that normalized things that shouldn't have been. I mean, believe it or not, the grooming claims of like Michelle and Gabe actually come from years of the community actively shipping them together. Not speaking out against their relationship, but actively like wishing they would become an item. In Michelle's testimony, when she's talking about like all of these gross comments that her parents had to see, it wasn't about grooming allegations. It was all of these grown-ass people online shipping a 16-year-old with a grown-ass man. That's not normal. The fact that people had conversations justifying their ship of these real people, one of which was a minor and the other was an adult, is really fucking weird.
Metal Man that's just two. Thank you, boss.
Greg has such range.
He does.
You know who else has range? Superman. And you have been saved, Metal Man.
How the community was, and it's really fucked. To Claire and Michelle, the video I made caused more harm than intended. It platformed Bonk and Sophie in a way that treated them as people with integrity and worthy of criticism when they should have been worthy of condemnation. And for not doing that, I am so sorry. That's why I took the video down, because it hurt those girls, and I don't want to hurt anybody. I just want to do what's right, what I think is right. And I guess I'm doing that now, but this whole thing goes so much deeper than any of us could have imagined. Brony Fandom and the people behind this thing as an entity expands further than just Gabe. So let's talk about Saber Spark.
For some reason, people think I'm unqualified to do this.
You know, KP! Well, chat, I am curious. I've heard rumblings that KP was going to make a response video. I wonder if this is going to happen now. I know KP locked her Twitter. I know KP has not talked to Lio in some time. I am very curious if she is going to make the response video I keep hearing is supposed to happen.
We Hugo Andy Hierist, we Hugo Andy Hierist, we Hugo Andy Hierist, Bin and say Morgan.
Thank you, thank you.
And a Ben and say, I am Morgan to you too. Also, you have been saved by Superman.
Guys, don't cut the content. Listen, KP, just one more video, just one more post, and you will be saved by Superman.
So here's here's one of three options that will happen for KP. KP will make the response. 2, KP will make a video that has nothing to do with this and act like nothing has happened. 3, KP will never be heard from again.
I don't listen. If we're gonna be real, KP's career is over. You don't come back from this. I heard Bonk make a video. Yeah, we went over it. It doesn't exist till it exists, right? We don't have it till we have it. I'm waiting for it. Bonk, listen, I tag Bonk in all of these streams. Bonk, you know what to do. I know you're here.
The same day my Black Griffin video dropped, I was connected to I Love Kim Possible a lot through our mutual friend Phineas. KP had been working on some.
So this is just Phineas connecting KP. Yada 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 yada. I don't feel like reading these are needed.
Big video that she'd been brewing up since September of last year. She needed voice lines and.
KP is sorry to have been around. I don't know. We have some older VA lines. Hi KP, this is Chris. Oh, so this is just the lines that she was asking to read. It's our understanding that blah 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 blah. Ooh, DA Games. I've heard rumblings about this. Rumbling.
And asked if I could read a reply email from DA Games. Here's how I usually go about providing voice work in content creation. I'm very indiscriminate with who I work with, unless that person wants me to read something that strictly goes against my morals. I'm not gonna provide voice work for example, if someone was making a pro map video or something and was advocating for adults to date minors and they want me to voice something, I'm not gonna provide my voice in that. That's a very extreme example, but I have standard. If someone needs a voice line, I usually
hey, if you want me to voice something in your video, hit me up. Just don't make me crazy.
Do it pro bono. I don't really care much for voice work. I just see it as another way to network, expand my reach, make connections, and be helpful to those in my niche. And besides, I'm just a YouTuber. I'm not a voice actor. I don't have rates because voice acting is not my job. It's video creation. Voice acting and cameo work.
There's no way.
But I do have rates, chat, and you will adhere to them.
I don't have rates, but you could just get me. There's no way that Bonk actually answered horror in Hellfire. There's no way. They did!
Just ends up being a bonus. I worked with other content creators and featured in larger videos in the past, so I didn't think this would be any different. But there was another reason why I wanted to talk to KP. When the Black Griffin story was in full swing, KP was reaching out to content creators through mutuals to find people who would cover the story. This was when she had Bonk in her Discord server, working with and getting more details of what the
Now I do remember knowing that Bonk was there.
Allegations were and helping the victims. So KP was working on the stuff surrounding DA Games.
Lazy, make a Doodle Tones video and make Falgy voice Doodle. Gilla, why would you do that? I'd have to use the fucking voice changer.
You wouldn't have to. You'd get to.
Ah, that's true. I get to.
That she didn't really have the time to talk about Black Griffin, so she started reaching out to other content creators. Funnily enough, one of her contacts that she tried getting involved in this whole thing was Animat.
I don't know who Animat is.
I don't know who Animat is. Chat, this is the one time you can pipe up and tell us who that is.
I don't know who Animat is, but it's crazy. I can't believe that she got that she was trying to get Animat involved. God damn it, KP.
What the hecky?
What if he's a cartoon reviewer. God darn it.
I could tell from the PFP.
I wonder, I was about to say, there's no way that he's a cartoon reviewer. I'm sorry.
Fedora animation reviewer. That's all I need to know.
That's all I need to know. Animat is a nostalgia critic that's great.
Okay, nostalgia critic parentheses good, nostalgia critic parentheses derogatory.
The Fedora guy? Random ass choice.
I know.
But the one that took me to bait first was Courtney Pete. Courtney's video is interesting for two reasons.
Remember, guys, Courtney Pete is a crazy bitch.
KP is interviewed in said video, which made me believe that she was closer to the Black Griffin story than she actually was. In reality,
he's a Disney adult? Oh, no! I'm so sorry. That's fucking cringe.
It's not the worst you could be.
but it is pretty bad. I'm sure he's a great guy. Don't say Timu Mr. Enter. I'm sure he's fine.
I'm sure it's fine.
Better than dogs eating dog 6, but worse than
who
the fuck is dogs eating dogs? I know who Rebel Taxi is. What the fuck?
Oh my god, I feel like my mic
The only reason she was involved was because she was friends with Saber Spark, who was friends with Black Griffin, who Courtney heavily criticizes. And according to even KP herself, Courtney is involved, and she's been calling Saber worse than Gabe publicizes. The only reason she was involved made me believe that she was closer to the Black Griffin story than she actually was. In reality, the only reason she was involved was because she was friends with Saber Spark, who was friends with Black Griffin, who Courtney heavily criticizes. And according to even KP herself, Courtney is involved, and she's been calling Saber worse than Gabe publicly for a reason. Now, I should reiterate this for the record. Neither KP nor our mutual Phineas asked me to make my Black Griffin video. I did that entirely on my own after reading the master document and thought there was enough interesting stuff in there for me to talk about. I only found out about KP's involvement through Courtney's video, and even then, when—
You know what? I need Lazy. One of these days. Thank you, Artemis, for the 5.
Soycillion F this check out dogs eating dogs.
Thank you. I think that one of these days, Lazy needs to, like, give me an animation reviewer tier list based on their dramas.
That's pretty good.
That would be really interesting. I kind of want to know. I don't know anything about them.
When we did get in contact, we didn't even really talk about Black Griffin. She just wanted me to do some voice work. However, what really made me want to speak to KP was some comments that she left on my Black Griffin video. Great video. Sorry I couldn't be of more help. Dealing with more than one gross person at the moment.
God, this fucking weirdo kept, like, hyping up I'm gonna out a rapist. It's so weird. Drama tier. I don't know anything about cartoon reviewers, but I'm curious if they have drama and if there's a tier list.
XD. Saberspark's been real quiet. It's gonna get worse.
And listen, I know Jar is gonna be at the top of the list, but at least let me dream.
Didn't we see these comments?
What the fuck is this?
I feel like I have looked at this comment before.
Not these, like, because we wouldn't have seen this on Lazy's video at the time. I don't think we actually looked.
I guess. But you know what? She had been saying that, like,
everywhere,
in Discord
everywhere.
or elsewhere. Yeah.
Foreshadowing. So these comments were really odd. For one, why was KP, this innocuous person who makes, like, Kim Possible and Brony videos, dealing with a bunch of gross people?
I understand.
Like, what are you talking about? And also, what the hell does she mean that things are going to get worse for Saberspark? What does that mean?
Yeah,
now, because
Saberspark?
I did have Twitter, I was not aware of the fact that she—
I forgot about these. All of this.
I don't ever remember these.
All of these.
She had been hyping up a multi-predator expert.
Bro, imagine.
Okay, I remember these.
Imagine hyping up a pedophile exposed video or a rapist exposed video like it's a fucking cartoon. It's just like the most insane thing. What?
Asterati became a member.
Asterati, what are you telling me?
Congratulations
Congratulations on the 6, by the way.
6 months of membership. Dead 6 was a grown man beefing with 10-year-olds.
I hate all of
Was?
this. I hate this. Is he dead?
Is he no longer? Yeah, why was? The was is ominous.
Jose for months. All I was aware of was this totally not subtle foreshadowing in my comments. And admittedly, because I'm a nosy bitch who was also critical of Saber's—
I'm kind of nosy. Yeah, same.
Same.
We're all nosy. We would get along. I kind of want to— I will say after the BG stuff, you have me suspicious.
Defensive Gabe, I wanted to know what the fuck KP was talking about.
Yeah,
now,
me
if
too.
you've seen Cartoon Cheese coverage, you would know that a lot of the voice actors were given little to
Yes. None of them knew what the fuck video they were into.
no context to what they were lending their voices to.
Somebody commented on our stream about it too.
Yes. Somebody commented on our stream.
Yeah.
Somebody commented on our first stream that was like, "Hey, I didn't know what this was for." It was very cool, very based, very poggies.
Wait, was it our stream or was it?
It was
re-upload?
one of the re-uploads, but I believe someone commented on our stream too. But I could
maybe I remember seeing it off of the
rule
re-upload.
for some reason.
It's interesting that you got so I find this very interesting that Lazy was told everything. I think, or what she was reading. If my understanding is, I think that because Lazy's Black Griffin video got off so much, KP was relying on other people's word of mouth to give her credibility. That's why she used Lio. It's why she used Courtney. It's why she got June the King and all these people, because she wanted the video to take the fuck off. And she wanted
in the same
people-
way. In the same way that the Lazy's Black
Yes.
Griffin video did.
Same way Lazy's videos or
yeah.
June's videos take off. Yeah.
Reason, which makes me feel like a
Yeah,
fucking asshole. To the voice actors who had lent a hand without context, I am so sorry that you were dragged into any of this without the much needed context that I was.
Man, I thought she saw me as numbers, to be honest. I mean, yeah, she probably did.
Yeah.
Many such cases that weird people see each other as numbers. Many such cases that weird people just see each other as numbers and not just like. It's very weird.
What are you talking about?
That makes me feel like I got like special treatment. I don't appreciate that at all. I would have liked if everyone was given the full extent of what they were signing off on, and not just me. Even though I was given like most of the context, more than most, I was randomly presented this context within the span of like 6 days, as I will present now. KP said that she would provide context to what I was reading if I asked. I did, and I got the whole
Okay, you got the context. Yeah, it's gonna reveal. Yeah, okay.
spiel on like who Chris was, what DA Games was getting accused of, and that
Falgi is 1.47K to me. Listen, Kev, can we get that to 1.5? Can I be 1.5 to you, Kev? Chat, can we get to 1.5K? Is that so hard? No, I'm kidding.
35.
That's not nice. He's younger than 35.
that email that I was reading was what KP got.
The safety report shit is insane, by the way. Do you, Lazy, do you know we got a safety report before she deleted all the safety reports? I legitimately got a safety report because they were like bitching in her Discord about me. And then magically all the safety reports disappeared. Very fascinating, KP. Very fascinating.
In response to trying to make Chris's sexual misconduct known. And you know, at first, knowing what Chris had done and admitted to, I was on KP's side initially. I mean, I wouldn't be comfortable either if one of my former colleagues told a bunch of people that they jacked off on my clothes. Regardless of how you feel about KP, that's just objectively really gross.
Oh, Chad, it's time to feed those dogs!
It's time to feed the pupper.
Yes, you sent me stuff about DE. Okay, drummer, one day we'll do the
double.
user stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dog.
Thank you. We hit
Thank
it,
you
the
both.
Oreo chat. It's time to feed the puppers. It's time to give her treats. Look at her. It's time to feed the dog now on the Uplock stream tonight. Yes, everybody, it's time to feed that dog. Go get it, girl. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her chew. Look at her munch and crunch. 400 pounds. No, never. This dog will.
She's not that expensive.
Oh God. It's like the singing is a trigger. It is, unfortunately.
It is.
It is.
Every time
Slug,
Falgi,
thanks for the raid.
Every
Wait,
time Falgi sings,
Slug,
he
didn't
triggers
you
me.
stream before? Hey, thank you for the raid, but did you stream twice?
You can stream twice. There's no law against it.
No, I didn't say he didn't.
I follow a VTuber that streams like 3 times a day.
Was that?
It is very unhealthy.
Was that 15? Okay, we're at 20 now. All right, I have to always have to time this correctly. Feed that doggo. There you go, chat. Let's go.
Even as a joke, it's just sexual harassment and weird. But considering, you know, all of this, I had to know, what did this have to do with Saberspark?
Oh, you're testing new
And
setup?
the answer
Okay,
was
sick.
he employed Chris. So here's what I thought this video was gonna be. Similar to my Black Griffin video, I thought this video expose would be about Chris and DA Games, and Saberspark would look like a hypocrite defending Chris.
Which is fair. Again, I have criticisms of the way with the Chris stuff, because it was the Chris stuff, and yes, I've heard there's new stuff with the DA game stuff that I don't 100% wholly believe. I think one of them is I believe one of them is that they were testing a bot, and the bot randomly put in like the lolly stuff. I don't know how that. I don't believe that. But again, meh.
Chris, who has admitted to sexual misconduct. The most you could
Go on.
I was going to say, the Chris Saber Spark stuff is pretty bad if you don't have, like, the dates. Like,
Yeah.
the events that this happened with were, I think, 8 years prior.
Yeah.
And then KP's conversation with Saberspark was
Chris.
2 years. No, with Chris, but then with Saberspark after that, like correspondence after that, were like in
A year. It was in 2024 to 2025.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's like, yes, it's bad, but he didn't employ him because of that either. Nor did he know about it. And I don't know if that gets shared in these DMs with Lazy from KP.
I mean, Lazy does know about it. I also think like the other. Well, I don't think it gets shared like this. I think the other thing too is, I think the other part that I don't like about it is I don't think Saber was aware about the DA game stuff. I don't think that was ever. Enjoy your new job, Slug. To my understanding, in speaking with Saber Spark, I don't think Saber was aware of what was going on in the DA game server in and around Chris. That's the issue. The only reason I don't believe it's only because the post of the Lolcow were posted in 2018, but when that document came out with the first draft before the final, all the Lolcow stuff was deleted from 2018 was deleted. Yeah. 100% I know about that. Well, that's why I'm like a little weird on that excuse. The DA game stuff has like evolved weirdly. But again,
and it's not only Chris involved in that either. There's like other
it was the Will guy too. But again, like there's other parts to it too that like I don't. From when I talked to Saber, he was not aware of the DA game stuff. He just wasn't. So like, what am I supposed to do?
Say about Saber Spark is that the company he keeps makes him look like a hypocrite.
From my recollection, I can't remember if that's. Don't quote me. I can't remember every conversation I've had with people.
And that's all really KP had. I advised her during our first conversation to address the criticism Saber had made about recording a Discord call without all participants acknowledging and consenting to record, as it was something that even I was critical of KP during our first conversation. I think I can see it from both perspectives.
Which is fair. Which is like, that's a fair thing, especially in that regard. Again, I live in a one-party consent state, but I'll be very real. Even though I live in a one-party consent state, I still tell people that I'm recording calls, and I don't record a lot of calls. The any calls that I would record are for content purposes only.
Like, I do not think that was something you should have done without clarifying, but at the same time, I would understand you'd want to have recorded evidence of Chris taking responsibility for his actions, so that if he tried to dodge.
Listen, if it makes you feel any better, Lazy, we had some of the, and this is, I know some of the victims of the DA game stuff are still in our audience, as well as they were in our Discord at the time. I'm still like looking at it. I'm still also very confused by it. I'll be the first one to say that. I tried looking into it. There's some inconsistencies. That's a whole monster. I don't have access to every Discord log. That's the problem.
Accountability, you'd be able to show him admitting to everything said in the safety report. I can understand Saber getting upset over recording without consent because that wasn't cool at all. And he probably wanted to white knight his friend, as he tends to do so very often. But at the same time, what Chris is apologizing for and admitting to is very gross and weird and uncomfortable. And so calling him a liar despite his own personal apology, it's like...
But there's also the weird context of the fact that, yes, Chris said those things, but it also comes off on the weird backdrop of the story was not repeated multiple times. It also comes on the weird backdrop of him apologizing years later and the story never being used again. It also comes on the weird backdrop that KP misrepresents why Chris went to the con with her, because he went as staff and not as like a friend meeting up. Because KP does misrepresent things.
Steven, read the room, my god. And in some ways, I still do kind of feel this way. In regards to Saberspark's response, he really just boils down KP's complaint against Chris and himself as...
The joke was inappropriate, but it was told nearly 10 years ago. He profusely apologized to me as well and admitted to his faults. I believe in the inner growth of a person and that they can change for the better. He did good work for the team. I was surprised, though, that KP thought she had the ability to dictate who I hire and fire for my own team.
From what is alleged in the DA Games allegations, aficionados Chris not only engaged in racist memes in the DA Games server back in 2016,
no one really cares about the racism, but I get it.
Which is a year after his sexual misconduct, but Will also shared not safe for work lolicon images in Chris'
This I care about.
server in 2018, 3 years after the fact. From KP's perspective.
And again, it's Will sharing it in allegedly Chris's server, which was something that was also misconstrued in KP's video. That was also hard to find. Everyone thought it was in the DA game server. It was allegedly in a Chris private server. Allegedly, Will was testing a bot to share the lolly stuff. It gets really confusing.
perspective,
And
this
all the
apology
logs are
doesn't
gone.
really mean
Yes,
much of
and all the
anything
logs are
if
gone,
Chris's
so this makes
behavior
it
actually
impossible.
got worse, even borderline criminal in the 3 years since. It doesn't make this interaction any better given what Chris and Will were actually doing. I'll give this to Saberspark. I too also believe in the growth of a person. And these things did happen well over 10 years ago. It's very possible that the person Chris is today is not the same person that he was a decade ago. But personally, if I'm gonna make this stance on Lolicon.
For those who are not familiar with the term, let's just say it's a... Leading up to this point, Ange had gone through a number of mental and physical health issues as a result of trauma from childhood sexual assault, among more recent issues. They stated that, per the recommendation of their therapist, if true, one outlet for venting their pent-up emotions was drawing Shota art. Now, I really don't want to have to describe this term, but okay.
Excuse me, what? What the fuck are you talking about? What is this from? Who are you? What do you mean? Oh god, it's food shops all over again.
That's what it feels like. I don't know what this is from.
We exist in a hell. Oh, what happened? Uh-oh.
What'd you do?
Oh, there we go.
What'd you do?
Oh god. Oh
What'd you
no,
do?
hold up.
What'd you do? Can you hear me? Hello, testing. Chat.
No, they can hear me. My headphones.
Say
did
Superman if you can hear me. Chat, say Superman. Superman now. Superman.
Hello? Hero, watch him as he goes. There. Whoa. Why is it? Now the volume's weird. Can I hear myself? 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Can you hear me? Okay, I can hear you. Now I can hear me. It's weird. This is This got weird. God, I need to figure out this mic because the mic just disconnects randomly now. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure it out later.
I have to. Shota art refers to adult material featuring cartoon characters, specifically young boy characters. One of the pairings they would draw Rule 34 of was Frankie Foster and Mac from Foster's
I
Home,
hate this.
Or Zim,
Why?
Dib from Invader Zim.
I don't like this person. This person. Oh wait, they can't hear you now. That's weird. Uh-oh. Hold up, chat. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Hold up. I will. Fuck. God damn it. Sorry, chat. Greg, start speaking. They can't hear my Discord at all now. I don't know why they can't hear my Discord. Discord's not playing. Hold up, chat. I'm trying to fix it. Keep talking. Try leaving and coming back, but I don't know what happened. Check Discord output device. That's what I'm doing right now. Because I can hear him, so it shouldn't be... this is weird. Start speaking? No, they can't hear you on my end. Hold up. Let me figure out what's going on. Discord. God damn it. It's not me. Check OBS output. That's what I'm doing. Trying. Sorry about that, chat. I don't know what the fuck just happened. Discord. Try it now, Greg. Keep talking.
I'm talking. Hello.
Yeah, that was weird. It just like went to the wrong Discord. There we go.
Wait.
I fixed it.
Okay, now stream to me.
That was weird. Sorry about that, chat. Discord went fucky wucky for a second. We're back. Audio channel fixed.
Now, I don't really think this is the best approach for dealing with that kind of trauma personally, but hey, that's just me. And I also again have my suspicions if the therapist approved this.
And my editor and his other boss are sharing Lolicon back and forth. And said editor also made a sex joke about someone who I once considered one of my friends. I'd probably tell that guy to choke on a brick. By the end of the day, it's not up to KP or anyone in the court of public opinion to tell Saberspark who he can and can't hire. If he wants to stand by Chris, he is 100% in his right to do so. All I can do is just criticize it and call him a hypocrite.
I would agree with that. Like, honestly speaking, I would agree with that. If Saber still keeps aficionado Chris under his employ, regardless, and expressing his feelings about lolicon, I do think that is something to say it's hypocritical. And people can be hypocritical. It's just something that he would have to be honest about.
Which, you know, being a hypocrite isn't the worst thing in the world. Everyone has been a hypocrite at some point. Unless you're part of, like, the drama sphere on the internet, in which case being a hypocrite is, like, worse than
yes,
murder
always
or
be
something.
eternally
But
consistent.
Nikki
If you're
Steven,
never
like a
eternally
hypocrite,
consistent over here, you're dead.
wasn't enough for KP. She wanted to kneecap Saberspark. On the 26th of April, at 1 in the morning, KP randomly messages me saying, quote, "Hey, I don't know if you're around, but fuck it. I can tell you what's going on in more detail because I think the more people talking about it when it breaks, the better." KP proceeds to tell me of a rape allegation against Saberspark, which I was shocked to hear about since I was already privy to this claim in my comment section of my Black Griffin video. Someone had commented something along the lines of, "By the way, Saberspark's a rapist," and
interesting.
I deleted that comment because I thought that person was talking out of their ass.
Let's see.
Saberspark's a rape.
Literally somebody in the comment of my video was talking about rape allegations. I deleted it because I didn't know it was true. Inadvertently deleting comments that hit it.
And I deleted that comments because I thought that person was talking out of their ass. Apparently, this allegation was made early, posted a week before KP had planned on it.
Jesus Christ. I forgot about these.
Coming out. She had even written a tweet forward that was supposed to come out alongside the allegations.
Yeah,
the forward presented the allegations in a completely new light than what was eventually put out by Bonk when he refused to use what KP wrote. The following is a testimony of rape by coerced consent between Saberspark and the victim in said testimony. There were two isolated incidents, 2012 and 2013.
Which we both know were in 2012. This was an incorrect statement.
This isn't true, by the way. Both of the incidents were in 2012.
God damn it, lazy.
Bonk, as well as YouTuber I Love Kim Possible a Lot, have talked to the victim extensively and believe the validity of these claims. There's something that should be noted about this forward. KP had written this herself for Bonk to post alongside the allegations, as if she wrote it from the perspective of Bonk himself. Like, pretending to be him drafting out the tweet to post online on his account, as if he wrote it. But also, the allegation here is different than what Bonk puts out on his own front. KP calls the allegation rape by coercion, which is interesting for two reasons. Later, it will be shown how KP and Courtney Pete do not believe in the concept of implied consent.
Nope.
But if they believe that the accusation initially was rape by coercion, then that must mean that KP and co. acknowledged that Emily had to have given an indication that the sexual...
Yes, she did. She thought Emily sees it as implied. Very much not the case when Courtney and KP enter the story.
Encounter was actually consensual. However, because Emily claims that the encounter made her highly uncomfortable, it's almost like they had to concoct like some sort of way for this to be rape in some fashion. So they went with the narrative of coercion.
I agree with this assertion.
So it made sense why the victim would agree to have sex at all, but still felt it was wrong. It also shows that those presenting the allegations backing it up, like KP, Bonk, Courtney Pete, Amy, whoever the fuck else, they all don't appear to be on the same page, as Bonk didn't go forward with this tweet draft. We will see more of this miscommunication and leopards eating faces later on. So what is KP's angle in telling me all of this? Bonk being a jumping off point, and even like bringing this allegation to the public at all? Well, at the time, KP claims that the goal of the allegations was supposed to go up right before the video to blindside him. So let me get this straight. You wanted Bonk to release these allegations.
So this is between Bonk and KP. Hey, the testimony it's supposed to come out the May 1st. I thought I made that clear. I deleted it when you sent it, and you said to post us when you wanted us to post it just as a buffer to your video. I thought I meant today. No.
On your own terms, along with your video, with your words for the forward of the tweet, and told me in hopes that more people would talk about these allegations when they drop, all to blindside Saberspark. First of all, that's insane. Objectively, this is just an insane thought process that rape...
Greg, how you feeling so far about this?
I'm eating chips. You know, we talked about it before, or Becca talks about it before, because Emily's statement had gotten changed through different edits of the Google Doc.
Yeah.
And I didn't put the Courtney Pete aspect to it, or it being taken out because of Courtney until literally just now. Now everything is just kind of like puzzle pieces. What are you ordering? What are we eating?
Nothing yet. I just read something that was sent to me.
I'm eating sour cream and onion Lay's, but I'm out of those. I'm going to Doritos Cool Ranch.
Sick.
Pie. Is Doritos, are any Doritos vegan?
Probably not, because of the stuff they use.
Well, I'll ask Pie, the vegan.
for the purpose of blindsiding someone you already expressed to me in these DMs you do not like. And can we just talk about how manufactured this plan was to get Bonk to say certain things?
Sweet chili is that.
Vegan. Okay, cool.
And then Lazy's eating lemon poppy seed bread. Based.
How KP would instruct the victim on how they should make their statement. KP and Courtney coached Emily to remove any mention of implied consent.
And we saw Courtney is still to this day denying it and crashes out over denying it because she knows the truth. Insane. It's almost like Courtney can't defend herself from something that we all know she did.
Adding the details of Saber's and her height and weight difference.
Did you guys not know that they talked about the height and weight difference?
KP, this is your edit. This is your recommendation. What was highlighted in yellow are recommended specifications, whilst the pink highlights are direct additions or rewordings by KP and co. Saberspark was also significantly larger than me, as I was an 80-something
As of 5 months ago, Sweet Chili are no longer vegan.
pound 18-year-old girl, so I physically could not stop him. This ended up in the final statement the victim approved of being released to the public, and it was something that she added to her statement via Discord DMs between herself and KP after KP suggested adding it in. This is really damning in and of itself, but it gets even worse when the video actually comes out. Not only is this allegation featured an hour and 30 minutes into a 2-hour video, but the discussion of the allegation itself is held by Courtney Pete and KP, once again debunking the concept of implied consent.
Consensual sexual encounter is never something you're going to question afterwards, okay? Like, you just don't question a consensual encounter. Sure, you may have a consensual encounter that's unsatisfying. You may have one that you regret, you may look back on one and go, if I could make that decision again, I probably wouldn't. But people don't question consensual sexual experiences with, did I just get violated?
I hate you, Courtney. I hate you for so many reasons, but this is not. This is like, you do such a disservice to people who come out with stories. I'm sorry. You are a part of a video that does such a disservice. And the fact that you know what, Kazuki? I completely agree. I don't understand why Lyle runs defense for this person. I told him straight the fuck up. I've told him that Courtney is a liability and going to explode. I was told, I said it, and then he's like, well, Courtney is a sick person. And I said, okay, I'm telling you it's going to be a bad idea.
To be quite honest. And like, the other thing that kind of breaks my heart is there's one point in her testimony where she questions, if I'm remembering this correctly, that like maybe she was at fault because she had a crush on him, like maybe she gave the wrong signal or something, maybe she implied something, or he thought consent was implied because he knew there was a crush on her. Like, in all honesty, consent is never
extremely important. Do you do the Mario voice during sex asking for a friend? No. You pay extra for that.
Implied. Like, even secure, competent individuals in a sexual encounter.
I'm a victim.
How was it at?
I'm a victim. Courtney and KP, and what they literally made me more scared to talk about it. Fuck them both. Yeah, I don't.
That sucks.
I literally don't disagree, and I'm sorry that you feel that way. And I know that Lazy puts in this video of Courtney and KP, specifically Courtney, telling someone who's like, hey, I'm a victim of SA. Like, I think the way you're talking about this is really bad. This entire consent portion is misrepresenting how consent works. And like, it's kind of traumatizing, as well as the way that you're platforming these allegations. And they just told him to shut up. Insane.
Counter will check in with their partner as things escalate and change gears. And they'll say things like, are you okay? Should we keep going? Is this good?
Which allegedly Saberspark did. Which allegedly he did, and is part of the questioning in Emily's statement.
Good, like, because consent is not something that is implied. It's never something that's
that's also incorrect in that version.
Implied, and
I disavow Lyle whatsoever. Listen, Lyle makes very stupid decisions, and we can fucking make fun of him for it.
Absence of a no is not a yes in any regard. An absence of resistance is not compliance.
But that's not the same thing as an implied consent. There's so many layers that we've skipped.
And even in that regard, compliance is not an invitation.
Now, I'm not.
Lyle could piss you off. Believe me, completely okay.
Super well educated on implied consent to give like my opinion on it. I know that it's like sort of a contentious topic.
Yes, and I do remember this all the time. A lot of people were like, deaf and mute people by that definition cannot consent, and it's like, it's insane. Yes, I know people with disabilities who can have sex and can't consent, but don't use words necessarily and do like body language and stuff.
Topic. There's arguments for it and against it. What I can say about like this whole implied consent thing is how it's argued in this exact video. Whilst there's a whole 15-minute segment talking about how implied consent is bullshit, KP does address recording Chris without his consent, like I said she should, using implied consent as her defense.
Yeah, that's true. That is actually true. That is an implied consent defense.
Isn't the victim. I can't believe I have to even have this segment, but with the implication of Stevens, what are you going to do, record me comment on top of Chris's statement talking about the recording being without his knowledge? Let's just clear this up. So firstly, as already stated, I thought it was obvious that a call-up was being recorded for safety reasons, because it's about sexual harassment. It's not like a fun call. Like, I thought it was obvious. Obviously it wasn't.
I hope KP knows that consent doesn't just apply to sex. It applies to just about everything you agree to do.
Yes.
Signing implied consent forms for medical procedures. Contract law that includes explicit signed consent. Giving a yes or no to things you do or do not want to do is giving someone consent. And if you truly believe implied consent is bullshit, then you can't also use that defense to record people without their permission. And that is just one of the many, many problems I have with this video. Unfortunately, we can't have a conversation about Saberspark and Emily Jones without talking about this video. I think the allegations themselves should be evaluated and given a fair shake on their own without the association to this horrible video, because dismissing them based on their inherent
Which is fair, and they were looked at by yours truly.
Source is an argumentative fallacy called a genetic fallacy. However, since I'm featured in it, briefly, I must absolutely disavow this video and just break down why this doesn't work. Use this as an educational opportunity of what not to do.
Hello viewers, welcome to another segment of Maybe the Internet Was a Big Fucking Mistake.
One of the many complaints of this video is in its tone.
Yes,
many citing it to
tone
be
is
completely
insane.
tone deaf when paired with allegations of rape
This
and
is an
sexual
insane.
abuse.
But I like to think of myself like the Jon Stewart of the YouTube animation community. I call things out when I feel like I
Insane, by the way. Insane.
can add something to
One,
the
you're not. Two, nobody should be.
Yep. Falgi is the Knights that go me. Yes, me! It was me!
conversation.
I don't want to be alive anymore.
Like, insane.
You just draw this for your boss, right? If memory serves, there's also a nude version.
That's disgusting.
I think you guys are just trying to wait until this all dies down and everyone forgets, and then Chris will just magically appear.
Now, given how I use humor in my own coverage on
All right, I will say this straight up. Lazy. You do not use humor the same way KP did. When I got to this part of the video, I was like, no, it's not the same. If you choose to take out part of the humor of your videos out, that is completely up to you, and I will never tell you not to. You don't use humor the same. The cutaways are not the same. Do I think the Jordan Peterson one needed to be there? Not so much. But I don't think that you use humor as a cutaway the same way KP did, because KP wrote an expose about child abuse, rape, and pedophilia as a fucking cartoon review, which is insane to say.
She was breaking a story with Seinfeld joke.
Yes.
When you are, I'll say, reporting on a story, and you have whatever that's completely different.
Yeah, exactly. Again, I think the Jordan Peterson one was a step too far, in my opinion. I think that could have been cut.
That's just for taste, really.
But
I mean,
that's
that's your taste. That's specifically yours.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a bit long. But I don't care that much.
Yeah.
on darker topics of this nature, I cannot say shit. I guess this is one of those things where I kind of have to just ask the audience, what do you guys think?
No,
this
I know
complaints
why
and
you
like
asked
jokes
it.
and tone wasn't an issue with my own content until KP's video came out. I've been presenting stories of sexual misconduct on this channel for 5 years with the same amount of hyperbole, memes, and even costuming to the complaint of absolutely no one until KP's video came out. So because I would actually like to hear constructive criticism, unlike Courtney Pete, I would like to know, am I part of the
Stop talking and get your food and come back. Hurry up.
Am I also in the wrong when I joke around and try to be entertaining in light of serious topics? Is there really a difference or not? Because the only conclusion I can come up with is KP is the reason I can't be funny anymore. Most of my presentation is in trying to come across as precise and to the point, whilst also making lighthearted jabs to cope with the uncomfortableness of the situation. Like, if you've watched any of my videos, I don't know if anyone's noticed this, but like, I have a horrible nervous laugh. It's like a trigger to anything that makes me feel like uncomfortable, or when I'm masking the fact that I'm extremely socially awkward and everyone can tell, and I think laughing can just fix it, and it doesn't. But for me, it's just like a train wreck I can't look away from, and I cope with it by giggling and just being like, oh, dude, what the fuck? You know what I mean? And so like, maybe KP is the same way, but her excuse for her video's tone is the fact that she has apparently never covered situations like this before on her channel. This is a lie. This is an objective lie. The Lily Orchard video she made was over a year ago, and Lily has done way worse things. And what's interesting with the Lily Orchard video was that the editing and the presentation style is virtually the same as the DA Games and Saberspark video, albeit the former is way more over the top. It's like a dial being turned way the fuck up in like a span of a year.
Bestiality porn commissioned by minors, flashing your tits on YouTube, which is against YouTube terms of service, incest shipping, pretending in bullshit, and the list goes on and on and on and on.
I've chosen not to keep this person anonymous because I believe this is not a mistake or a slip of the tongue. This is an active attempt of slander and misogyny, and that's just not acceptable.
So I guess I can understand why she thought the tone was fine, given that, like, this is just how all of her videos are presented, and if it wasn't a problem then, why would she believe it's an issue with—
Yeah, I agree. I think this is a very fair assessment that she just was literally too stupid to understand why this was a bad idea. Just too stupid. But again, that's why she should have never handled this
coverage. Well, the issue is that this video should have never been presented in the first place, especially paired with the Saberspark allegations, given she had only learnt of these allegations by March.
And also, here's the other thing. KP's video to Saberspark was a personal vendetta. It was a personal vendetta because KP had a dwindling, not only just a dwindling fan base, but just dwindling support overall. And she was very, very bitter that she was not as big as Saberspark and the rest. She was incredibly bitter about it. And incredibly bitter that they would no longer be friends. And incredibly bitter. I think that there's also weird jealousy. You know, when she mentions like, oh, you have a polyamorous harem of people. Which, by the way, KP has never supported with evidence. Insane that she would say that. In saying that he fucks his fans left and right, and then just never support it without any evidence. It's literally libel. Yes, you can be bees, and I am bi.
Reminder, this video came out in May, and she had been working on it for half a year. What we know now is that the allegations were passed down from Amy New to Bonk to KP. Amy New is friends with Emily Jones, who backed up the allegation on Twitter and Blue Sky. I have personally been friends with the victim for over 10 plus years. I was at Canterlot Gardens and witnessed them both together. If my words mean anything, I believe them. I have nothing to gain from this. I just want my friend to be believed. That's interesting, Amy, because when asked directly, when was the first time you heard of the allegations, you said it was March 25th of this year. So, which is it? Did you witness?
What does Amy have to gain from this? Like she said, I have nothing to gain from this. Trust my friend. But like, really, why even stick her neck out like this when she has her own shit?
Prevailing theory that Beck and I have. Amy New is how Ian disseminates this info to other people when he doesn't want to be involved. Amy New is the one that disseminates the info. She's the only other connecting factor. Not Sophie. Sophie's too stupid.
Right.
Legitimately, Sophie's too stupid to do that. So I think it's Amy that is disseminating info for Ian if he doesn't reach out to people directly. That's my prevailing theory.
Them together 10 years ago, or were you only aware of this situation by March? Then Bonk was given the story but was busy with other things, and since he was already in KP's Discord server, he thought it would just be better to hand it off to her, as she was already in the process of making a video on Saberspark anyways, so it all was just really
Layla,
convenient.
I know.
After the video was posted and then removed,
Layla, I know. That's what I'm saying. Ian will reach out to people privately. We'll get there. But there's other stuff too. There's other stuff because there will be times when he doesn't want to be involved. But remember, for those who don't know, Beckett's video got, and I knew this, Beckett and I, we talked about this. I don't know if he ever made it public until last night. Ian privacy complained Beckett's video. How do we know this? Because the only part that was privacy complained on the video was the section of the leaked voice call. That is the only thing that was privacy complained from that entire video. So we know Ian saw it. We know Ian doesn't like us. And we know Ian just doesn't like it. And doesn't want that there. Maybe because Ian was probably an abusive father. I don't know. I'm just saying. That's what Claire says. I'm just regurgitating what she's saying. Sue your own daughter. I don't know what to tell you.
The first of my many calls throughout this began with First, speaking to KP directly about what happened on May 3rd with Phineas in this call. Enter gave me a list of questions to ask since he was already curious about the situation, and one of the questions was, how long exactly was this video in production? I took notes, and I summed up everything that was said during the call, and the answer KP gave was, discussion on Gabe, Saber, and Chris has been around for well over a year. This is in regards to, like, talks in her Discord server. However, the discussion to actually make a video on DA Games was in September 2024. In March of 2025, Bonk got KP...
Zane, the video was never down. Beckett won the fight on it.
In contact with Saber's victim. The video was premiered May 1st, 2025. She also confirmed that the focus with her video was DA Games initially, and Saber would be added as another example of him defending shady people, similar to the Black Griffin story. However,
which is an interesting point of order, because... Sorry, I'm chewing chat. It's an interesting point of order, because Bonk believes that that recording is illegal. And there's only one way that Bonk knows that call would have happened in a therapist office is if Ian told him, or Ian had somebody tell him, or Ian's telling people about it, because nowhere does it state that that happened in a therapist office. Interesting. Isn't that right, Ian? Voice of Canadian Goku, as well as Mr. Fantastic and Marvel Rivals. Really interesting, buddy.
However, when she got this information by March, she decided her new strategy for the video was to add the allegation as a way to blindside Saberspark so that he had no time to reply to the allegations. One of the other contentions brought up against this video is how obvious it was that it was supposed to be a DA Games video, and the Saberspark allegations were just shoehorned in at the very end. I think KP did have every intention to talk about Saberspark in this video, irregardless if these allegations...
He said he violated HIPAA, right? So here's the thing. It doesn't violate HIPAA if there's consent to record those meetings. If it happened over Zoom, for instance, or something, there is consent. As well as, and this is a fun fact for you, if it's Claire's therapy meeting, she is fully allowed to leak her own therapy session. HIPAA doesn't necessarily apply to him. It's not his medical record. It's hers. If it's her therapy session, she's allowed to leak it if she so chooses. Furthermore, and this is like an interesting fun fact for all of you, because Bonk believes that the therapist is going to be fired or lose their license. Therapist is not going to lose their license. Yes, if the therapist leaked it, we would be talking differently. The therapist didn't leak it, allegedly. So very curious. Why would you think the therapist is going to get fired? Huh, Bonk? Very weird.
Were there or not, and the reason I believe this is because KP's video centers around and has seemingly been always about one person. Aficionado's Chris.
Chris was a team member roughly from 2014 to 2015. Chris was generally a nice guy in my time knowing him.
Chris.
And for the record, I assume Chris knew he was being recorded because it was a call about safety. It only gets worse from here.
It's what she presents at the very start of this video. It's what she presented to me when I asked for context on what I was reading and what the video was about. It's not that the video was about DA Games or Saberspark. It was about Chris. It's always been about Chris. Saberspark and DA Games were related by employment, and KP is also related to Chris via past collaborations. The difference being, KP cut Chris out of her life for what I think are fair enough reasons, and Saberspark and DA Games didn't. And that really can be what this all attributes to. KP made this video purely because she was angry that Chris was still getting work even after what he did to her. And I mean, you know, given Saberspark's response video, if you just base her intent on that...
Which is fair.
But she did find out about it after the fact, too.
I was just about to say, this is a critique for that. She found out and immediately tries to call him. She didn't distance herself from Chris because of the comments. She distanced herself from Chris because he left the studio. That's a little bit of a point of contention. I would disagree with Lazy's assertion on that. Because in the call they said they haven't spoken in years. They haven't talked in years. Because KP has this weird thing with everyone who leaves her. She thinks it's like the most evil thing that's ever happened. Are you going through the whole video tonight? Yes, some unknown. I want to try to get through this whole thing tonight, as well as one part of the interview, which concerns Woot Master.
that, you could just see that as the main reason, but I still think it goes a little deeper than that, which I will present throughout this section. This was something that Mr. Enter brings up in his video, so I'm just gonna, copy paste what his point was, but all of the random ass memes and skits and jokes wouldn't even be a problem if this video had proper flow. Like, please explain to me what Jerry Seinfeld dating a 17-year-old and Trump's grab her by the pussy tape and Lily Orchard being tacked on at the very end. What the fuck does that have anything to do with anything?
The 2016 leak of the Hollywood Access tape was a big deal. In a bus, we have an orange man who shall not be named. Orange man was talking about women in an inappropriate way. Google it if you want to. This whole script is giving me a fucking headache. I guess.
Lazy, if you're still in the chat, I could tell you exactly why these are all references, but why they're stupid references. Leaked joke. Grab him by the pussy. Will was allegedly dating a 17-year-old or 16-year-old, but in the UK, that is the legal age of consent, as much as I hate it. And Lily Orchard is for her fan base because of Courtney. Yes, it makes no sense still to this day, but that's
crazy. But there is a line. There's a through line.
There's a through line. There's a through line for it. It's actually stupid. I get that she's trying to make the comparison, but it's dumb. You know entirely it's dumb. We agree. We all agree.
You can be Jerry Seinfeld, who dated a 17-year-old when he was 38.
So, what are you gonna do later?
I got a date with Nikki.
Oh, yeah, she's a beauty.
And she's also 17.
Bold and beautiful.
Part 6, shitting on Lily Orchard because it's fun.
To understand just how bad the flow was in this video, in the process of all of this, I watched this video twice. Once after it was privated and re-uploaded, and again to take notes, as I do with a lot of my research. And even with my notes, I still have no idea what the allegations against Will Ryan are. Something about dating a minor when he was in his early 20s or something. I have no fucking idea. I don't even know who these people are. I think they're related to the DA game stuff, but I honestly, I don't know what the fuck this interview is about.
Bad.
I'm sure it's important, and I am so sorry if I'm being dismissive. But
the interview is bad, and we've tried to talk to some of the people, and unfortunately, there's just like not enough evidence. I'm sorry.
I genuinely don't know who the fuck this is. These interviews are they're so bad. And this is coming from someone who is really, really bad at interviews. Clearly, there's also the issue with content theft, as a portion of this video is dedicated to a Snapcube meme of Eggman pissing on the moon.
I've come to make an announcement! Shadow the Hedgehog is a bitch-ass...
This is such a stupid meme. And yes, I see the irony that Emily voiced Tails. I know. The irony isn't lost on me.
Motherfucker! Which, in hindsight, given we know who the victim is now, a Sonic meme, more specifically an Eggman meme, that is being used as the audio for the man that is alleged to have sexually assaulted Emmy Jones, who is a Sonic content creator, who has worked with the voice of Eggman directly, like, oh my god, and you knew it was her the whole fucking time too. What the fuck?
Whatever.
And obviously KP always knew it was her.
And when did you know?
When did I know it was Emmy?
Yes.
At the beginning.
Right, okay.
And weirder even.
And remember, she pretends like she doesn't know it was her. She pretends for a while. It's like she acts like she doesn't know.
The audio is a fandub of a fandub, and the cosplayer who was behind this audio wasn't even alerted that his read of this meme was used in this at all. He was never asked for permission or knew what his cosplay video was being perverted into. So on top of making a rape allegation with victim testimony and literally nothing else, KP is a thief on top of that. The one thing about this video I cannot seem to figure out is who exactly saw this video before it was released. Now, in retrospect, this isn't really indicative of anything important, because even if KP had let people see this video beforehand for the sake of constructive criticism, she's already shown me that she was never going to take any advice from anyone, even when it's coming directly from Lyle Convoy, telling her not to include the Saber.
We went from saying a massive Lyle Convoy L to a kind of massive Lyle Convoy W. I hate this. God damn you, Lio!
The pendulum swings.
I hate it. The pendulum does swing. Still, fuck Courtney. I told you, asshole.
Spark allegations until a police report is filed.
Then that needs to be handled by the cops. Period. 100% period. That needs a police report filed today. Here's the problem, though, with that inherently. If that did happen, and Saber did do that, he will by nature know who it is. So if it gets out in any way, shape, or form, and a police report hasn't been filed...
Bro, bullet timed this shit so hard is literally the funniest thing that I've ever read.
She's going to be at risk. That's just the truth of the matter in this. And it's unpleasant, it's ugly.
KP went ahead and did it anyways. So who saw this video beforehand only is really a curiosity thing at this point of who signed off on this and who thought it was a good idea. So this is a question that was asked in the first call with Enter's questionnaire, and this was the answer that I got. 2 people looked over the script. KP and one of her Discord mods, who was also a CSA survivor. Given that this mod had been a fan of KP watching their content for a bit, the tone of the script and its structure wasn't something they were unfamiliar with. How KP presented the video is similar to how her other videos are like. Plus, the biases there, being a mod and a fan. Who saw the video is dependent on who actually reviewed it or not. Lolcow and Courtney Pete were sent the video ahead of its live premiere, neither of which watched it beforehand or gave feedback. Which is weird because Courtney was in the video she apparently never watched beforehand. Saber's victim watched it beforehand and had no issues with the video. A couple of victims of DA Game staff also saw it and gave some notes. There was a point 24 hours before the video was supposed to go live where the victim that viewed the video requested a change that they were able to adhere to. But that was pretty much it. When asking Emily directly on her burner account, she does claim to have at least seen part of the video.
She saw the video. Emily saw the fucking video. She mentions that she saw the video. If anything, it was the DA Games people that were the most not listened to. And, like, we've seen the proof of it. They tell her they have complaints, and then it just gets ignored. That is, like, the truth of the matter.
Video beforehand, she says, quote, KP sent me the bits related to consent and stuff. I don't want to cause any issues. During a large portion of this, I had a kidney injury and was hospitalized like every other day, needing fluids because I do have an eating disorder. KP tried getting me into a call to show
very convenient.
Me the entire video for days, but I was so overwhelmed with the frequent hospital trips that I struggled getting back to her. Eventually, I joined a call and was primarily muted and not paying attention until I got to what I felt was the most important bits, which was my own parts. So I didn't really see the other bits all too much. Respectfully, I just didn't have the mental capacity for everything else. When we reference the chats between Emily Jones on her main Discord account and KP, there does appear to be an interaction where KP sends her a Google Drive link, and Emily replies, "That video made me cry. No joke. Thank you." Now, could it be possible that, like, the Google Drive link was just her segment of the video, like she claims? Sure, it could be. But there's also the fact that KP wanted to show Emily the video full on call for days. Eventually, I joined a call and was primarily muted and not paying much attention until I got to what I felt was the most important bit, which was my own parts. So I really didn't see the other bits all too much. This isn't a straight answer of whether or not Emily saw the whole video or not. KP claims that she did. Emily claims she only saw a portion. The chats don't confirm one way or
This is what I find very interesting about Emily. Emily doesn't like giving straight answers about certain things, and I find that very, very interesting. Emily, like, refuses to give straight answers on certain topics. I find that very curious. Very curious.
Or another. What I can say for
Because remember, when she heard that, oh, Saber has texts? Oh, I just forgot about them. I didn't even think that we texted each other. Sure.
Absolute certainty is that Lio did not watch the video beforehand and was only sent a first draft and not the final product. Bonk didn't see it either, giving feedback as he watched it live. Many of the voice actors, including myself, never saw it beforehand.
Not that I care,
I
Bonk.
wasn't even alerted to the video's live premiere until it was already privatized and removed. I didn't even know this video went up. And for whatever odd reason, despite having a
Yeah, we immediately grabbed it. I hope you guys know that. It was chat. I grabbed the video and kept it in a private place. It was me! I think everybody grabbed that video. The moment people started realizing how bad that premiere went, anybody grabbed it. It was actually one of the funniest things. If you like worked in some of the archival stuff, it was actually really funny.
Dedicated section. Courtney didn't watch the video either, and yet Courtney had the audacity to tell a
Courtney was in the fucking like chat the entire time. It's so insane.
CSA survivor, giving constructive criticism in the video's live premiere chat that they were only here to complain and to just don't watch if you know like. Courtney Pete especially has been pissing me the fuck off because her and KP tried dragging me into like the
Go, lazy, go off, girl.
Cy and Anthony spat that they were all in because Anthony.
Oh, bro, that Cy and Anthony spat with Lio was weird.
And her both liked my Black Griffin video. No, I am not kidding. Courtney is that petty and petulant. This girl thinks that she is some sort of ultra-creptidarian of how all sexual assault survivors are supposed
Thank you!
Supposed to act and
drag Courtney through the fucking mud! You stupid fuck, Lio, I told you! Nobody listens to me. Nobody listens to me when I say this girl's gonna explode. Nobody listens to me.
All because her sister is one of the most well-known sex pests to ever exist online. Either way, her breaking down after the Cope and Seed video is very funny.
Yes, she also fought with me. It was very delicious. It was so delicious.
Oh, and this, within those first few days, in witnessing the fallout of this hit piece, my thought process, at the time, came to two conclusions. If this victim is lying about this, KP tried to ruin Saberspark's career and hype up his downfall, all on the basis of a lie. A lie in which she trusted and wholeheartedly believed, sure, but could have been easily debunked through having any
But she also believed it because she wanted to believe it.
Yep.
That's the other thing. Holy shit. KP believed other lies that I personally believe she made up. She made up more stuff about Saber. I know why, but unfortunately that's off the record. I know why, but I can't.
Wait, who's she in this instance? Are you saying she?
KP. There's a lot more to KP's. Casey kind of touches it regarding... Casey is the wife of Saberspark's editor, and she touches it in her own interview in Beckett's video. There's kind of more to that story, in my opinion. From what I know, KP is very vindictive. Very vindictive.
Well, we knew that from how she treats former editors, and you can't really say they worked for her because she never paid anybody.
Yes, she never paid anybody, and very famously, a child editor came out against KP, and she wanted to bury a child for being like, "Hey, I think you're treating me unfairly." A child.
Conversation with Saberspark, or listening to Casey Fish, KP and Saberspark's shared mutual friend, who told KP not to go through with this. Plus, KP never bothered to do any background check on the accuser until after this video had already made a splash online, something she absolutely could have done way before. Finding out who Emmy Jones is and her past controversies could have maybe made KP reconsider.
Yeah, she got traumatized by a minor, yes. Very famously, KP, oh my god, the 16-year-old leaked. Oh my god, and allegedly, it sounds like a lot of them don't like. Apparently, even in Chris's call with her, they don't like Boggsy, I guess. So for those who don't know, KP, one of KP's the traumatic point of her on the internet is a lot of stuff leaked from her company internally, because working for KP, A, was a nightmare, but B, KP employed a 15, 16-year-old named Boggsy. And there was I don't know if it was on the forums or 4chan, but there was a KP classified or declassified leaks. And I believe a couple former employees, including the 16-year-old, released internal information as well as contracts regarding KP. And she would have people sign contracts, which included not being paid. I need to make that very clear. Not being paid.
She didn't do any of this and was so eager to get this content out there to blindside Saberspark, which gives an unfair chance to both parties, both Saberspark and Emmy Jones, to present their case online.
On the video. Maybe stay your ass out of child grooming conversation if you're gonna hold a clout-hungry goblin the first sign of pushback. I thank you, Lazy, for sending this. Love how consistently getting called a clout chaser, but ass-kissing bits, brains, morons, blah, 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 blah. I donated the rain. You could have done that and kept your mouth shut to begin with, but now you could have just helped predators everywhere. I guess that's Courtney, I guess, in regarding the Gabe stuff. It's just so fucking stupid, dude. Courtney is literally brain damaged. Unironically, I think Courtney's just brain damaged. And it shows every day.
This victim is telling the truth, and her experiences with Saberspark was what she alleges it was. KP does a massive disservice to them by having their allegations tied to this horrible video.
Yeah,
and their allegations just being a footnote in comparison to
everything
else. It takes what once was her story and utilizes it as a weapon armed by KP to go on her little revenge tour. Either way, regardless of the validity of this allegation, KP is cooked. Her motivations are not.
There's no way KP can come back. Straight up, there's no way.
Out of genuine concern and care.
I told you, there's three. She's got three options. She comes back.
She do got the three options.
She's got three, but she only has three. She doesn't have any other.
None else.
Emily, they're about getting even. In addition to the weight and height difference addition, KP also adds this little bit. I was not made aware of his jokes about consent and his recent behavior involving Chris until only recently, and it left my stomach in knots. KP wanted Emily's statement to include talking about Chris, despite that really having nothing to do with Emily Jones at all. It's almost like KP wanted aficionados Chris and Saberspark to be the reason why Emily came forward. Emily even cites Saber's fight with KP on Twitter as an example of Steven utilizing his fan base and his influence to go after people.
Which is not... Yes, Saber responded, but
he has a right to.
Yeah, I was about to say he has a right to. He can't also... He didn't... Listen, This is not Jar, where Jar literally threatened, Just a Robot threatened somebody and says, well, you know how rabid my fan base is. That never comes up. That never comes up.
And why she was so afraid to go public with her allegation. Now, it's already been explained by Enter how this isn't really a good example and would almost be impossible for Emily to see, given that she didn't follow KP or Saberspark, but...
Ooh, bang, bang, bang.
I can only assume that she said this because KP probably mentioned her fallout with Saberspark and showed her these tweets.
Bang, bang, bang.
It's not like this interaction was all that long ago. It was November 15th, 2024, early into the video's production. KP really wanted Chris to be the straw that broke
But weirdly, Emily wouldn't be involved until March of this year. Very curious, chat. It's very curious, chat. They're very weird.
Emily's back that finally encouraged her to come forward about Saberspark. That somehow their public fighting made her go, I can't deal with this anymore. I need to say something. I need to get a hold of KP and tell her my story. When that's not true. Yep. I know it's not true because Emily told me straight up the reason she came forward was because of everything surrounding Black Griffin. She even cited my video as the thing that...
Yep. That's what we know. That's what we know. She only came forward because of Black Griffin. We know this.
Triggered her so much and pushed her over the edge. And when speaking to Amy New, the first person that she recommended was not KP. Because, spoiler alerts, Amy New and KP fucking
They don't like each other.
Hate each other, but it was Bonk, the guy spearheading the Black Griffin story.
Which we also know because Bonk said it in my chat that he suggested KP. He said it when he was live in here. Bonk, when complaining about the fact that we have, quote, different journalistic standards, which it's not journalistic standards, though I would call this channel slop journalism. It was the fact that
we're just guys on the internet.
We're just people on the internet. It's like, it's insane. Like, yeah, we've gotten court documents and other things like that when we've helped people with stories, but like, it's not the same.
Anybody could do that too. Yeah. Anybody could do that. Anybody could just gotta request court docs.
Yep. Or pay for a Pacer or Trello account. It's really not that hard. It's just expensive. Greg, should people like the video?
Nah.
No, you're a doctor and a lawyer and a cop, and I'm also your boyfriend. And your husband.
And you're gay.
And I'm gay.
And you're new in town.
And I'm new in town. Is Bonk a journalist? No. When we challenged his ethic, his standards.
Yeah, he stated that our standards are different.
Yes, he was like essentially saying your standards are too high. Where's my ring? That's crazy. It's 2025. I can get a ring too, chat. Wait, Trello? Yeah, you can get Trello stuff. Is it Trello? No, Trello. Oh no, is it Trello or Trellos? I can't remember the name of it.
That might be Trellis.
Trellis, yeah.
Because the Black Griffin story was what made her want to come forward in the first place. So she goes to the guy who's talking about the Black Griffin story the most. At best, KP was drastically overconfident, way in over her head, and was so convinced what she was doing was right.
Incredibly so.
Her colleagues were telling her, and even was willing to burn down a bridge with her old friend Casey because she really thought that Emily needed her activism.
You can get fidget rings? No. That's a level of autism even I don't understand.
They're getting married with ring pops. You and I both know this.
No, don't do that.
I'm not the one proposing.
No, not Trello. I can't remember. Treller? Is it Treller? God, there's so many fucking names.
I swear it's Trellis. Trellis or Trella.
And support more than anything else. At worst, she was so angry about the Chris thing that when she found out about Emily's accusation, she used that as the nail in Saber's coffin. Finally having another excuse besides an employment quarrel to go on this crusade to take Saber down.
100%.
And I should reiterate, this was a crusade. It's one that Bonk was also just as determined to succeed in. And he makes very clear his intentions in the DMs between himself and KP. Hopefully with the newest of Griffin's victims sharing their story, her story paired with yours further cements Saber's fall from fame. These frat bros from Brony's React were all far worse than I could have ever imagined. And need not to have an audience.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Bonk, you fuck. Okay. This is where Becca and I are going to disagree. So, there's a part in... Fuck me. I'm going to be really mean right now. Beckett was really nice. I'm going to be really mean. There is a part in Lazy's interview with Bonk, where Bonk describes his suicide attempt. Now, let me make something very clear before I go on for this. I do not want Bonk to take their own life or even attempt it. I want to make it very, very clear. You can also find a link to you can also find the interviews on Lazy's page, on their profile, as well. I think they're also linked in this video. I'm going to be very mean when I say this. However, the way Bonk describes the suicide attempt was performative. Bonk describes it and says, people didn't believe that I was suicidal, so I had to show them. It's why I recorded it. It's why he made it live. He said, oh, they don't believe me? I'll show them I'm serious. That is not the same as someone taking their own life in a fashion like that. It's incredibly disrespectful. He then talks about, oh, if I really wanted to die, I wouldn't have chose the bridge. I would have done a more self-destructive means. I don't have the exact timestamp on me, but I'll be very honest. That is baiting. That the way he describes it is baiting. Now, I'm not alleging it. I am saying that is what his statement is. If somebody has the exact timestamp, when we get to Lazy's interview with him, I will cover that, his feelings about Cope and Seethe, and then his feelings about Woot Master. Those are the only parts I'm going to cover from that video on this stream. Or actually, it's his own life. Fuck that guy. Yeah, but again, there's a reason why it upsets me greatly. For me, the part where Bonk describes his end game was really weird. Trying to prove you are suicidal is the most disrespectful and really triggers me because as a person who's been there, it's incredibly disrespectful to say that he needs to be performative for it. And he chose the bridge for a reason because of like the walk up and all that. Like, that's what I mean. By Cope at Speed, do you mean the alt-right YouTube channel?
You said Cope and Speed, and I'm starting to think we should have named the channel that.
Cope and Speed? No, no!
No, wait, no, Cope and Seethe, we could have been Coke and Speed.
Coke and Speed would have been insane, and I don't think we would have ever been able to hold it.
We would have. I would have. Coke and Speed.
That's wild.
And you know what the fucked up part about all of this is? Without Emily's allegation, KP does, at least, have a reasonable complaint against Saber Spark. They were once friends in the Brony sphere, close enough that Saber even came to her home and met her family. This was while KP was still in college. In 2015, during Everfree Northwest, KP and aficionados Chris attend and share a hotel room together, alongside with 2 other people. Chris circulates this story that, at this convention, he masturbated in the shared bathroom of this hotel
Must note that this is years later that the story even happened.
room. He finishes all over the bathroom. He has a bout of lightheadedness.
Still,
and then
still disgusting, by the way. Still very disgusting.
Disgusting story. Also did not happen.
Yeah, also did not happen and is a fake story for fucking weird reasons I still don't understand.
Very gross story.
Yes.
KP's dirty laundry. This is sexual harassment. Point blank,
Yeah,
period.
I agree.
And it's a story KP wouldn't hear about until years after the fact, despite considering Chris to be one of her friends. In the years...
Proof.
Okay, so in the interview,
Yes.
in the recorded call, in the call with KP, Chris states he said it because to people who didn't like KP,
yes,
because he also did not like her because KP ran her ship like I'm sure ran a tight ship, and they were also not getting paid.
Yeah.
And so in his moments of frustration and venting with the people who are venting about KP, he tells a really disgusting story that is untrue.
I would like to see the tenor of their. If KP wants to release all the DMs, I would love to see them because I don't believe that they considered each other friends. I don't.
He could have been friendly. He could have been lying to her because she was a YouTuber and he was working on editing stuff for her, maybe in the hopes of getting paid. Or as a stepping stone for something better. I can only
because none of the
theorize.
evidence proves that they had long-term conversations after the fact.
And then, like, she did invite him. I'm assuming she paid for his ticket to that con.
Yes,
if it was a work thing.
Yes,
but
he says it was a work thing, as she
Yes.
says she was uncomfortable by him hyping her up. But he went as a work event because he was filming for her.
even though he was not getting paid. That like this is volunteer, so I can only assume she paid still, but we also don't know.
Again, still sexual harassment. I doubt that they were friends, though. I need to see evidence of them being continued friends over the years. They could be friendly, but you also have to remember is that anytime somebody left KP, she hated them afterwards. And that's just been cited. It's been cited by people who've spoken out against KP. That once you leave her inner circle, she hates you. Like somebody else I know. Oh, that dumb bitch.
Saber has hired.
I am. You know, Greg. You know, I allegedly mixed. Greg, did you just leave?
I was about to go do more laundry, but
I was gonna say, did you hear I milk people for content allegedly?
no, I hear you like being milked.
You're right. I do love being milked. Thank you.
Chris along with DA Games as an editor/team member. This becomes a conflict of interest for KP, as her once old friend gave a job to her sexual harasser. The guy who sexually harassed her is now working with one of the biggest influences in the content space. Not to mention, at the same time that she's learning about this story, the DA...
That's getting clipped. I mean, nobody knows what I'm talking about because...
Games document drops where Chris is alleged to have...
Why are you telling everyone? Shut up. Frogan, based? Falgi, no. DMs? Which DMs, guys? Because you guys, okay. Accept DM. Thank you, Ivy.
Nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Thank you, Ivy. Thank you for the DM. Thank you.
shared lolicon with Will. When confronted about this information, Saber gets in a heated argument on Twitter with KP, calling her a liar who records people without consent, even going as far as to say that KP and Chris ended things on friendly terms. KP doesn't have the right to complain about who he hires personally, especially over bullshit that happened a decade ago. I hope Saberspark understands that, 1, forgiveness can be revoked, and 2, given that Chris is alleged in the DA Games document to have also been sharing lolicon with his boss Will, I don't necessarily blame KP for revoking whatever forgiveness.
Okay, this is where I disagree. It was never about the DA game stuff. That call is recorded to get Chris fired. She always had the intention of doing that, in my personal opinion. That call was always gonna be used. This is where I disagree with Lazy. That call, from everything I see, and the emails I saw, because I didn't see the emails mention the lolicon stuff. I'll be very real about that. I believe that call was always going to be used to get Chris fired. Because she never wanted to forgive him, ever.
She gave in this call, which, by the way, that forgiveness sounds...
I just woke up because I have to take my pills. Thanks for the reason to take my pills. You know, Strawberry Cubes, I'm glad you're taking your pills. Remember, take the correct dosage and amount of your medication. Please don't overuse or underuse. Make sure to use your medication when properly recommended, and make sure that if your medications require food or water, that you do so before and after. Also, please note any and all potential side effects and call your doctor or go to your local ER if you experience any of those. Thank you.
Sounds like this.
That sounded very rehearsed.
Yeah, it has to be. That's fair. Most of this section is understanding from KP's perspective and why she might have felt the need to make her video. Yeah, no, that's fine. I understand that. I just disagree with the perspective.
All right. So I don't really have anything else that I feel comfortable saying at this point, but you know, I'll just leave with good luck and may God have mercy.
God, I hate everybody in the cartoon space that fucking makes God a part of their like bullshit. It's so weird.
See on your soul. And you know, this too shall pass. Okay, all those things together. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, have a good night. And I think I'm going to limit my communication with you for obvious reasons.
The hot block is not responsible for your D. No. Pi.
That's true though. We aren't.
Yeah, I know. Lyle called out. Yeah, I know. Cloudy makes the joke. Like Cloudy and I will have the conversation, and we'll have it like in public, like together with the other ops, where I'm just like, I hate that Lyle used the Bible quotes, and everyone will be like, yeah, but the Bible quotes are what make him based, and I'm like, no.
But
no, that's perfectly reasonable, and I understand.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, I appreciate you.
Because Lyle Convoy was KP's internet pastor. Yeah, that's
now he's
hilarious.
like the youth pastor.
What is leche, man? I do love being milked. fishy, you fuck.
Talking to me, okay?
I appreciate the same. You be in good health.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm much healthier, but it took a very long time for me to get here. Lots of very deep trauma therapy.
I'm very sorry you had to go through that.
Remember, chat, if you're not already in the Discord, please join the Discord today. Like and subscribe on the video. Tip to get the dog fed. And more importantly, if you'd like to make art, let us know. We will feature it live, or I'll just post it on Twitter after the stream. Thank you.
I know what it's like.
I appreciate it, but it's just
going for 4 hours.
I mean, it's not something I started talking about to relatively recently, but it really fucked up my relationship with my family, or at least complicated it. And it's been harder than I've let on publicly. So I appreciate you saying that.
So in her perspective, Chris doesn't appear to have made an effort to actually change 3 years after doing some creepy weirdo shit to her. And KP's video was everything I just presented. If she had just been like, hi guys, this guy Chris used to volunteer to work on my videos. He used to be a friend until he told this story about jacking off and falling into my dirty laundry. He also shared Lolcow with Will from DA Games. I used to be friends with Saber Spark, but since he hired the guy that told a bunch of people that he did this to me and who also likes Lolcow, we're no longer friends. I think it's pretty shitty that he would employ and stand by a sex pest instead of stand by women.
But to be fair, this is also like a thing too. KP and Saber had not been friends for years, like literal years. KP always held, from everything that I can see, KP has held a grudge to Saber, and this is according to Casey, for literal years. So presenting it as if they were former friends and had a falling out is an impossibility. I get what Lacey's saying, and I agree with how she's presenting it. It just would have been impossible for KP. It just would have never worked.
End of video, like and subscribe. I don't think a lot of people would disagree. Some people actually think this is still a valid criticism, like Jenny Nicholson. And it's like, yeah, I get it, especially given the Lolcow.
You tell me how you personally feel about Superman. Can you tell the chat why you feel Superman is your favorite movie of 2025?
It's because he's a woke immigrant. End the video, like and subscribe. I don't know if it is my favorite of the year. Let me look up. I know Sinners was really good, but let me see when I ranked it real quick. Like, where are my films for 2020? I didn't watch a lot this year. Yeah, I liked Sinners just a little bit more than I liked Superman, mostly because it was like unique enough, and it had like a lot of musical components to it that you wouldn't actively recognize. Sinners is on, I think, HBO. It's on something right now, so if you guys haven't watched it, feel free to stream it somewhere. But no, Superman good. If you like superhero movies, if you liked any of James Gunn's superhero movies, you'll enjoy this one. Yes, watch Sinners Blue. Yeah, Superman's fun. It's just a very fun movie. Oh, I did see the K-pop Demon Hunters movie this year. It's okay. It's definitely not for me. I think the animation's good. The music is made to be earwormy, but it felt very hollow. Some of the motivations were confusing, and some of the villain was just a generic villain at the end of the day. I hope it made a bigger impact on somebody else than myself, but I did not hate it either.
Take me to church, I worship like a dog at the shrine of your life. Oh, we should okay, so chat. Let's talk. I do like I like Sinners. I have to watch that movie.
It's not something.
Lio sent me a meme. Check your DMs. Why? Fish hammer. Okay, thank you. So there's like a side note. I haven't watched K-pop Demon Hunters.
I don't know if you'd like it. I don't know. You might.
I've been told, but I've listened to the music from it. Yeah. I like Your Idol. And Claudia was like, "Oh yeah, you should sing this." I'm like, I don't know Korean though. I don't know. I'd have to like learn the Korean parts of it. I also don't rap.
Get quite to rap the parts.
Listen, what I would say is that I would only do it. My little soda pop, my little soda pop. Allegedly, that's like a euphemism for vagina. Allegedly, I don't know how true that is. I don't. Oops, shit! I meant to turn it to warm and lower the brightness. Pie.
Pie says
pie. No. I fucking hate all of you. Don't say those words. No, I have like a.
Don't say those words in that order.
I have a big thing. What is a K-pop Demon Hunter? It's a new movie.
Netflix movie.
Netflix. It's very, very good.
It's the animation is good. The story leaves a lot to be desired.
Well, allegedly they cut like 3 hours out. Allegedly the thing's supposed to be like 3 hours.
It's an hour and a half movie.
They cut out like a whole hour out of it.
The product that I got is still it's surprising it's as good as it is. I stand by my statement.
Okay. I forgot this. How did the song go? The K-pop demon song that
I can't even remember. Soda Pop is the only one because it's so eerie that I can remember.
I'll be your idol. Ba-da-da-da-dee, ba-da-da-da-dee, ba-da-da-da-ba-da-dee. Da-da-da-da-dee, da-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I forgot the words. Look it up. Chat. If I play
we don't have time.
If I play a Netflix song, my fucking I'll be sniped out of orbit. Literally, I will die on stream.
Stuff between him and Will. Standing by this guy, even still, I don't blame KP for getting triggered by that.
He's singing an F minor if y'all care. Wait, YOLO, do you have perfect pitch?
No, they have pitch perfect.
No, but
3.
Serious.
And then
I'm asking YOLO.
The CSI Miami intro.
Because I'm not singing in the correct notes.
David Caruso, Horatio Kane sunglasses. I'm doing the funniest thing here, and you're just talking over
Wait,
me.
you have perfect pitch? That's super cool.
I have perfect pitch 1, 2, and 3, and you've never cared.
Shut up, motherfucker. I like meeting other music people. Die.
I don't care.
Especially since
this
the
isn't about you.
Document that's alleging all this stuff that Chris has done came out October of 2024, when the idea for this video was conceived. That's probably when KP revoked her original forgiveness when she learned that Chris did these things that were just beyond sexual harassment of herself. I don't know. Maybe she has the right to start complaining again. And if this is truly her reasoning in revoking that forgiveness, I get it. But we aren't in that hypothetical reality I just made up. We are here, in this one, where everything sucks ass. For having any involvement in this video at all, I'm really, really sorry. I thought it was going to be harmless. I was doing it at the behest of a friend of a friend. Although my part was minor as in just one line read, it was still dangerous, irresponsible, and reckless of KP to release that video at all. And I feel guilty by proxy of that video. I should have absolutely asked more questions, done something more when KP...
I think we need to upgrade Uncool Greg to Cool Greg. No, that's what makes him cool, is that he's uncool.
Yeah, I tricked you into thinking otherwise.
Yep. That's why we love Greg. Greg is based. You guys don't know what Greg does for the channel. I mean, listen, Strawberry, you could learn to play piano again if you want to. I did it for school. This is like originally your idol is an E minor. Yeah, I knew it was in a minor key. What was I gonna say? Oh my god, my brain. Like I only played piano for conservatorium school. I never really learned. I've wanted to actually learn as an adult. I just don't have I don't have the time, nor do I have a piano to learn.
Dropped this allegation on me out of nowhere and should have seen red flags in the lack of communication upon the release of this video. And for all of that, I'm deeply sorry. I should have never even entertained it. But KP's video is not where this ends. Far from it. If you've seen Enter's video, it pretty much goes over the aftermath of everything, but I'll go through it really, really fast.
There's one thing that's of a fairly universal opinion. We should be focusing on the actual allegations and not the video that was, for all intents and purposes, a complete and utter train wreck.
May 5th is when we were able to get in contact with Emily via her alt Discord account, Sunspecs. I wanted to get in contact with her to tell her how sorry I was for being a part of KP's video, and I would stand by and believe her should her accusation against Steven be accurate.
Yeah,
Plus, after the release of KP's video, many people speculated that because Emily was anonymous, that she didn't actually exist, and that this victim was just a manifestation of KP and Bonk. So being able to talk to Emily was important to verify that this is a real victim.
Which, to be fair, we had known from behind the scenes that it was Emily, like very early on, because of the Dropbox.
That does in fact exist and is making an actual allegation. And it wasn't just something that KP pulled out of her ass. That's when we started asking verifying questions. Enter was invited to the group.
Yeah, this is just Enter asking like a series of questions, yada yada blah blah blah. This stuff we see in Enter's video.
Chat later that same day, and Emily presented us with con footage from Canterlot Gardens 2012 and
yes, I do remember those.
EQLA 2012. Dates and times to set a timeline, proof of purchase of tickets for those cons.
Okay, that's fair. Yes, I do know the Spark Rizzle comments, the proof of purchase, I remember.
And her full story of the two events. She also provided old messages from her
If you, please don't sing it. What am I not singing? I sing a lot of songs.
Her friends of her opening up about being sexually assaulted by Saber all the way back in 2018.
Okay, so in 2021... Wait, what? Okay, so in 2021, she talks about Saber to someone.
Also provided old messages from her friends of her opening up about being sexually assaulted by Saber all the way back in 2018. She even mentions in a note...
Okay, so that's in 2021. I don't know where the 2018 comment comes from. This I found really interesting was like a trigger warning suicide note, which kind of sucks. Taken advantage by blank Saberspark, who took advantage of me by being a fan because I had a crush on him. I added him when I was 18 and told him how big a fan I was. He called me and gave me his number. He coerced me into extremely uncomfortable situations, like him shoving himself into me sexually, shoving his tongue down my throat in a public elevator, literally dragging me into a public bathroom and finishing all over me. I only ever wanted to hold his hand. He led me and suggested, but he didn't think a relationship would work. However, we'd have like some conflicting evidence to this. As a commenter, would you ever release behind-the-scenes info if any drama you felt it was important for the narrative at the time of this hypothetical? If the drama required DM... yes. I've actually done this already. Captain, when... And I don't like giving him presents, but it's going to happen when it's going to happen. When I was alleged to have sent a frightening wall of text to a person, I released the quote, frightening wall of text. And that was kind of it. So I have released things. I have released things when it required it for the situation. But not always. I don't think it's always required. I also did it, by the way, for and because I handed it over to Beckett. Beckett had some of my information at the time about Brony Fandom and my conversation with Brony. Not Brony Fandom. Dan's Burst, because I knew I wasn't gonna get the traction off the same tweet. So I handed over the Beckett. So for that too, I've done in the past. It's just like it's a case by case basis. It's not a one size fits all. Why are all the excessive SCP black bar? I mean, it's probably private information that Emily wouldn't want being leaked, which I can be fine with because Emily apparently has had a lot of trauma in her life. I'm fine with that. Okay, the 2018 confusion was because she did send me a DM from someone named Werehog where they talked in 2018. Okay, fair. It's just the one you show on in 2012, but thank you. But yeah, it's a case-by-case basis to release certain information, and it's only for clarification of stories, or if it's a part of the story. Not so much if I'm doing it, I don't want to do it out of spite every time. That just seems, that's gay. To just completely always do it out of spite. It's only to do it for clarifying factors.
/suicide vent note in.
What's up?
It should be stated too, you've done it far less times than you could have, I guess you can say.
Oh yeah. I don't like doing it. Again, like a recent drama. Leak my DMs. If you accuse me of love bombing and say I could potentially be a sex pest, leak my DMs. I'm giving you full permission to do so. Will you? Or will you continue to lie? Up to you.
in 2023 that she was sexually assaulted by Saberspark. And if Jessa is to be believed, even as far back as 2013, Emily was telling them that Saber raped her. More specifically, it was in their shared hotel room at Cutie Mark Con from May 31st to...
The issue with this is that also she alleges that she called someone the same day that she was assaulted, which we just don't have evidence for.
June 2nd. Throughout the course of our conversation, there were two things that we...
Out of curiosity, would you ever check out random people's SoundCloud for content? We have. We looked at Kumo's. We looked at Kumo's. Kumo commentary.
We looked at Lex's.
Oh, we did, because Lex was here too. Yeah,
it wasn't.
We looked at it before and after.
I didn't hate Lex's stuff, surprisingly.
No, didn't hate it.
We can most definitely prove. We can prove that Saber and Emily were in attendance at these conventions through both footage and on their Twitter timelines at the time. There was no doubt that they ran in the same circles, as Casey Fish and AC Racebest were both in her Skype contacts. And these are some of Saber's oldest friends. Emily appears briefly in convention footage alongside the Everfree Radio group, and once dated Brony animator Soul Rack or Yap Lab from 2012 to
Sure.
Emily, Soul Rack, and there's Soul Rack in the back.
2016. There's no doubt that Emily and Saber knew each other through their shared friend group, but that's all we really could prove.
Yep.
The story was still just a he said, she said. The problem we faced is if her story remained consistent. There were two things that made us originally doubt her online history and discrepancies in her story. So let's start with how we found out who Sunspecs actually was. Emily was very hesitant to directly tell us who she was, but it was very hard to figure out whether any of this con footage that she was giving us was even relevant if she wasn't upfront with who she is. So she did agree to tell us her first name. When giving us her own con footage as evidence, she sent an old vlog clip via Dropbox, which
Oh, God. Jesus Christ.
Gave us her full legal name. From there, Phineas and Enter did a background check and found that she was actually a YouTuber herself, with a long history spanning even longer than Mr. Enter. Around the
And has a bigger platform than everybody, has a bigger current platform than KP. KP may have had more numbers, I think, if I remember at the time, but Emily's platform was active as hell.
The time that we figured this out, Reddit figured it out, and KP was also figuring things out as well.
Well, here's the thing. To be fair, though, KP always knew, so the figuring out shit is bullshit.
A video documentary by Lance Jerkov called The Queen Falls.
Yeah,
Emily
this
Jones
video
or
sucks,
Emily
by the
Jones
way.
Exposed, which KP posted in Lyle Convoy's cat server. This resulted in a call between myself.
Okay, so this is the DM, allegedly, that was sent. This is 2018. Second, I think there were things because of your DP and your allergies, nasal spray, seeking treatment, but at the end of the day. Third, as in for the move. Oh, so this is when she was moving. Am I to assume this black bar is about Saber? Let me ask you a question. Were these sent to you this way? Let's see. This DM she sent, by the way. The only reason I didn't use it or actually read it because it wasn't about Saber. Emily's did send this to me as proof she was opening up in 2018. Yeah, this message doesn't show it at all. This message does not show it at all. Oh, shit. No. I didn't know. Shit. I closed it by accident. Chat.
That's fine.
I didn't mean to. Lazy. I'm so sorry. Just wild beat communication. Da da dee ba da da da. Ba da 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 da. Oh, no. Shit.
I'm going to strangle you.
Where were we?
Hold on. I'll just look at. We
were here. We're around here.
Stop. I can do it better than you can because I could just look at the stream.
I can do anything better than you. No, you can. Yes, I can. This was sent with that way. I didn't add the black box. I assumed by the way you said it, Lazy. Yes, I can. Yes. Oh, an hour 34. Thank you. I could do anything better than you.
Controversy. These many sex scandals, where she comes out of it looking like a manipulator, a whore, and a crazy person. Well, why would Saberspark be any different? Now let's talk about the discrepancies in her testimonies that drove me up the fucking wall. As much as I wanted to believe this girl, this was the one thing that made me really question if I was dealing with a liar or not. The cell phone discrepancy. Emily claims to have been texted by Saberspark at 10 p.m. to meet up in the hotel lobby, but his phone was apparently dead according to the con footage.
Your phone died? Why would it do that?
What?
I went through the entirety of the EQ.
What was wrong with the Queen Falls video?
So there's a lot of things wrong with the Queen Falls video because a lot of it is speculation and weird reports. Very specifically when it comes to issues with other voice actors, we only have their testimony. Beckett kind of covers this in his video on the matter. The other thing too is that somebody in the video, the former Sierra Games guy that is now like a cop, literally outs himself as like a pedophile because he gets the timeline wrong of when Emily would have messaged him to have sex with him. And again, also doesn't provide proof of that. It just says, trust me, bro. It's filled with a lot of speculation. Again, also the Ryan Drummond stuff. Yeah, Steven Sayers, thank you. There's too much speculation and bad blood within the community that isn't consistent. What I will say is that Emily did publish a 300-page document that kind of like outlines everything involving it. You can go look at it yourself. It's a lot. And I think she does a reasonable job of casting suspicion. It's not full exoneration, but I do think she has a decent job of casting suspicion on those claims.
LA footage, all 2 to 3 hours.
I also don't care if she had sex with people to get what she wants. I actually don't give a shit about that. I'm not a prude enough to give a shit.
There's bigger fish to fry.
Yeah. Those don't make a rape allegation disappear or make a rape allegation disprove or make a rape disprovable. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make the rape not happen if it did happen, and it doesn't make it disprovable if it didn't.
Of this mega compilation. I made notes of every notable moment I thought was relevant, compared to what was posted to Twitter between both Saber and Emily. This process took 2 days. The only thing that exonerated Emily was the fact that the time zone wasn't accounted for, which placed this tweet by Saber at 9:59 p.m. California time, when his cell phone is charged, and he posted this. So the 10 p.m. time that Emily gave us that she stuck to, even when I interrogated her about it and told her—
Yes, I don't, like, if you're a sexually active woman, God bless. I don't care.
I thought you were going to say, call me.
You know, Greg, I actually was like being respectful for once. What? Greg? But call me. No. Fuck you, asshole. I can't believe you did this. God damn it, Greg.
Didn't make any sense. Was actually consistent when adjusted for California time. And even with Saber on the record, he says things that are consistent with Emily's story. Texting Emily to meet him at the lobby? Yeah, that was true. The fact that he had a sexual encounter with Emily at all? For sure, that does line up. But you know, in retrospect, that's at least somewhat satisfactory, considering that, like, could you imagine, right, if Emily had made this allegation and Saber's rebuttal was like, I've never had sex with this person in my life? That'd be crazy, I think. There is one thing about Emily's testimony that doesn't add up, that I will even go so far as to say it was a straight-up lie told straight to my face. But we'll talk about that when we get there. We need to talk about what KP did behind the scenes that made me blow up on her. Enter and I sat down with KP.
What did you say? What did you say? What did you say, Lazy? What did you say to her?
You're gone. You got it. Keep going.
But we'll talk about that when we get there. We need to talk about what KP did behind the scenes that made me—
oh, you're tired? How the fuck do you think I feel? What a fucking, go fuck yourself. Bosses with the fine, thank you, dude.
See my manifesto? Manifest a pair of D's nuts in your face.
Thank you. That is so fucking funny.
Superman saved you.
Superman has saved you, Bossoms. If you want to be saved by Superman, tip. And also like and subscribe. We are, I don't know how many likes are on this. My behavior wasn't stellar in retrospect. Ah, fuck KP. I don't give a shit. Like, fuck that bitch. I don't care. She knew the entire time and lied to all of your faces. I really don't care.
Yeah, you're being nicer to her than she was ever being to you.
Yeah. I kind of have to argue this point. Saying they did have sex, so they didn't lie entirely. I don't know if it's me being gay, but it doesn't make it better. They did or didn't rape. I get what you're saying, Yen. I think what Lazy was trying to say was, like, it's at least like confirmation that they would have been together and that it was not the most outright lie of Emily never knowing Saber. But like, I do actually like kind of understand your point. I understand what you're saying, though.
Blow up on her. Enter and I sat down with KP May 8th. Funny side note about that call. She was trying to get Lyle Convoy to jump in the call with us.
Is this after she had sworn off Lyle?
No. This was before.
Right? Okay.
It's also to be noted that, and I think Lazy goes over it, Lyle still doesn't know that KP knew that Emily the entire time. That's like a huge issue. Lio, because I will tell you, as I've said it numerous times, when I knew Lio was involved, I was ready to burn the fucking burn the bridge down. I was ready to literally just burn it all down. But seeing how willing he was to help us out, and how he legitimately didn't do the old thing of fire and brimstone fuck it up. Isn't he in the Discord? So here's the thing. Emily wasn't, to my understanding, Emily wasn't in the Discord. It was just in relation to the DA Games victims. But I think they also had a separate group chat. And in that separate group chat, Lio is telling them they need to go to the police. Again, which is actually the most, he says, I'm not moving forward with the story if you're not going to the police.
And in that chat, it didn't even sound like he had any conversations with Emily, and Emily was on an alt too.
Yes, he has some conversations,
Yeah,
but not a
as
lot.
Lacey said.
And as Lacey said, Emily was in KP's Discord, but as Sunspec. So not to out the victim, they just never said anything about it.
Despite the fact that both Enter and myself said that we didn't want him to be there. We talked about what was alleged against Emily and how we found out
Which is fair and based. Lio should have never been in that conversation.
who she actually was through the Dropbox. KP was pissed, and admittedly, this is where I might have fucked up a little bit. I was trying to validate KP's anger and concern. She was upset that Emily might have lied to her, that she has a history that she didn't know about. And I told her that I too.
The only reason Finn was able to get me in contact with Emily was through the Sunspec account, was because Phineas was KP's mod. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Again, not having Lio in that
longer?
conversation. I don't believe so anymore, but I could be wrong. Not having Lio in that conversation was a smart move. I will be very honest.
Too would also be very upset if I put my career at risk for someone that might have lied to me. What we agreed to do that night was that myself and KP would speak to Emily and tell her what we found out about her, and let her down easy on how the Enter video was gonna have to go into a different direction. Because the thing is, Enter could not ignore the fact that Reddit had already found out who they were, and she has all of these other controversies that he can't just pretend don't exist. So KP had a plan to talk to Emily. I told her I would assist in this call with her, just to set up the group chat and let's make this happen. Let's voice our concerns with this Emily Jones. Now I didn't know this until the next day, but KP apparently was in contact with Emily's main Discord account the entire time. The whole time that I have been trying to.
Yeah, I got no issues with Phineas and everybody else. Ah! Wait. I saw a new Brony Fandom tweet that I need to send to Beckett, cause it's fucking funny. Cause this is just a crazy time. It's really hard to get to his Twitter when he blocks you all the time.
Oh my god.
Away. Brony Fandom says, or somebody says to Brony Fandom, no one with integrity would do an interview with Cope. General question, didn't Emily do a interview with Cope in one of his videos? Nobody's perfect.
Nobody's nerfect.
Oh, wait, I gotta get this picture for Beckett. Holy shit, this is the funniest thing I've ever seen. Holy shit, that's so funny. Holy shit, that fucking... Oh, that is so fucking funny. That is maybe one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Sing the Smallville theme song, please.
Somebody saves me. I actually don't know the whole song.
Yeah, that's the extent that everybody knew. So you're good. You did it. Sing Kryptonite by 3 Doors Down. Who did that song?
That's 3 Doors Down. If I go crazy, then will you still call me Superman? If I'm alive and well, will you be there holding my hand?
That's all we only needed. We only needed a snippet. You're good. Calm down.
I'll keep you by my side of my superhuman might, kryptonite. No.
To talk to Emily via her burner account, which is not her immediate direct line of communication. She answers her main account more than her burner. So while I can't get an answer from the only contact line I have, KP had a direct line the entire time.
Yes, Lazy. Yes, Lazy.
Which was so awesome. So because Emily was in and out of the hospital, she wasn't super responsive to either myself or KP, both on her main and on her burner account. So KP was getting really uneasy that Emily basically dipped the internet or something. So what she tried to do was get Lyle Convoy to have a confrontation with her on May 9th, despite the fact that KP and I literally both agreed that we would do this together. Lyle sends her this. Hi, look, we know it's you, Emily. At this point, you can either...
And to be fair, Lyo's stupid threat, which again, I would not have agreed. I understand where he's kind of coming from. The associate was Beckett, by the way. I want to be very clear. We tried to get this.
If you are taking requests, with arms wide open.
With arms wide open.
With arms wide open.
Under sunlight. Welcome to this place. I'll show you everything.
We're like doing it the same. It's crazy.
I know. With arms wide open.
I'm done.
Come clean and talk to me and an associate of mine, or this is going to spiral. Now, as threatening as this sounds, I actually have to defend Lyle here. So my buddy, that creepy reading, or TCR, as you are.
Beckett was the associate. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, yeah. Just by the way, that was going to be Beckett. That was the first time we tried to get Emily into a call.
All have already been well acquainted to on this channel. He's been friends with Lyle Convoy for a very long time. He spoke to him and confirmed that
Lyle never knew. Isn't that fucking crazy? Like, again, I agree that Lyle should have never been in that call, by the way. I actually agree that Lyle shouldn't have been in the call. But like,
Can you sing I'm No Superman from Scrubs?
I'm no Superman. Ooh, I'm no Superman.
If they use that song again for the reboot, that'd be cool.
It would be.
Emmy account. He only learned that KP knew the entire time during the Beckett interview. So when Beckett, after this...
When did you know?
When did I know it was Emmy?
Yes.
At the beginning.
That apparently was the first time that Lyle had heard that information. So him doing this was out of the assumption that KP just discovered who she actually was, despite her knowing the entire time. And then KP later sends her this.
Okay, I mean, I'll be honest.
This is the most unhinged, like, I think we played this on stream. Yes, they are rebooting Scrubs again.
Well, it's a continuation, but yes. They're bringing back all the good people.
Allegedly.
No, they're bringing all the back. They're bringing back all the good people. The showrunner. It's gonna be good. It'll be fine. Let me have this.
This audio is crazy. This is like one of the most unhinged things KP's ever done. Like, kind of, you know what? Fuck it. If you're gonna crash and burn, do it the right way.
File with lazy, and your fucking name was on it.
Lazy.
I don't know if you're aware of that, but that's direct confirmation. So I'm at the point where my reputation is on the line because of you. And I feel like an idiot because of you. And you
Bitch, your reputation was on the line, not because of her. You fucked up so bad.
can help me clean up this mess and get in a call and tell your side of the story, or this is gonna blow up in your face. Because people have already figured out it's you based on that mistake. And I'm fucking tired because the things that have been pointed out to me is that you have your own platform.
Now do Superman by Goldfinger.
Get up. Here I am, doing everything I can, holding on to what I have, to tell me I'm a Superman. Thank you. Little head of my feet.
You know, you knew going in that people were gonna
You know what? Yeah, I'll do like small snippets of songs for money. That's what'll be the new thing now.
figure out, maybe not this quickly, maybe not by your mistake, but they did. And you can be an adult and help me clean up.
Please make it a song I know. I don't know every song in the world.
We're running out of Superman
be a coward.
related titles.
We're running out of Superman related titles. Oh my god, Greg on the horn. Yeah, Greg's always on my horn. I low-key feel so guilty for this audio because sometimes I feel like validating her anger is one of in that one call, Venter might have given her some sort of reason to go off on her. No, it's not on you, dude. It's not on you. Like,
no, she clearly was felt backed in a corner, regardless of you bringing that up to her. She was kind of like, not the internet's punching bag, but like the internet, like laughing stock because of how bad that video had done. You didn't make her make that video.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's and like Embry says, it's about her reputation, not about the victim's testimony, not about the inconsistencies. It's always about her testimony.
Starman, David Bowie.
Fuck me, I'd have to listen to Starman again. Hold up. I'll do that. I'll do it on mute.
I don't know many David Bowie songs.
Hold up.
I don't think I know many at all. Yeah, I know he's very influential and he's very beloved. I don't know what it is. I don't know if like it was never on radio stations I listen to out here in the States. I know he's very popular in Britannia, but I just never I don't think I've heard. I could tell you a David Bowie song or hum you a David Bowie jingle.
This is ground control to Major Tom. Listen to the world. I believe that's.
Is that Starman or is that Ground Control to Major Tom?
Wait, how are you old and don't know David Bowie? I do.
It's brain dead that Lazy feels the need to apologize. She messed up, learned from it, and isn't responsible for the actions of these people.
Okay, I know Starman. I would have to listen to it.
I don't know Starman.
That's
I know
Space
Darman.
Odyssey. I knew at the moment I sang it. I was like, "That's Space Oddity."
Can we do Darman? I'll sing you a Darman video.
Dayman, aha! Fighter of the night man. Aha!
Champion of the sun.
We need to watch this fucking video.
I'm not yelling at you. I'm not telling you what to do. But you've put people that are in the video in a very difficult and dangerous position. And I don't think you really understand that. And so I'm at the point where I talk to this guy Beckham,
There's a
and he says that
man waiting in the sky. I gotta know where are the rest of the words. He'd like to come and meet us, but he thinks he'd blow our minds, 'cause it's Starman. There you go, I got you.
You have
Dude, if Darman used that as his theme.
'Cause it's Darman. Jesus Christ, I am a fucking jukebox.
We can save his channel.
With someone, or people are going to villainize you.
I hate you.
And that's where we're at. And
I hate you so much.
That have been pointed out to me doesn't make any sense. The timeline is questionable. The only people that vouched for you were Brony and Amy and Sophie, and Amy won't even fucking talk to me.
Oh, shut up, KP.
So, I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm being real with you. It's fucked. You're fucked one way or the other.
Yeah, chat is derailing the stream and making
make a
it
decision
longer.
soon, or I will publicly confirm it was you. You have 24 hours.
So needless
I
to say,
ruined David
this scared
Bowie
the
for
shit
you?
out of Emily.
I love
Stupider,
you.
even. KP also said the victim this, where she is literally shown coaching Lyle on what to say. Just like, okay, I understand. I'm just worried about her. Sorry if I sounded threatening before. That was just a guess. Give it a sec. Hey, I talked to the victim and she really doesn't want to talk to you. Is that okay?
I saw this message. I'm not gonna lie, I laughed when Lyle sent this to me.
One last one from me.
Fine,
My heart will go on.
Okay, hold up. I have to pull up the lyrics. Let's see. Every night in my dreams, I see you, I feel you, that is how I know you. Go on. Far across the distance and spaces between us. Play Balatro. I don't own
Play
Balatro.
Balatro. It's fitting for the death of KP's.
Can you look dead at the camera and smile? Let's see. You that come to show you go on. Near, far, wherever you are, I believe that the heart does go on. Once more, you open the door, and you're here in my heart, and my heart will go on and on. I actually don't know that song very well. Hello, Yen. How are you doing, Yen? Are you okay, Yen? Are you lost? Are you lost, baby girl?
All right, I understand. I'm just worried about her. I'm sorry if I sounded threatening before.
When's my cover album? When the fucking... I don't know Ready or Not by Cascada.
Ready or Not by Cascada.
I don't know that one. Greg, do you know that one?
Just a guess. So this is when I lost my collective shit.
I lost Greg.
At KP on call and over text. And look, I must admit, my behavior on that call was not good. I'm not proud of that confrontation. I'm not somebody who likes to yell at people. Like
yell at people more.
That angry at somebody. And I don't like how I behaved on that call. I don't like how I behaved even within the text messages.
No. Let the anger flow through you. let it flow through you.
Themselves. I know I probably could have handled myself better, and I absolutely should have, and I'm sorry. It's just, I was so frustrated, and at that point I was just so over it. So I had to go ahead and do this confrontation all on my own because KP scared the shit out of this girl. And like I said, I'm not a confrontational person. This was just supposed to be like a sit-down talk with the three of us, discussing her reputation and how that has affected all of our working relationships going forward. And I somehow have to do that by myself. And just due to the stress of everything KP was doing behind the scenes, fucking this over for me, that call did not go well. It sort of did kind of, I'll explain. That call was weird. I told her that her background check came up with all of this stuff, and we as a team have to go in a different direction because we can't just ignore this stuff. And it made it sound like we were just gonna toss her to the side and expose her or something, when that's not what I was trying to say at all. I was saying, you know, with the Reddit post and now everyone knowing who she was at that point, and all these other controversies are being pointed to disprove her story. And we can't just pretend that that doesn't exist.
Fair.
We can't keep her anonymous anymore. Like, we have...
Falgy Beckett posted.
Go now.
Did he, let's see.
Did he post whole?
Did he post whole? Chat, if Beckett did not post whole, then it doesn't matter.
I end stream.
Fuck off. Even I wouldn't do that to him. What is this? Did he post? Because I have him on... No, he didn't post. I actually have Beckett on notifications, because...
your friends.
To talk about this, and we did. She sat down with me, and she
AMD
went through
plus
each and every
I have
GPU
people who I,
biggest
like,
percent
follow for
100 a
notifications,
success. Inner God.
Thank you.
and provided proof of her side
You know
of the
what?
story.
You know what, Slug? Congratulations on your GPU shit. One of these days, I will, like, do it.
All of which is
One
now
of these days I will finally get the better... Oh god, it's terrible freeze frame. I'm so sorry, Lacey. One of these days I will do better and get a better PC, I promise.
available on Enter's channel via a final interview where she goes over everything that's basically within the Lance video and like other rumors on Reddit and Kiwi Farms that we had to talk about. It's 3 hours long and it has all of her receipts in it. And after we talked, I apologized to Emily if the situation was presented in any way like I was trying to interrogate her or was being aggressive, because that's not what I was trying to do. I was just so stressed out with everything KP was doing that having to do this by myself, I was just... I just didn't conduct myself the way I wanted to. It made me feel like an asshole. It made me feel like an asshole. I was trying to be as gentle as I could, and I had tried to do this with others to support me because I'm not a confrontation.
Dancing Queen, ABBA.
Oh, I'm not doing the high note. You can dance, you can drive, having the time of your life. Ooh, see that girl. Pimenta. What's that scene? Digging the dancing queen.
Person, it was
Ugh,
you know,
my
at least a very productive conversation, which was good. I just wish I had handled things a lot better. However, this still
I just don't really have one as a
despite the apologies and talking things out privately like adults. She went to Bonk, which then proceeded to the Twitter thread where Bonk essentially throws me.
Oh yes, the Twitter thread, the beautiful Twitter thread. Oh look, Courtney KP op, etc. having power. I want to point out this motherfucker has never said my name ever again.
Not like us, Kendrick Lamar.
They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. That's it. Because there's
A
like,
minor.
A minor.
Me under the bus. Also, he threw KP under the bus right after her video was removed, so they're not on good terms anymore. Bonk claims that I'm some sort of drama YouTuber who threw allegations about Emily in her face. He also claims that this video that apparently I was making was going to paint Emily in a bad light. First of all, I was never making the video. Enter was. And Bonk knew that. He's been in contact with Mr. Enter since May 5th, and Enter tells him exactly how his video is going to be structured. What I'm planning on doing for the video is fully establishing the Saberspark stuff, the victim's allegation, and the end of the video will go into details about KP's mishandling.
Who's my little Italian singer? Purple heart emoji.
Fuck off, sweetie.
Me.
You want to know something crazy? I would do that for an album.
Snake Eater from MG's 3.
What a thrill with... You gonna let me do my
PS
thing?
Vita.
PS Vita. What a thrill with... Oh, God. What a thrill with darkness and silence tonight.
Do the night.
What a thrill. I'm frozen and I melt into you. What a fear in my heart. No.
Think of the situation. End / third act.
No,
like
Slug.
The only reason I could assume that Bonk would assume that it was me making the video.
Kanye West.
No.
It's because he's fucking stupid. Bonk talks like he knows 100% of the story when he only really knows like half. He wasn't there. He doesn't know what was said or what Emily and I talked about. He's literally just making shit up. He also posted KP's threat to his social media, which Emily asked him not to do, and he just did it anyway. The same day after crashing the fuck out and getting all pissy that people were telling him to not rely on him and actually rely.
Dude, his crash outs are so fucking beautiful, man.
Great. Num, 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 num. It feeds me. I wake up every day hoping for another Brony Fandom bonk crash out on Twitter.com
or Blue Sky.
Or whatever.
So somebody asked me.
It's Twitter too, but there's less Nazis.
Somebody asked me, yes, the original singer is back to do a different version of Snake Eater. Pimento, why don't you tell me who was in Paris? You tell me. Pimento, I know you can. What was I gonna do? What was I gonna say? Oh,
why do you know Pimento can?
So my brain hurt. So somebody asked me recently, how do you feel about Bonk never mentioning you? And I said, perfect. Because here's the thing. Bonk mentioned me in the beginning and only mentions Beckett. And I find it very, very interesting because that doesn't upset me. It's because my name is the thing he fears the most. Bonk will never bring me back up because he knows that I am the thing that keeps him up at night. I am the thing that scares him the most, and I'm the nightmare whenever he dreams. He will never mention me because I am not a right-wing fascist.
On good resources like Rain after much scrutiny.
I am the danger. He'll never mention me. He also embarrassed himself in the stream, so it's funnier.
He tried throwing himself off a bridge, cursing my name and everyone calling him out. I know a lot of people were genuinely concerned with Bonk's behavior and his ideation. I have no doubt that he is suicidal. He has said as such. This was a scary time for everyone. And I want to say this, regardless of how Bonk has treated me, I don't wish him harm to himself, and I don't wish him death, and I don't wish him like...
I thought Bonk was most scared of Beckett.
But then why does he keep bringing up...
Why does he only bring up Beckett? Why am I the only one
in the
that's ever
room where it
gotten
happened?
Yeah. Why am I the only one he came to stream to? Very interesting.
Any ill will. I just think he fails to understand why the internet is being so hostile towards him. But we can discuss that in the final part. So since we cleared all of that up, we were still pondering on like, what the hell are we gonna do? Even with Emily's past controversies, even if she took the L on any of them, is that really enough to say that she could?
Thank you, Notre Dame. Thank you for the $4.99. I don't know what the jug gif is, but thank you nonetheless.
Have been a victim? I don't think so. And it's not like Enter and I could actually prove like that she was being deceptive. We couldn't prove that her timeline was wrong because there's footage and there's even tweets to back it up. We thought we proved her timeline wrong with the phone discrepancy thing, but then it turned out, oh, we just didn't adjust the time zone. It was correct. I admit her credibility due to all these allegations isn't good, but does that mean she's necessarily lying about this specific thing? I don't know. I can't prove that she's lying. I tried to, and she turned out being right anyway. The most Enter's video could do at this point is build a timeline. So we can prove that she's a real person.
I've always said this too, and Beck and I agree on this. Enter's video had the much harder job. And knowing a little bit more about Enter now, I give him a lot of grace, especially because he defended myself and Beckett. It only happened in the room where it happened. There you go, Embry. Enter defended Beckett and myself when Brony Fandom, when Bonk was saying that we wished for his suicide. Here's a new fun fact for you. Allegedly, Brony Fandom is going around saying Beckett was in the live stream telling Bonk to jump. That is what he is alleging.
I don't even remember Beckett being around for that. Maybe he was
he and I
tweeting
were
about it?
No, he and I were tracking it, but we had already known people were doing things and calling.
Right. But he wasn't streaming during it either.
No. I was at work. I was at work and he was home. He was working on the video. Like Bonk is clinically, he's just Bonk has delusions. I don't think it's narcissism. I think he's just delusional.
Yes.
Yes. Emmy's boyfriend also said that, who Beckett has allegedly talked to, and it's never come back up again.
And was friends with Steven, but that was pretty much it. We would never know for certain, and since it was an incident over a decade ago, and no one else was in the room where...
I didn't know that was Fandom. I first heard it from Cameron, Emily's boyfriend. Yeah, I mean, it has to... I would assume it would come from Fandom, though, because how would Cameron know that? That's my whole thing. Why would Cameron know that if Fandom didn't tell him? At least that's what I believe. No, Slug, you did not get accused. Slug, you haven't mattered to Brony Fandom. I'm sorry.
happened, the most we could do is give everyone all the information that we were able to find out and have people come to their own conclusions. We couldn't say outright one way or another if Emily was telling the truth, but we can give people beyond just the one testimony and the timeline of events that led to the victim making her claims. We can basically build like a much broader picture than KP had built, so that people at least had more to work with and more to actually come to a relatively educated like conclusion on what they thought about this whole thing. Now, I'm sure you're probably wondering why we didn't speak to Saberspark himself, and to answer this question, we need to talk about Beckett.
Lacey, do you want to come on and be a purity test?
Hey, it's Beckett of Cope and Seed, everybody!
Spoken to Lazy Bedhead in like a couple of days. We can be
Cope
bees,
and
Lazy.
Seed.
Hey, Lazy, how you doing?
I'm doing
We can
great.
be bees.
What the hell have you
Did you
been
mean
doing?
Cope and
Like, you
Seed?
just jumped in and you're having an argument? So I admit, there was a hesitancy to speak to Cope and Seed. He wanted to get a hold of me at some
Axis, is that true? Axis, is that even true?
point, but I was just so wrapped up with talking to KP, talking to Mr. Enter, talking to Enter's team, everyone on there. I didn't want to squeeze another name in the pile of social interactions that I would have to endure. Plus, Beckett can attest to this because we literally joked about this, but like, he and I get characterized and like grouped into like different sides of the YouTube commentary spectrum. I usually get categorized in the more like sympathetic side to commentary and like believing in victims and hearing people out. Meanwhile, Beckett gets categorized on like the commentary brosphere and rape review.
Ultimate rape review.
What a crazy inclusion, dude.
Oh boy. I think what's really funny is that people can't make up their mind what I am. I've heard people think I'm woke. I don't think I've ever said that seriously. I think I've always made the joke of it.
You're gay means you're woke.
You're
gay, so you're woke.
I've always said I'm soy. And this has been like a weird allegation for like a while. It's not the first time I've heard of it. Like people keep saying I'm woke and I'm just like, I'd be very, very curious about that. Again, soy is like I don't like soy is weird.
Soy's an insult.
I guess
soy is an insult that you're taking back for the soycillians.
Yeah, for the soycillians. I gotten soygy, but that's because I am incredibly empathetic in coverage. It's just always what I do. Yes.
Falgi is a Tokuja commentary lover.
That is true. That means I do love the autistics, because Tokuja is the train season.
So obviously there's some tension there. But what I would describe Beckett more so is like a mix of like commentary bro and art CC. He stands out like a...
Yes. Beckett is the art CC. I love it.
He does have a lot of lore.
Yes, Lazy. Make him the new art CC.
A sore thumb, because he's not like a ride or die for these people. If they're being dicks, he's gonna call that shit out. It doesn't matter if they're acquaintances or even close friends or not. If they're being stupid...
I think this is like one of the big things that keeps getting misconstrued in a lot of the recent stuff is like specifically like a lot of the relations that we have with the art CC, because obviously I'm not art CC, but also like my relationship to like Lio Convoy for instance, where it's like I don't really know Lio in the realm of his like I never followed his coverage. I only know him through Beckett and Chris and other people's coverage of him, in which like he's actively just wrong all the time. Like Lio's an idiot. But like again, like it's this weird thing where it's like, yeah, we will call each other out because I think it's important. If we don't call each other out, it's like one of the most insane things we'd ever not do. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's incredibly bizarre. God, okay. Me after saying thanks, Queen, to the straightest men I've ever laid eyes on. I'm not straight, but thank you.
Me and Kat.
Beckett talks about how they're being stupid. You can see that in the ways that he talks about Lio Convoy. Sure, he comes to Lyle's defense a lot these days, but their whole friendship started out with him being...
Yeah. And, like, even to be said, like, Lio is... Like for instance, I started off this stream shitting on Lio because of Courtney. Because I told him that she's mentally unwell and having her around is very, very like crazy. And I was told, she just needs somebody. I fucking told him. Don't forget Chris is the Rat King of the ACC. Yes. And Chris, like, if there's anyone who's, and this is like this is how I feel personally, and this is where so many people like get shit wrong. I trust the people who have covered the ACC to hell and back more than and this is not a dig at Lio, kind of is actually. I trust the people who have covered the ACC to hell and back, versus Lio Convoy about the history of the ACC. That's just the truth. Because I know when it comes to like ACC stuff and Ace and Yen, like specifically too, I'll reach out to Ace for help on ACC stuff. But like, I just trust them because they have covered the worst of the ACC and criticized Lio to this day. Believe me, they fucking berate the guy. Have you and Beckett covered this drama enough to become horse famous? I fucking hope so. I hope I'm horse famous. Yeah.
That's like the
horse
Chris
infamous.
Nobody
I think.
wants that.
Lio's too biased for a lot of shit that is hidden by him. Yeah, I would like again. I think he fucked up from Doodle Tones. The fact that Doodle got away is a I hate him for that. Not hate. Hate is a strong word. But like it's so fucking frustrating. It's so fucking frustrating to me. Commentary should have had the ability to rip Doodles apart. I find like Chuli and everybody else I totally get. Commentary should have had we should have like screamed at Doodles on the way out.
Very critical.
I have sent a
Convoy,
bunch
and
of
he's still critical of
bronies to the
violent
Glue
stuff that he's doing on
Factory at
Twitter
this
to this very day, despite.
If somebody has the clip of the Dan's Burst thing, the one where he says the thing, why didn't you then? I did complain to him. I actually told Lio the next time he does shit like that, we need to be in the call, or commentary needs to handle it. You can ask Lio Convoy. I tell him that they cannot handle their shit anymore. Like legitimately. You can ask Lio. I've told him that the ACC should stop handling their shit and hand it off to people that can. I don't like it. Because every time it's met with and don't get me wrong, Chuli has done great work and stuff like that. But every time I keep seeing the ACC, the SCC giving a little bit too much leeway to people. Very what is it? Spockter, the Ponder, is that what their name is? Going in to the Doodles call and trying to be empathetic to Doodles after all this shit is found out about her. No, go fuck yourself. I think that's way too kind.
Despite the fact that they're friendly with each other. But aside from, breaking that barrier, there was one other thing that made me hesitant about speaking to Beckett. Emily's partner, Cameron, who I've also spoken to once or twice during the duration of everything, he made the claim that during Bonk's attempt on live stream, Beckett was in the live chat telling him to jump.
Who else would this come from? This would only come from fucking Bonk, in my opinion. What was Emily and her boyfriend watching? That's insane.
I did ask Beckett directly about this, and it's not true. He didn't do this. In fact, when I asked him about this, he was actually pretty offended. He wasn't mad at me. He was just really confused. Based on our conversations, it just doesn't seem like he would joke about that kind of stuff. Maybe he said something along the lines of, oh, I would kill myself, or I want to kill myself. That's an ongoing joke in his community, but I do the same shit too. We're just joking about community stuff.
Yes, we all say this all the time. We cover some of the worst shit on the internet.
And on ourselves, not wishing that on other people. Regardless, before speaking to Beckett, I had a poor perception of his character.
They're all poisoned by the Steven Universe mindset. Is hilarious. What's up, Yen? What did you send me? No. Appreciate you. Love you. No. I do not want the stream demonetized. Yen, that'll demonetize my stream. I'm not showing that. I love you, but no. I'm not showing the DMs right now.
That made me think, oh, why should I talk to this guy? He's just some contrarian asshole who doesn't care about victims and just wants to troll and be a drama farmer.
I'll put in the Discord later.
But after actually sitting down with Beckett and talking to him for 7 hours in our first conversation,
it's Bowie, yeah.
Ever had, and even beyond that, over the course of
which Dan's Burst thingamajig are you talking about? There are no X coming to my home when his mom comes in, because I need Lazy to be in the room for that one.
I don't know, but I want to think 2 weeks or something like that. we have come to an understanding of each other. Even beyond us both working on the same story, we would just kind of shoot the shit about other things, and I would walk away from our calls feeling better, feeling less anxious and worried. And I know we already talked about this. His video on me, it is what it is. It's harsh, it's not very nice, but it was humbling. It was necessary. Hell, I mean, like, in retrospect, if you actually watch it, it doesn't even talk about me that much. The point is, I'm very critical of other people on this channel. If I can't handle it, I shouldn't be dishing it out.
This is why, okay. This is why
if you could take it on the chin, if you could get criticism and
yes,
you know, learn or move on from it, whichever, like, you're gonna go far. You'll be fine.
This is why I like Lazy, because I voiced and I was less nice than Beckett. I was less nice than Beckett on the platform because I didn't talk to Lazy, so I was like, no, she's fucking, like, I was like, Beckett's being too nice again. I'll be legit, like, talking to Lazy was it has been, because we still talk, has been a really nice experience because she has opened up the feeling of what this video meant to her. I don't know, like, I feel like that's, like, the thing that, like, shouldn't be lost, is that, like, she recognizes that the story could have and should have been told better and is trying to make up for it. That's more than anybody does.
Just that simple. I have to accept when I get criticism, and I can't get pissy because I criticize people all the time. And besides, Beckett may have been critical of my work, but before reducing his section on me, he had Anthony defend my video in an interview that got cut when we ended up talking things out.
Now, originally, this section was much longer and way more pissed off. I actually included Anthony Grimolya giving a defense of Lazy Bedhead just to provide some kind of balance. But I have since spoken to her at length both about the Saberspark allegations and the wider story involving Black Griffin. And as much of this section was directed pointedly towards her, that feels a little bit redundant at this point.
Why would he even listen to anyone who thought my video was good if he thought that I was malicious and awful? The bottom line is, despite what many would suspect, like, Beckett and I don't hate each other. Hell, he was defending me in the live chat of his premiere video, The Shaming of Saberspark. He wanted to know if I had received any harassment because of that video so that he could shoot it down. Does that sound like someone who hates me or doesn't want me represented fairly? Does that sound like this heartless troll who laughs when people are suicidal and just wants the worst for everybody? I don't think so. Now, there are some things that Beckett does I don't particularly agree with. He does pick on Bonk. A lot. Relentlessly. But to be fair, Bonk claps back at him by calling him an alt-right loser. And all I can say to that is, all's fair in love and war. I know Beckett doesn't need me to help him. He doesn't need me to defend his honor, but I'm going to because I think this is stupid. Bonk genuinely believes that—
Lords of Destruction, I've never played Front Mission. I probably should one of these days.
I don't even know what that is.
It's a JRPG mech game from, like, the, like,
I think I've seen the cover.
I've just never played them as a kid.
Chat, we are one dono away from Leia getting another treat. Please, who wants to be saved by Superman?
And you will also get card posting in the corner.
Yes, we will find out what card is posting.
We will find out what card is posting. I hope he made. I hope this fucking guy made a playlist for the number counting.
I looked. I don't remember if he did. I think he might have. He should have.
Come on, card.
That Beckett's YouTube name, Cope and Seethe, is an alt-right dog whistle.
It's not.
That's it.
That's the end.
All he's got?
That's all he has. Hey, Yen with the $1 with $2.
Finally.
Yes.
Somebody listens to me.
And Angie the Angel with another $1. And
Oh my
Lazy
God,
Bedhead
oh my
with a
God.
dog. And
Oh my God,
Craftle.
oh
Holy
my God.
shit, guys.
A dog.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Dog.
I really want to see Leah get another treat. I love you guys.
Insanely
refund
begging
now.
techniques.
Oh my God. You guys are great.
No refunds.
No refunds.
How about Kryptonite for a song?
I did it before.
Hold on.
If
Oh
you
yeah,
go
do go ahead.
crazy, then will you? I walked around the world to ease my troubled mind, and now it's time to feed the dog on the Oplock stream till the end of time. There you go. Go get it, girl. Oh, look at her. Look at her chomping munch.
Yen, you've been saved by Superman.
Yen.
Angie Angel, you have been saved by Superman. Lazy Bedhead, you have been saved by Superman. Drafto, you have been saved by Superman. Starbird, you're a bird, but Superman still saved you.
Superman saved you from being a bird. Thank you.
Now, what is card posting?
Hold up, I gotta put the next poll.
My new favorite segment. What is card posting?
Is card posting? Chat, if you don't know our favorite YouTuber, card posting. Until card posting does something wrong on the platform. Card posting, don't be evil. That's all I'm asking.
It's a very small request.
Hello there. My name's Carl.
Yes, Card. Okay, playlists. Yes, he does. Okay. It's too.
Yes.
All right. So here's what happens. On this episode of Card Posting, I'm going to put it as a pop out. And you guys... Oh, I got to do the display capture. I have to do this differently so you guys can see it. Display capture.
Just remember, they will see that all of these things.
Oh, well, that's why they won't hear anything else. You will still see Card in the corner. Card will... Card posting, if you see this.
This is with love.
Straight up. Card posting, if you see this and don't like this, straight up let me know. I will stop doing it. Like, this is just to support that card posting. Card posting is actively trying to get like a Guinness World Record. And I want to support that. Again, card posting, if for some reason you see this and you don't like this, please let me know. You can DM me on Twitter or FalGEXE on
Twitter?
You can DM me on Twitter. You can email me. You can do FalGEXE on Discord. Like, straight up, if you don't like, if this is not okay, please let me know. We will not do this. Just as a heads up.
No, I'm not kidding. Now, could some right-wing jackass say Cope and Seed doesn't, Cope and Seed lived hard on the internet? Yeah, sure. But dude, it's just internet slang. Everybody has said
Where
Cope
are we
and Seed
at,
before.
Card?
Like, it's like the new deal with...
My name's Card.
Oh, God. Now, Card. Card's not counting yet. When Card counts.
I don't know if y'all know this or not, but Cope and Seed is owned by 2 people. The other person...
Listen. Card is like a treasure. We need to protect card posting like at all times.
Hey FalG, did you show off you made Sona?
I have
also
not yet.
bunny suits or magical girls?
Why not both? No, I haven't yet. I'm going to do it at the end of stream, Pinker, but thank you for reminding me.
Magical
Jenny
girls and
is a trans
bunnies.
woman. Now, I know how this works. I know Blair White exists. I know that's not indicative of anything. Jenny has even said some things I don't necessarily agree with, but to be fair, we all have to have our anti-SJW phase at some point. I would know. I'm just saying that I doubt Beckett would share his login information with a trans woman if he was actually alt-right. Plus,
Remember, Jenny runs the channel.
these LGBTQ pride badges. Why would a guy who is alt-right hang out with Thuman and Shuli? 2 black women and leftists, I think. Why would he make a video against Just a Robot and anti-SJW movie review bro or whatever he is? Like, this argument, like,
Just a Robot is a psychopath.
falls apart the moment you actually get to know Beckett or even talk to him once, which Bonk refuses to do. He refuses to watch Cope and Seed's videos about himself or the...
Yep. Sorry, Falgi. There's so much much time in the 2 transcripts. I think are relevant. That's fine.
Saberspark stuff to this day. Regardless, when I spoke to Cope and Seed, he'd been in contact with Saberspark, who was asking to be completely left off the record.
Now, that conversation I had with Saberspark is unfortunately off the record. He doesn't feel comfortable at the moment coming out and making random public statements. And I'll be honest, I do respect that decision.
Saber was still building up a case for a potential lawsuit, and if you know anything about the legal process, you need to shut the fuck up. You can't be talking too much to the public about your case, because, if you share too much, whatever evidence you provide to the public can't be used in a courtroom because it's already been under public scrutiny. And whoever looks over the evidence has to have an unbiased perspective. So a judge and jury has to be looking at this evidence for the first time in a courtroom, vetted by lawyers, not by Twitter. So we weren't sure if he'd be willing to talk to us too much because his response video seemed to be the final time he was ever going to speak on it. That was until Emily went public with who she was, which was the final push for Saber to go on record with Beckett. In a way, as bad as an interviewer as I am, self-admittedly, I'm glad that the interview happened. It gave both Saber and Beckett something to compare and contrast with what their side of the story was. They had her on record, so now it was just all a means of debunking her record.
Obviously, one of the big things when the Enter thing came out, just to provide a correction, yes, Julie is Native American and Latino. She is not black. Just to highlight that for a second. Julie, very, very nice, by the way. I do like Julie.
She's on our server, I think.
Yeah, very nice. Rule of thumb, in my opinion. If you like Op, you would probably like Beckett and British Runner and probably Diesel. You will like Diesel if you like us. That is like 100% just a thing. Diesel does a lot more of the normie commentary stuff, which has been very nice.
If we are on a Superman theme, then we need the Immigrant Song by Zeppelin.
Slug, that's your own fault.
I'm shocked Lazy was racist to me for being Latino.
Yes. Well, you should, that should happen.
Beckett kept me in the loop the entire time. He showed me the text messages. He told me about the process of his research, who he was talking to, who he was able to get in touch with. And many people would say that I'm biased for doing this, that I shouldn't need to be giving Beckett the time. I mean, look how he handles himself on Twitter. Look, he says the R word. Look, he's an ableist. Look, I don't agree with everything Beckett does, okay? The most you can say about him is that he's a dick. And he knows that. He says so himself that he can be an asshole. And normally, I don't like people that revel in the fact that they're assholes who only make content for entertainment. However, when speaking to him one-on-one, it did genuinely seem like he cared about Saber in his situation. He did seem passionate about the truth. So I can respect his pursuit of that, whilst also acknowledging that I can't control how he conducts himself online. Like, listen, the guy is 30 or something. He pays his own bills and quid. I can't control his language and scrub his mouth with soap when he uses a slur. I am not his mother. Even if he is the biggest asshole in the world, Beckett is one thing that Bonk and KP are not. He is upfront, and he's honest. Beckett didn't hide the fact that he didn't like my video. He told me straight to my face that he thought it was bad. I knew that before his video came out because he's not gonna blindside me or bullshit me. He was upfront, he kept me up to date, and getting information from him wasn't the equivalent of pulling my teeth out. And I was some help to him too. He got to talk to Enter because I recommended it. He got to talk to Emily because I convinced her to have that conversation. So forgive me for working with the alt-right douchebag Beckett instead of the guy who jerks it to Woot Master. My bad. So let's talk about the downfall of Emily Jones.
Card, where are we at?
I reckon that soon enough, I'll blow right past 1 million.
Okay, Card. We'll come back, buddy.
We'll come back soon, Card.
Beckett's investigation. No. And it felt shitty to do, but it was necessary to do. After we told KP of the Dropbox information, she immediately ran to Cope and C, then told him all about it. She also decided to use this Dropbox docs as a threat against Emily, even if I did keep KP.
Which is insane. I don't like that either. I think that's a weird threat. KP is a fucking moron and should never touch videos again like this. Ever.
He in the loop about absolutely everything Beckett was sharing with me. There was no way I could trust her not to run her mouth. So I didn't, because I don't trust her. Despite my best efforts in forming the timeline.
This is so fucking crazy.
This is
and based on conflict.
This is a lazy this is a good video.
Yeah,
this is a good lazy
I
video.
like this video. I like this video.
I like this video.
Footage and tweets. There was one piece of this puzzle that just didn't fit in the picture at all. And that piece was Emily pulling away from Saberspark after EQL.
Yes. 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 Yes, Lazy. Yes, Lazy. You listened.
Late 2012. Based on the text message data that Saber was fortunate enough to find, we can see it's not true. Now, I should point this out because I know this is an argument. I know there are victims of rape who will still remain cordial with their rapist. I know people in my personal life who still remain in contact or try to remain on friendly terms with those that have hurt them. On the basis of either keeping the peace or just being in denial that they were ever hurt to begin with. This does happen when victims are in denial that they were victimized. They'll try and maintain a relationship with the person that hurt them so that they don't have to face the reality of what actually happened. And if that was Emily's excuse, I completely understand that, but that wasn't her excuse. She claims to have been a massive people pleaser, which, I mean, sure, I guess I can see that. But aside from that, she also claims to have forgotten about these text messages entirely, which I find that really hard to believe. I spoke to this girl for a month. We asked her so many detailed questions, so we had every inch of the story down to a T. She was able to remember things about the cons and the hotels from 10 years ago. She remembers each and every controversy and had an answer for all of her past internet blunders. She remembered times and dates.
This is so accurate, is that Emily is able to present a 300-page document about each and every single drama that she has ever been in the Sonic community all the way throughout her life, but can't remember if she texted Saber outside of those two instances. It's ridiculous. It's just a lie. Like, I can't. There's no other explanation than lying. There's no other explanation. That's just like the whole issue that I have. There's no other explanation for it than lying.
And had an answer for everything. Except for this, the one thing that makes her narrative fall apart. She coincidentally just forgets about it. She pulled away from Saber after that when the text messages clearly show that that's just not true.
Yeah.
Like, her claim was so heavily banking on the text message data and the Skype logs no longer existing. And if she was honest about that, I wouldn't be harping on it so much, but it's the fact that she wasn't honest. And now, I feel like I should have just stuck to thinking that she was a deceptive liar just based on her controversies. I want to go back to that, because I was right then. I was correct. I didn't know it, but I was correct in assuming that she was.
Yes, the I have memory problem stuff falls apart when you start talking about all the other stuff too. It just falls apart. It just falls apart.
I was lying, but I just didn't want to let her down like KP already did. I didn't want to do exactly what Bonk thought I was going to do, which was, make drama content that paints her out to be like a bad person. And after our conversations, despite her flaws and her past internet drama, I didn't think she was an awful person. I mean, there's no such thing as a perfect victim, but clearly she lied to my face.
Yeah.
And it's so fucking infuriating.
Yeah, what's up?
For Lady Anidona's 21st birthday today, can you just really quickly explain Emily again?
Emily Jones. Oh, no. How can I help Opera? I don't know how I can help Opera. For those who don't know, Emily Jones is a Sonic content creator. She is a singer. She is also the alleged victim of Saber Spark. Emily has a whole host of controversies and accusations of her own, from sleeping with the voice of Sonic, Ryan Drummond, while he was still married, while sleeping with other individuals to oust them out of voice acting roles, and then cutting the door so no other people could get in the door as well, to very famously being on a Dr. Phil episode about wanting to be pregnant at 16. I want to make it very clear that, yes, there's like a through line of Emily potentially lying in certain instances and doing mean girl shit, whatever. I don't really care about that as much. Does it present a pattern that she may be dishonest? Sure. But that doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. What matters is the allegations of rape that don't have any connection proof. It's he said, she said, but also lying about her relationship with Saber after the point. Because does Amy know? Yeah, of course she knew.
No, Sonic, Amy.
Yes, Amy does know. Because she had an account that was an Amy through like a Amy private account. That's not the point.
Not Amy knew.
No, I know.
Okay.
I know what Pimenta meant.
Okay.
Okay. And it's very weird. It's one of those things where it's like, again, she has all this evidence to highlight why she is exonerated from other instances, but not with Saberspark, and it's very weird.
And before we continue,
yes,
what is card posting?
417, 418.
Is that 418? Go get him, card.
Her in a lie, I couldn't prove that she was directly lying to my face.
Also,
but
can
now
we just talk about for a second? Card has beautiful hair. His hair was really nice.
Prove it, and I'm fucking pissed.
Or there, I don't know if he's they. I don't know their pronouns. I'm really sorry.
Reflect on this entire situation, and it has been emotional and a very major challenge. It has really shined a spotlight on not only my understanding on how everything has happened since my first testimony being released, but also especially regarding how I have carried self-destructive habits with me into adulthood that I have clung onto since being a child. Not being able to remember these moments of me betraying myself through acting like I was not only fine, but even enjoyed taking part in these occurrences and reliving them again when brought to my attention felt extremely heavy on me, as I sat with myself asking why I needed to do this for years. It isn't easy being 8 and feeling like the responsibility of your entire life changing is on you if you spoke up and told an adult what was happening, or being 12 worrying that if you said something to the teacher as a classmate assaults you, that maybe you would be the one to get in trouble because you didn't understand.
Wait, so those are the blacked out parts in that statement, then?
I didn't want to confront that reality by telling him, and instead just played along because for the longest time, I remained in spaces with people where I was not wanted. I regret not expressing it and regret putting myself in a space where I shouldn't have stayed. While I still am firm on consent not being given
Oh yeah, this is the other thing too.
in these two situations, I don't want Saber to continue taking heat for what happened because I really do not think he realized this. I do still believe he should have been careful and more mindful about his approach when interacting with me and communicating clearly with me to make sure I wanted these sexual encounters before initiating them. It would have been much easier to avoid them altogether, but just as he could have done that, I could have been more upfront by either telling him or stop interacting.
This is just a soft retraction of the allegation, I'm sorry. This is just a soft retraction of it based on all the evidence at hand. This is such a weird statement, and I can't remember if Lazy, does this come before or after? Does this come before or after the showing of the text messages? Do you remember this specific statement? I actually can't remember off the top of my head. This video, a blur for me. What is advocate? What did you do to me? What is this ad? What did you do to me? I think this was after. So this is after she sees the text messages and it's like, oh, text messages exist? This is what I'm saying. The statement changes so considerably. So considerably.
Entirely. I feel really good about having a proper path carved out for me when it comes to the work I have to do to finally heal from not only this situation, but other sexual traumas I've endured. Healing is something we need to take control of ourselves because no one else is going to do the work. While the people-pleasing was something I developed in a time of need, I can't carry that with me anymore as an adult because it is no longer serving me.
I saw the writing on the wall, so I decided to help those who were more competent in getting the truth out there because, by that point, that's all I gave a shit about. And it sucked. It really fucking sucked to try and help this person, befriend them somewhat, actually get to know more about them. And it all turned out to be total bullshit. And having to feed her off to Beckett, that sucks too because
Thank you, Ad. Thank you, Ad.
Knew he was going to tell her about the text messages and how her story didn't add up. I knew that. I knew that was going to happen.
I am Brony Fandom's nightmare. I'm going to post that on Twitter tonight. Thank you.
But maybe she'd give him a better explanation. Maybe she would say something to Beckett that would change his mind and change the narrative again, and we could all be on the same page. And that didn't happen. I didn't get that. I want to say this directly to Saberspark. I know I've spoken poorly of you in the past, so I understand if you don't want to engage my words. I have criticisms of you, don't get me wrong. There are things we don't agree on. But I think entertaining Emily at all was a massive, massive mistake. I'm really, really sorry. I feel like I was lied to. I wanted to believe this girl, but after hearing your interview with Beckett, I think we can at least agree we're on the same page in saying that we don't want this whole thing to be like yet another example of why people won't speak out against their abusers. People will point to this and be like, well, remember the Saber Spark story? That's why you should assume that people who come out about this stuff are lying. Look at what he had to go through. I don't want this to be like another Slazo or a Clyde, and clearly you don't either. I don't like living in a world where people lie about this.
Not quite again. I will just continue.
Because, it's rare, and the people who use these stories of false accusations use them as cannon fodder.
I want to make something very, very clear. And I actually kind of want to say this. This is how from how I have spoken to Saber, I will say this because I think it needs to be said. Saber Spark. I'm gonna actually pause card posting because I actually need to. I'm not gonna. I will say this. I don't want to speak for Saber, but I do want to say this. Saber doesn't want his story to ever be used to disparage or cast doubt on other people's testimony in the future. I will say that from speaking with him. I'm not gonna leak the conversations, obviously, but I want to make it very, very clear in my conversation, mine and Beckett's conversation. Beckett could back me up on this if he was around. Saber does not want his story to be used to disparage victims of sexual assault or victims in general. And it's something that has been expressed a lot to myself. And it just sucks because it's gonna come up, so I'm just gonna say it too. Obviously we're friends with Quite. Quite was on our stream when we were covering the original Saberspark leaks, and even Quite was speaking from his own point of view, from his own experience. And that's kind of just how it is. I can tell you for certain that Saber never wants his story to be used directly to disparage other victims or to cast doubt. And that actually, he says it. He does say it in his response video, but I do want to make that abundantly clear. Just because that is a sentiment he has echoed both publicly and privately. I don't know, that it matters to me to actually say that out loud. Don't do what? Don't use his story to disparage or cast doubt on other victims' testimony. Don't, because a YouTuber got accused of something and it was proven later to not be the case, use that as a measure to cast doubt.
Yen tipped $6.90. Hush, little fandant, don't say a word and never mind that Italian that you heard. It's just the commentary under your bed in your timeline, in your head. Enter Sandman.
What a good song.
Thank you. Thank you, Yen. Thank you.
Thank you, Yen.
Yes, card pausing.
Card.
But it just matters to reiterate. I don't know. It just matters to me to reiterate that these people in these scenarios don't like their stories being used to cast out on other people's stories. And I can say that specifically for Saber, that is how he feels.
To put people down, to discredit real stories, and even systemically credible stories that don't amount to anything. Like, the people who actually have been violated have it so hard because it feels like systemically everything is against them and will side with the bad guys, which is why I was really happy when you shared Rain as a resource. It shows you care, and for doubting that at all, I'm really sorry. I mean, at least like the silver lining of this insanity is that people know what Rain is. I mean, that was a really pleasant surprise seeing that in Saber's video. It felt so genuine to see that. I hope that I can raise more money for Rain in the future because they are a really great resource. They have all the stats. They work with so many victims. They actually know their shit. Unlike...
Hey, we're here, everybody. It's Bonk time.
Before we move on, I would like to read this Discord message posted to KP's community. I have asked you guys to stop talking about this publicly in the server. I don't know the exact specifics of the new information, but what I do know is there is a general implication that there was some kind of sexual encounter. And unless you were there, or someone recovers video footage of said encounter, I'm stopping this in its tracks. We as third-party people can never really know. Is the accuser perfect? Doesn't seem like it. Is this also leaning into some perfect victim ideology? Absolutely. I understand some parties are hurt.
Then why did you... I hate her. I hate her so much. Yeah, Car, drink that water.
Situation, but there can also be multiple parties hurt, and I am tired of that not even being a consideration. This is a complicated situation where multiple things can be true. Fucking enough. I show you this because I believe KP and Bonk are one and the same. I know Beckett claims that based on his interactions that KP seems remorseful. This clearly shows that she's not, and neither is Bonk.
KP is not remorseful. She's just sorry she got caught.
And I wouldn't even say caught. I would say that this blew up in the way it did.
Yeah.
Like, when she got the green light from Emily, it was all steam ahead. And now that other people who aren't Emily are watching it and giving her rightful criticism, it's clear that nobody watched it, or if anybody watched it, they did not actually give her like legit criticism.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Bonk. Both refuse to watch Beckett's content and listen to important newfound information.
Yep.
Both are clearly willing to double, triple, quadruple down instead of just apologizing. Both are annoying, and both are willing to use allegations as a weapon, serving as terrible representations for victims. I think the only way we can talk about Bonk is to use him as an example of what not to do if you want to fight for victims. I swear to God, the only thing that ages well in my Black Griffin video is the Bonk segment. Let it be stated for the record, I never liked that motherfucker. I still don't. And let me explain to you why. So
I hate your fucking guts and your family too.
What my initial reason for not liking Bonk was. Now, I did want to talk about the only point that this document brings up that I do somewhat agree with. Pony Fandom, or Doink as he is asked to be called, has made some very concerning posts using the Pony Fandom account. Aside from
Doink, it's Bonk, but it's okay.
defending other Twitter users of drawing sexualized pony characters and claiming that it's fine because they're not real children that exist, they also have claimed that Gabriel provided voice.
Yeah, you know what's worse? She knew Emu Emmy from the beginning. I'm glad Lazy talked mad queen shit to KP. Yeah, we're all there. Like, again, KP lied to everybody about not knowing who she was. She literally lied to everybody because she didn't want to be like, she wanted to seem like she was bamboozled like the rest of us. And she knew. It was very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Voice work for a video where Sweetie Belle is depicted with male DNA on her face, and I think sharing this, even if these characters aren't real, is very strange to do. Plus, it's neither confirmed that Gabe had any involvement with this weird sexual music video anyways, so I don't even know why Pony Fandom is providing it as evidence. Pony Fandom has also posted weird pictures of minor characters from MLP, and even made tweets saying that age was just a number. Unfortunately, there is...
Yeah, okay, so here's the thing, right? Brony Fandom will contest this specific screenshot. Let me see if I can grab it.
Pony Fandom has also posted weird pictures of minor characters from MLP, and
Post
even made tweets saying that...
years ago. So let's talk about this. So Brony Fandom is 28 and made this post when they were a minor and doing this roleplay shit. Here's the crazy thing, though. They would say this again when defending the art, because now I just lost my headphone and I kicked my headphone out. When defending the art of the fucking weirdo fucking Noelle thing. Ain't that right, Greg?
I don't remember Noelle. I remember the Woot Master stuff.
What?
I remember Woot Master. I don't remember Noelle.
Noelle is the Deltarune character.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Caught up.
age was just a number. Unfortunately, there isn't a lot of context to any of this aside from it being like fucking weird. My biggest issue with Fandom personally, aside from them being inconsistent between accounts, is the fact that they want this story to have their narrative be the prominent one. Instead of recognizing the complexities of the situation, he constantly speaks on behalf of people who already said that they don't regard themselves as victims. And instead of respecting that, he just ignores that and is very my way or the highway about it. Either you believe that Claire is a victim of Gabriel, or you defend a groomer. There's no moral gray you can take up. It's just what he wants the narrative to be. And I mean, I understand why, but getting into literal arguments with people that you're trying to convince are grooming victims is just not how you get people to self-reflect on their potentially harmful relationships. And you cannot be advocating for the safety of children in the Brony community whilst posting sexual content of characters from the show who are minors and claiming that, well, that's okay because they're not real. It just makes you look like a hypocrite. Or at the very least, someone who draws
yes, go off, Queen!
At really weird places. The reasons I gave in my Black Griffin video boils down to 3 things. 1, his past is really fucking shady. 2, he has gotten things about Black Griffin completely wrong in the past. And 3, him fighting with Claire and Michelle, 2 people he is claiming are victims that he wants to help, actually doesn't help at all. Because all he's effectively doing is trying to force words in their mouths and put labels on them that they don't identify with. And all of this makes the cases for Destiny and the Snapchat victim and Jai Lim all the more up for unfair scrutiny. If these people are telling the truth about Gabe, Bonk builds a terrible case for them because the representative pushing for justice with their platform is a nutcase. Bonk, for whatever reason, doesn't seem to believe that he is the leading charge.
He's a fucking psychopath. Again, I think Bonk is a paranoid schizophrenic. Listening to Lazy's interview, which we will listen to a little bit. This kid is like, this 28-year-old is just so, I'm just a little guy, and he just talks big behind the screen. But if you get him into an interview, he's so small and so fucking pathetic. Bonk, you're pathetic. You will always be pathetic as long as you remain being Bonk. Leave the internet, get mental health help, and leave this behind. You have ruined this for any victims you believe exist. Your hubris is the reason why this is failing.
That's actually kind of a crazy point too. If Bonk ever goes forward in the future to try to help out anybody else who claims to be a victim, nobody will believe him or them. Because of him. That's actually so demoralizing.
So here's the thing, right? It is interesting to note that Bonk does get information from Sophie and Amy. It is interesting to note that, as Captain C says, because that comes up in the interview where he's like, yes, yes, what's it? He's like talking about the fact that, oh, they gave me the info. That doesn't, yes, Amy and I believe Sophie and even Ian are using Bonk as a mouthpiece so they can avoid scrutiny. However, Sophie was publicly using the Brony Fandom account, and she's been very quiet recently. When it comes to Amy, Amy's a little less quiet about it. Amy will like throw weird pot shots. Recently threw pot shots at Enter. And again, nobody really cares who the fuck Amy New is, outside of the fact that she's a constant liar. And she's married to Peter New. That's the only important thing about her. Otherwise, she literally is the most unimportant human being that's ever existed in human existence. I don't really care. I'm not sad about saying that. But like that, yeah, Amy's just annoying. Like she's like a gnat that like you shoo away because like that's like nobody cares. Bonk said he did vet Emily. Yes. Bonk?
He said in our chat that he vetted Emily.
Yes, he said in our chat as well. When we asked him,
when we asked,
he knew who she was. He said it in our chat too.
And he even stated that we would believe her if we knew who she was. And then we found out who she was, and we have questions.
Yep. Exactly.
Or the de facto head of the story, despite the fact that he is the only one that is talking about it. He's the only one putting the case against Gabe together. I mean, I know Reddit's picked it up too, and there's a whole Google Doc, and they tried their hand at it. But I mean, Bonk is very controlling of the narrative. You want to know something that's...
Well, that's the other thing too. Bonk is constantly controlling. And what's really interesting, according to Claire, she believes Ian Corlett told Amy about the allegations against Gabe personally. I'm very also inclined to believe that. I also do think Amy plays a bigger role, but I like telling Amy that she's completely unimportant because she will see that it. Amy, the claim to fame Amy has is fucking someone. That is her only claim to fame. Deal with it.
Really, really funny. Despite my video effectively presenting their case and all of their findings, despite linking the Google document in my bio, despite standing with Destiny and the Snapchat victim, despite literally validating their work, Bonk and Sophie hated my Black Griffin video. They hated it. And the primary reason is because I wouldn't lick Bonk's taint. Like I said, I came at the Black Griffin story being an outsider.
Card, Card, what are you doing?
We're in a new spot. What is Card posting?
1,314, 1,315, 1,316, 1,017,
Brother, you can hear the fucking crickets at night.
1,320, 1,321, 1,322, 1,000.
Damn, Card with the man bun is like killing it. Holy shit.
You can get it. Card can get it.
Card, you look great, dude.
Looking in. Someone not emotionally invested with anyone. And I thought that my criticism of Bonk...
I do love Card's background, I will say that.
It is rad.
It's rad. It's very similar to one of our things. Like one of our template.
So what is Card trying to do? He's trying to beat the world record of counting on camera.
Yes.
The current record holder is 1 million. He wants to get to 2 million.
We will support him by watching every video.
was going to help him more than anything. Will help him self-reflect, maybe. I thought that my critique was fair, but no. All it did was make him get all upset because apparently I didn't see him as this victim of people trying to silence the story. Here's the thing. Even if Bonk does make a point that I do agree with, like an age gap relationship where one of the parties was...
ASMR POV, the psychopath who kidnapped you and opened the trunk. Just counting how many seconds you have left. Oh my god, that's actually hilarious.
...was underage when they first met is really weird and uncomfortable. I can't disagree with that. The logistics of that relationship will always be up for...
Burn has raided me. Hello, Burn the
raid.
World. Burn
Hello,
raiders.
burners.
Hello, hello, burners.
Burn heads in chat.
Thank you. Thank you for being on your burner accounts. Thank you, Burn the World.
Question and speculation inherently because of how Gabe and Claire met. But even if Bonk makes a good point, he is so defensive and will fight tooth and nail with everyone. He doesn't pick his battles wisely. He just wants to fight just to fight. So, Bonk, let's fight. Here is my case against you. In my Black Griffin video, we talked about the past post history of Brony Fandom, where it seems that the account was once used as a roleplay account for the character...
Oh, no.
So, if I remember correctly, this specific one is not NSFW, but it's just a compromising position. So it's very bizarre. I will say that.
Screwball from My Little Pony. Bonk himself confirms this, but the thing is, Screwball is speculated to be an underage character, though this isn't directly stated on the show. What Bonk would do is roleplay being in a relationship with a character.
Yes, yes. And remember, Bonk roleplayed being with a person who was like 19 that regressed to 9.
Madara sends his regards.
Thank you, Madara. Thank you,
somebody. You
have been saved by Superman.
Yeah.
Character that is stated to be 19 years old, who intentionally de-ages his character with magic or something to date Screwball. Bonk justifies their online roleplay of this weird relationship by saying that age is just a number, hence the full context of what that tweet was.
Look, I was just avoiding getting banned on YouTube over
You did
Pony,
the right thing.
but...
You did the right thing.
Lazy, I will not say we had to edit Woot Master's images so it would be illegal in other countries. Things that were obviously never used in the video. I want to blow my brains out. As a joke, YouTube, it's not real. Over
in
that.
Minecraft and GTA 5 RP.
It was the worst things I have ever seen on the internet. Like, legitimately the worst things I've ever seen on the internet.
Was about. This isn't the only odd thing in Bonk's back catalog, as he has commissioned not safe for work artwork of his Fursona with Noelle, an underage Deltarune character. Bonk essentially uses the justification of their drawings. There's not a crime actually.
Okay, it's something somewhat. That's why I defend Woot Master. He isn't hurting Smolder. Smolder is a fucking cartoon dragon. The cartoon dragon that he thinks is he's fucking 8.
Kairas became a member. Kairas celebrates 6 months of
Fuck me,
membership.
Kairas.
19 aged to 9. Doodle tones. That you?
Jesus Christ, Kairas, it's been 6 months, dude. Thank you.
It's been a good, strong 6-7 months. Thank you all for being here.
Dude, that's like crazy, because like, holy shit.
It doesn't feel that long. It doesn't feel that long. It equally feels like a lifetime, right?
Yeah. The dragon does, yeah, and the dragon is not old. Okay, so...
I hate that so much, Pimenta.
Let me see if I have it.
Don't pull it up. What do you mean?
No,
what?
no, stupid. Not you. Not you!
No, not me. What are you talking about?
I'm trying to find something specific. I'm trying to find something very, very... So I have the Google Doc for it. I need to see if I could find the image specifically that I want.
All right, well, let's hear what card is posting.
Hold up. Not right now. Not right now. I know I have to I have to look this up. Give me a second.
Oh my god.
This is important, actually. Brony. There we go. Let me see if I can find the specific image I'm looking for. For people to understand what I'm talking about, because I have to pull it up in a way that won't get me banned off the platform, by the way. There's actual NSFW art of this character that I'm not willing to show. But for those who are curious, and I'm sure you are, this is art that was created. This right here is art that was created. Now, this is on an NSFW account. I want to make this very clear. This is on an NSFW account. Look at this. Canonical age 8 with a 1 written in it. He fully knows every porn Woot Master fully knows every porn drawing he does of this character is underaged. Because he's acknowledging that the character is lying about their age. Do I need to show anything more? Do I need to? Bonk is defending Lolicon, Fullcon, and borderline just CSAM materials. I'm not going to show you guys, but like, this is my issue. This is when he defends Woot Master. Remember, I pulled up the whole post where he's defending Woot Master. Well, at least he broke up with his pedophile girl. Oh, God damn it, again. Again, I keep doing this. Broke up with his pedophile girlfriend. Know that his friend is still drawing shit like that. Still. Like, that's my whole thing. Like, that's my issue. Sorry, Greg, I knocked out my headphone, so I can't hear you if you're speaking.
I'm not.
Christ. Speak.
It's fine.
Okay, there we go. I keep hitting it.
What
Like, that's what I keep saying. It's like, he lies so fucking much about this. Literally just fucking lies. And it's infuriating to me.
Happening because they're fictional characters and you can't victimize a cartoon character. Yes, I shit you not. The bastard is using
also
because they're fictional characters and you can't victimize a cartoon.
Zeeb is left-leaning. But last I heard, she was a pedophile. She's disgusting. I'm not dismissing or hiding that because of her political leaning. Interesting.
Character. Yes, I shit you not. The bastard is using the Earl Doobie. They're just cartoons defense.
They're just cartoons.
What to die? Bonk was really mad that I would bring this up in my video because apparently these were things that happened when he was a minor. He didn't know any better. He doesn't stand by it anymore as an adult. And sure, like we just spoke about.
I beg to differ. I beg to differ. The Noel character, he says that, oh, but I would never hurt real children. And he's still friends with somebody who created pedophilic art. And yet he condemns Gabe for supposedly liking lolly art, and when we looked at it, it wasn't lolly art.
The online Brony Fandom normalized a lot of stuff that was not okay. Nazism, shipping adults with minors, Princess Molestia. So a young mind engaging in the online Brony sphere, I can understand this being embarrassing in retrospect, especially if a lot of this is being normalized and seen as okay because the fandom is so anti-drama and pro-forgiveness no matter what. It just lets this stuff slide, only for Bonk to grow up and look back on that and realize that it wasn't okay. That has to be a painful deconstruction. I would know. I had to do the same shit coming out of the online anime community. You know, it turns out a bunch of grown men advocating for lolicon is not fucking normal, actually.
It's fucking deranged.
We should talk to Lazy someday about anime. Not lolicon, but anime.
Yes, we could talk to Lazy about regular, wholesome anime.
Don't say it like that, but I just mean anime.
Aren't letting this shit go is because it's very clear that this isn't something Bonk grew out of. The shit in his teens, I can set aside if he was actually ashamed of it and holds different values now. But it's obvious that he doesn't. This didn't stay in his teenage years. It's something that he has defended well into his adulthood. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Say you're a survivor of grooming by an adult, and you go to some online activist or investigator. Would you, as a survivor looking for support, go to a supposed activist who engages with content depicting minor characters sexually? No, you absolutely would not.
And no, I'm not going to show it to you, but Woot Master did at one point seemingly either draw or retweet pornographic images of Sweetie Belle.
Let me
He did. I've seen it. I hate it.
Ask you another question. say you're a survivor of rape, and you do the same thing, you go online for support, would you go to a guy who has a rape fetish to tell your story? No, I don't think you would.
You'll notice Fandom's OC is a hyena with a glowing eye, but this isn't just an aesthetic choice. Somebody handed me the character sheet for Bonk's.
I want to make something very, very clear about Helena Hyena and about the rape fetish, because Bonk seems to misunderstand what the criticism is. The criticism levied at Bonk is not in relation to CNC, which would be consensual non-consent and things like that. What the criticism is that Bonk's character has a magical eye that would force anyone to do anything without their consent. That is what it is. It is bypassing consent. When we talk about, and because we've had the discussion before of like the erotic books and things like that, and CNC and other like BDSM fetishes, this is not BDSM. This is legitimately a rape eye. The eye tells people to do things completely under the OC's power without any consideration for consent.
The Jessica Jones show has that with the Purple Man, and they call it rape. Man. They call it what it is.
Yeah, it's rape. The eye of rape. Yeah, it's literally the Purple Man. It is funny that it's like a purplish pink eye, but like this is what I'm saying. It's like he doesn't understand the criticism is that the character's special power bypasses and revokes consent. Because he doesn't care. He doesn't care about the criticism. Because, oh, well, my character wouldn't do this. No, stupid. That's not the point. The point is that the character is built on the fact of that. You chose that. Even Sauron didn't have the special rape eye.
And I would say,
oh my god, that's fucking disgusting. I
would say it's being a bit too generous to say that he's not seeing the criticism. He's actively
ignoring it. Well, he's
actively ignoring it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean by see it. Like he's actively ignoring the criticism wholeheartedly. The eye of S.A. Ron is insane.
Oh my god.
Insane, chat. But that's what I'm saying. Like, he's actively ignoring the criticism because he doesn't get it. Or, let me get, I think he gets it. I just don't think he cares.
I think he gets it. I don't think he cares. Because they're not real children.
Yes.
Or, fuck. That's a disgusting thing to say.
Yeah. It's just incredibly frustrating.
This character, and it turns out Bonk has something of a rape fetish.
I fell for you since I first saw you, but you don't know I exist. I've thought about introducing myself, seeing if you'd fall for me normally, but the risk of failure is too painful, and I'm growing more and more impatient.
Is the eye for sex or general mind control?
It could be both.
Both.
But what do you think he's using it for?
He literally has a comic of him using it for sex.
Have the power to change that. With just one look, you're mine. The rest of this comic is lesbian porn with Judy House.
Yes.
I'm not showing you that because I don't hate you. Maybe.
Yes. Yes. Great. Hey, Vince, does that answer your question? No, Vince, you're fine. But does that answer your question immediately? Oh, yes, it's full circle for Judy Hopps. For those who don't know, I've done the Zootopia reading with voice acting included.
Maybe it's a stretch.
Is it wrong?
Maybe it's actually like a hypnosis fetish or something. But I find it odd that specifically in their character description, Bonk specifies that his glowing eye thing in his character is specifically for mind controlling people.
We need 100 likes on the stream.
I don't really see how that's consensual. One glance into the iris causes any command from Helena to be obeyed. One of the biggest red flags about Bonk is their friendship and frequent defense of Woot Master. For those who are unaware, Woot Master is a My Little Pony artist who likes to draw.
Yeah. Let's go talk about Woot Master.
Not safe for work pony and furry characters. However, many of his subjects of interest are usually not within the age range where that would be appropriate. For example, Smolder from My Little Pony and Spike are usually depicted as younger characters, yet Woot Master has drawn both and
no! You
That's the bad one. That's the real bad one.
It's the one I didn't show! Why did you? I edited this so much more. I edited this so lazy. I edited this. We edited this like so much. You have no fucking idea. No, I forgot.
More of these younger characters. Now, in My Little Pony, characters.
I showed
Blur
that.
the feed, please.
I've showed that one once on stream. But again, if you see it in the corner, it's a fake ID. It says 13 to 18. Yeah, Yen, that would be illegal in your country, by the way. Illegal. Actually illegal.
Ages aren't really like clarified ever in the show, so you could argue with the ambiguity. Woot could just feign ignorance. However, his secondary fetish account called No Razor has retweets of trans or intersex pornography of characters like Ryuko Matoi, who is a 17-year-old girl, and Tomoki Kiroki, who is 15. And in both of those cases, those characters' ages are not ambiguous.
Also, I would argue what Lazy misses in that one. Maybe I should start to the feet. I don't think you had to have gone that far, Lazy, because in the bottom right-hand corner, it's a fake ID that says 13 and in pencil says 18. It pencils over the 3 to make an 8. Woot Master is acknowledging that this character is a minor because the fetish is it's a minor. That's the fetish is.
That is very well known. It is specified in these animes. That's how old they are. But in case that wasn't bad enough, taken from Beckett's video, proof of Woot Master retweeting fetish artwork of Sweetie Belle. Also,
yeah,
the dude is a
I
straight up
hated
zoophile,
seeing that.
retweeting pornographic artwork depicting non-anthropomorphized horses.
Yeah, I also hated seeing that.
Just regular ass horses. But believe it or not, it gets even worse than that. Woot Master was in a relationship with someone called Potluck or Zeeb Demon. Zeeb Demon was someone who posted the Youth Attraction Pride flag on their profile and then got personally banned by Elon Musk. Now, granted, Bonk does call Zeeb a pedophile, but will seemingly ride or die on defending Woot Master. I could show you like
Yes, which is crazy.
Every single tweet where he is outwardly defending Woot Master, but I think it's just best to hear it from Bonk himself.
Woot Master has had a history kind of with
Lazy, you're fine. My only thing is I would have just drawn attention to the fake ID and be like, that's enough proof. That's literally enough proof. Yes, if you're a member, put explode in the chat. And if you're not a member, consider becoming a member today. Consider tipping. You get really, really great emotes of our chat. That is implode, explode, silence PDF. We have so many. Yes, put your explodes in the chat. Thank you.
You know, his artwork can kind of be seen as controversial for reasons being that like a lot of it involves like characters canonically underage or something like that.
And if you don't have a membership, hopefully one day someone will gift you one.
Just kind of explain to me your feelings on like Woot Master as a content creator, because they've been in controversy before for this specific thing, and I just was curious about like why you would choose to defend that whilst also trying to like expose somebody else for grooming. It seems like a contradiction to be like, I'm okay with drawings of underage characters in certain situations, but I'm absolutely gonna die on the hill to say that somebody groomed somebody kind of thing.
I think that's I'm not trying to like be hostile or defensive.
Well,
I just think that's very short-sighted. No, I just think it's entirely different. Like if you think one is,
it's not stupid. You stupid fuck. It's not. You stupid fuck. It's not. I hate you. Listen again. I'll make it very real. I don't want Brony Fandom to harm himself. I don't want Bonk to take his own life. I want to make that very, very clear. But you are so absolutely ignorant. You are so willfully lying and incorrect that I can only assume it's malicious because that sounds like that really sounds like a answer a pedophile would give. I'm not saying Bonk is a pedophile. But I'm just saying is that sounds like an answer a pedophile would give. Greg, am I incorrect?
I don't know. I don't know pedophiles.
That's fair, but we've covered enough. Sadly.
I don't feel like I know them, even if we've covered them.
Just sounds like something a pedophile would say.
It's making excuses for that type of behavior.
Yeah.
And behavior that Bonk actively does do. You know what I mean? So it's like very, very pedo adjacent. It's like,
yeah.
I don't know. I
don't know.
I don't like the subject. I don't even like talking about the subject because I don't want to have a conversation with somebody on the other side of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was the one that talked to Dan's burst. You are correct.
Is bad, or both are bad. That's fine. I'm not even trying to debate that. I'm just trying to say that there are leagues different. And it seems very short-sighted to say that it's the same thing and contradictory.
It's contradictory. It's contradictory, you stupid fuck.
Because there are genuine people that exist that are being harmed, and multiple of them in the Griffin situation.
I'm harmed by viewing that art. I was harmed. I was harmed viewing that art. I'm a victim of the art.
But here he is circling back to Black Griffin.
Yeah, always. It's always been about Black Griffin.
And I think that Woot fights for a lot of people that need help. I think.
Yes, he fights for a lot of people that need help. Definitely.
He is very genuine in all that. If he ever did.
Sure, he's very genuine when he creates the full con. Woot Master is very genuine when he creates underaged art. Fuck you, Kick-An.
Good morning. You can be a pony and clip-clop forever.
Kick-An, thank you for the 20 cents.
And good morning. You can be saved by Superman.
I hate you.
Did anything that Griffin did, I would not.
What is he arguing? I'm lost. So he's arguing that Woot Master, despite making what would be considered in some areas of the world illegal art because it depicts children, even though they are anthropomorphized characters, children in sexual positions as well as just straight up sex. He is saying, but Woot Master fights for minorities and for the victimized, so he has to be a good guy. Make that make sense, stupid. Make it make sense. Can you not? Because it doesn't sound like you are.
Not be so willing to defend him. In fact, I would probably just not talk to him ever again. And I don't really talk to him all that much to begin with. Okay. But he hasn't done anything to harm anyone, as far as I'm aware. I don't want to.
If you didn't talk to him so much, why do you defend him so hard?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you just throw him under the bus? Yeah, on principle, or because you talk.
Because then does that mean you're agreeing with his principle? I don't know. That's weird.
Very weird, right?
Argue this point because I don't think it matters to the grand scheme of everything, and I know people don't like when I argue this and they act like I'm ruining everything because I'm talking about it, but I'm only talking about it because people bring it up. But I don't feel like artwork of fictional characters, regardless of.
Ooh, I think you're ruining everything. I think you've ruined everything.
What age or anything that they are
ruined everything.
Has any effect on real people unless it's a drawing of a real child, and then that crosses the line greatly for me.
So
weren't these characters voiced by children, Bonk?
Yeah, weren't some of these characters voiced by kids? What if it's full con of a character that was voiced by a child? In the case of Sweetie Belle. In the case of Claire's character. Really interesting. Really interesting, Bonk. Very interesting. Seems like some of the Brony Fandom stuff still really hasn't left. Shove it away. Very interesting.
If I had any thought that Woot Master wanted to get with actual children, I would not be talking about Woot Master in any good sense, at least.
Right.
But I don't think that he has that. I don't believe that. He's given me no reason to believe that. And I know people. I keep saying the same. I know people this. I know people that. I understand that there is a lot of things that would require explaining my stance on and explaining what the differences are. And once I go into that, the conversation is too uncomfortable for people, and I think that they don't listen to what I'm saying, and they just go, "He defended that thing."
His argument is that it's just drawings, but it's still like a facilitation of this behavior.
Yeah.
Simple. It's hard to find an artist that likes Bonk's kink. Bonk can't let them be cancelled. Just a theory, though.
Damn.
Wow.
Kyle Reyes, you have been saved by Superman.
You've been saved.
So therefore, he shouldn't be talking about anything ever. But I don't think he has harmed anyone, and that's the difference for me. I don't think it matters.
Well, I think we had a conversation, right, about like the whole Nazis and the Brony Fandom, how normalizing and like how normalizing certain things can also equally be harmful, right? If you're like being like, nah, this is normal, that's equally as bad, or saying like, nah, that's not as big of a deal, that's equally as bad. Could you not concede that maybe, you know, drawing characters like that normalizes the idea that people of that age can be?
Yes. Wait for it, because Lazy brings up a very good point. I didn't hear this part of it. I actually never got to the bonk part of this video. I don't have to pull up Lazy's thing then.
Put in sexual situations and it can be seen as fine. Like, because
I think that's a lot more fair of an argument than most people give. I agree that there is.
What do you mean fair of an argument? That is the argument, you stupid fuck.
That's what we're saying.
That is the argument. That's the argument Claire brings up too. When Claire says she's being victimized by having to see NSFW art of a character she played as a child. And your response is, it's not real.
Get over it. Essentially.
Yeah. How much of the call are you going to go over? Half? Captain C, probably none of the call. Beckett went over the call, so I recommend going over and watching his video, his stream on it. I don't feel like it's... I think the Bonk interview is very, very good by Lazy, and he just speaks out of his ass, contradicts himself, and makes himself seem like a fool. But like we don't have time for it. I'm not doing a 9-hour stream.
You are making a fair argument.
Hold on. Lazy's making a fair argument. That's the argument we're making. It's the argument everybody's making.
Yes.
So why no? Why bad?
I think that's a lot more fair of an argument than most people give. I agree that there is that you are making a fair argument there.
Because that's my main argument when it comes to it. Really, that's what I say to everyone.
That's everybody's argument.
Yes.
It's just like
what call? So Beckett went over. Lazy published this interview. Lazy published the whole thing. It's on her YouTube channel. Also, Beckett reacts to it. What number is Card at now?
24, 25, 95, 25, 96, 25, 97, 25, 98, 25, 99, 2600. 2601, 2602,
2602. He changed his hair. He's doing this for multiple days.
Yes.
Like, I respect Card so much for this. It's not even funny.
Sure, these
like,
characters...
Card, you guys should watch this by Card alone. Put it on in the background. Give Card all your support.
May not be real, but drawing them sexualized, knowing the age that they are in the show, could normalize the idea for real kids that watch the show and love the show, seeing them like that, be like, oh, that could be normalized for me too. Like, that's my argument. It's normalization of something that I don't think should be.
I believe that it should not be in a place where people uncomfortable with it and people who are minors can't see. It should not be accessible.
It shouldn't exist. What are you talking about? It shouldn't exist at all. What do you mean? It shouldn't exist. It shouldn't be, oh, well, minors can have access to it. It should not exist at all. Bar none. Because Claire is now an adult. If Claire had access to it and it's like, hey, I feel uncomfortable seeing a character that I drew, that I played as a child in sexual positions, she's an adult now. Why does she not have a right to be uncomfortable by this? Why does she not have a right to say, well, this is terrible, this shouldn't exist? Of all people, Claire is the one that should express that. And should have a complete right to that. What if the adult voice actor who played, I think it was an adult that played Smolder, sees that and it's like, I don't like this existing, this really shouldn't exist. That voice actor is an adult, they should take it down.
It can't just be posted willy-nilly. Like, I think that is wrong. Like I said, I think that dissecting it, a lot of people will instantly feel...
No, lady, I will not be reacting to that call. I think Becca did no reason to redo that. I think Becca did enough on it. Personally speaking. Yeah, I don't think I'd react to it.
So he doesn't think minors should be exposed to that content, but he thinks it's okay for minors to be within the content? Because they're fake and not real.
Yeah. Also, lady, to answer your question, I also wouldn't be able to really give a genuine reaction because I was in the chat when I heard that.
Uncomfortable because the topic of
I try to give a genuine reaction to some of these things, if I'm being honest.
Anything sexual can make a lot of people uncomfortable. So I think a lot of people will not want to hear this next part, but I think that there's a lot of gray. There's a lot of differences and variables in all this. I don't think it's necessarily that like Smolder the Dragon.
Oh, just to highlight it, because we're going to talk about Smolder the Dragon. Just to answer the question. So I listened to the call with the Brit stuff. I think Lio is an idiot for never opening that. I want to make this very clear before I begin. I think Lio is an idiot for never opening it, because we've discussed it a little bit. We've discussed the call, like parts of the call, because somebody asked me about it last stream. Because Beckett was on last stream. I did actually talk about the call. Lyo's an idiot for never opening that. It actually really fucking frustrates me. I'm tired of hearing the excuse that he's too much of a boomer to open things. However, there are parts from Brit's DM dump that was missing that does paint Brit in not so great of a light, and also would have, in my opinion, connected Lily to Homestuck a lot faster, which is like my, what is it? Is it? No, Stockholm, not Homestuck, excuse me. Stockholm a lot faster, because she outright says she's the one drawing it, and like links to her account about it coming out. But I still feel bad for Brit. I'll be very real. I know it doesn't paint her in the best light. I personally don't think Lyo is sweeping regarding Lily. That call doesn't give me enough to believe that Lyo is sweeping for Lily. What I can say, however, is I really, it really does annoy me. And I've told Lyo this. I no longer accept the excuse that he is a boomer and cannot access technology. If I hear that excuse from him again, I'm going to just ream into him about it. We are at the point where he has made content for the internet for such a long period of time that him not being able to access certain things is no longer an excuse. However, and I have to say this, that alone would not have been enough to call that alone would not have been enough to call Lily a groomer, unfortunately. So I'm sorry for spreading that he was sweeping. It's fine. It's fine. That's not. I want to address this in the best way I can, because I think it's a fair question. It's more the fact that, like, I think the excuse or the explanation that Lyo Convoy is an old man, can't open things, needs to stop. And I'll be very honest, I don't want to hear it anymore. That's just how I feel. Not Homestuck, I know Stockholm, my brain was being stupid.
Again, from My Little Pony, when
also, Slug, go to sleep. You have a new job in the morning.
Master looks at art of them or whatever. I don't think it's necessarily the fact that they are like a minor character that is why he wants to see art of that. I think there's a lot of different variables where, and it's uncomfortable for me to talk about too. I don't like defending. I don't want a side in the war. I just don't think he's a bad person. I don't think he.
You are taking a side.
Don't defend him.
Yeah. Burn him then. Burn him.
He's hurt anyone. But I think that, but to explain why I think it is different, from, sorry, what was your question again? I'm sorry.
I'm asking if you concede to the fact that, like, Woot Master's artwork and the past artwork he's made that has been controversial normalizes certain things that are harmful and therefore shouldn't be defended.
Yeah, so I would compare that to, like, people that make, like, gore art. Like, would you make the argument that that is normalizing murder and therefore people are going to be more likely to murder? I think that is, while people don't want to see it that way, it is kind of one for one. Like, people think it's different, but that perception is just that.
Gore? No. No. Let's have a discussion real quick. Card, you look great with your hair back. Let's have this discussion real quick, and this is what Brony Fandom is trying to pull the wool over everybody's eyes. Sexual gratification runs on a different pathway in your brain in comparison to violence in video games and things like that, and depictions of gore. Now, if the gore is a fetish, now that's a different story. But the pathway that your brain takes for the dopaminergic pathway in relation, and the excitation in relation to sexual gratification, arousal, and all those things is different than ooh gore, ooh violence. It is different. And the fact that Bonk thinks that it's one and the same because this is his argument is incredibly incorrect, incredibly disingenuous, and just sounds like he's excusing pedophilic art. I'm just going to be honest. It sounds like Bonk is making an excuse for pedophilic art. And that's very telling given what he asked for regarding that Deltarune character.
That one is normal to draw and one isn't. I think.
Yeah, what about Looney Tunes? They're violent. That didn't create violent people. Exactly. Like this is not. It's not the same pathway. just not.
It does normalize it in a way, and maybe that is bad, but I don't know enough to determine that is happening. I just think that there are certain venues where if you want to do that, go for it. I don't, as long as it's not hurting anyone. If it's not of a real person who is not consenting to that, or is a child and therefore can't consent to that, I don't.
Possums, thank you.
And I will always love you. Soy gay.
Thank you. Thank you, Possums.
I don't really care if a cartoon dragon is being harmed because they aren't being harmed because they're not real.
This is such a self-report. I'm sorry. This is an incredible self-report. You can't tell me otherwise. I'm sorry. This is an incredible self-report. I hate this, but the art of the people isn't real. I hate using this example all the time, but here's a perfect example. Does anyone know about the mangaka for Rurouni Kenshin, who had so much CP and CSAM materials on his computer that they thought that he was the distributor for the greater Tokyo district? Not the city, the district. He also had art that he both created and other people created. He was living out his fantasies through his own art. Are you insane? Yeah. And I've said this. I met his wife, actually, which is a fucking crazy fun fact. Because his wife he couldn't fly that time. So I met his wife at a convention because they did an exhibit for his art. You're an idiot, Bonk. You just created a defense for CSAM materials. I hope you're happy with yourself. I hope you're fucking happy.
So, but in the sense of it being normalized, I guess I don't know for certain that it is helping actual predators get away with anything. Well, I think that, like things like Grand Theft Auto, I think that there are violent people that really like violent games, but I don't think the violent games made them violent people, you know?
I suppose so, but I think it's more so how that artwork is being utilized, right?
Kick in, I'm not even going to read that, but that's like literally the whole argument. That's literally the whole argument.
Yeah, that's his argument.
That's the argument.
Or that's the nth degree of that argument.
Yes, that is the nth degree of this argument that people will make a budge on because he's the one saying it.
And then it's like, it's the thing where it's like you make AI versions of it that are almost indistinguishable from real life. Then what do you have?
Yeah,
that's the full extent of that argument.
Like, listen, people can I think this is a really good example of it. People can think like streamers like Cutie Cinderella and like Pokimane were overreacting. I personally don't think they were. Personally, I don't think they were overreacting when people were making AI porn of them, sticking their faces and doing body maps and trying to make AI porn of them. I think that's
it wasn't even like just a random person. It was like their friend too. That's the other part about that story.
Yes, that was the other part, but it was also that all of it existed and then he accessed it specifically.
And at work.
And at work for an AI video.
Yeah.
Because he was trying to do an AI video and like kept jumping into it more and more and more. Yeah, dude went to jail about AI CP. Like, this is the whole thing. This is what's disgusting about this.
Like,
the AI has to pull from somewhere is absolutely correct. Exactly, Moon Bunnies. Exactly.
When people use Grand Theft Auto, they don't use that as like a simulation to things that they're going to, do bad things in the future.
I agree. I don't think that Woot is going to do the things either. I think it's the same in that regard too.
Sure, but like, why even introduce a sexual element to minor characters at all? Like, that doesn't seem very necessary. Like, you can sexualize characters that are adults, and that's like, they're in the territory of that to do so. But most people are just like, these are essentially lolly characters, right? Like, it's like, do not lewd the lolly. That's like a big thing in most fandoms. It's like, don't fucking do that shit. Like,
I think it's the same. I think it's a slippery slope argument, and
Oh, fuck off, you stupid idiot! No, you just like lolly. This is just a pedophile argument. This is literally a pro-pedophile argument. Like, what is happening? This is a pro-pedophile argument. This is absolutely disgusting. Sorry, Greg, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, if you didn't, I was going to say something I would regret.
No, say it.
I think you need to unpause Card.
Hey, Card, what's up, buddy?
What number are we on?
46, 31, 47, 31, 48, 31, 49, 31, 51, 31, 52, 31, 53, 31,
You go,
54,
buddy. I'm really proud of you, Card. Thanks for helping us, Card.
I kind of hate that argument. I'm gonna be honest. Like with what I was saying with Grand Theft Auto.
Who is the person agreeing with him in chat? Lazy's here. Yeah, she's in and out.
Same thing can also be applied, where people, or a lot of people, were upset with Grand Theft Auto for depicting violence.
Shut the fuck up! It's not the same. Shut the fuck up!
Is
it's not
this?
the same.
Are you doing the fucking what's his name argument? Oh
Yes.
gosh, what's his name? The Jack Brown or whatever.
Yeah.
What's his name?
I
What is
can't remember his name.
Like
off the top of
his
my
name.
head.
Fuck. I haven't had to think about him for like 15 years.
This is so stupid. I hate that argument. I hate you. So LOL. Thank you, honey. Honestly, I'm gonna, with Lazy's permission, Vosh, I think, made the same argument. He did, Lazy. This is the same argument for his lolly horse fetish thing. Vosh has made this same argument. Because sometimes people are crazy. Thank you, Lazy.
Jack Thompson. Thank you.
Thank you.
And allowing you to play as it, and they were saying that this was going to lead to more violence. And you could make the same arguments for that. Where, okay, well, why would you need to do that when you could have a game where you are nice to everyone? Why?
Hey, Lazy. I have a small request. And this is with your permission. You could say no. Do you mind, depending on how much Twitter will let me do it, do you mind if I take out a section of this interview and post it online? I'll ask one of my editors to take a quick snippet out of it. If you're not comfortable with it, it's okay. And post it on Twitter. What is Lazy's PFP art?
It's like an elf.
Yes.
Elf lady with a.
It's a tiefling. Thank you.
Is that a tiefling? Okay.
Yeah. Lazy said you and her are tieflings.
I know, but this art just looks like elf.
Oh, this
Or
is.
gnome.
Oh no, this is. Here it's Pinhead.
Ah, okay. Oh, in the.
In the call, it's Hellraiser. Yes.
Yeah, I see it now. Okay.
Why does it have to be an option? I don't think
It's very based.
it is necessarily a desire to do these things in real life. I don't think it has to translate to that. And I think that people who do have those inclinations, we're going to also gravitate to doing this out of real life.
Shut the
anyways.
fuck up.
I don't think.
Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ, I hate you.
I don't think. I honestly, I think there might be something to it being so common and accepted that it becomes so widespread that people get away with more. I think that could be a possibility, and that could lead to actual harm. Like with you were comparing with the Nazi situation, I can see that. I just can't confirm that is happening. So I don't want, and I also feel pretty safe saying that Woot Master isn't a predator. Right. So I don't want to.
I hate you. I hate you so much.
Why even defend him?
Why defend him? If you can't prove that it is or isn't, why defend him? Bro, this makes me so upset. Like, this makes me so upset, and, like, again, like, I guess this just comes from my whole thing, too, because I had to, like, confront the, like, obvious pedophile thing. This stuff just makes me upset, because it's like, Bonk is just saying the quiet part out loud. That he likes this art and doesn't want it to go away. Because if he criticizes Woot Master, he criticizes himself. That's what it is.
And he can never criticize himself.
Nope. Can never. That's what this is. He just doesn't want to criticize himself.
We're literally seeing like a person who can take decent criticism and improve.
Yeah.
Talking to somebody who cannot take any criticism whatsoever.
Yeah.
To condemn him for that. And when he has fought for people, I don't want to dismiss that just because people are uncomfortable with some of the things he does separate to that.
One last question, and I'll be like super specific. Say that you did have an inappropriate conversation with an adult. Say you and this adult are in the same community. Bronies, let's just say you're bronies. So you're both bronies, and let's just say that you want to warn the wider scope of the community. Would you go to a fellow brony who's really into full con?
No.
No, I don't think so. I mentioned this in the Black Griffin video that I made, that Bonk has made an accusation about Gabe that was just completely wrong.
Yes,
Let's go over that
indeed.
in detail. Bonk claims that Gabe provided vocals for a video that sings about having sex with a young pony character. This
No, he hasn't. It doesn't sound like Gabe at all. I know what Gabe sounds like singing. It's not him.
led many to believe that Gabe was singing a song about wanting to have sex with Sweetie Belle, hence grooming. The thumbnail of this video depicts pornography of the Cutie Mark Crusaders that are explicitly
Hold
stated.
But that isn't that hypocritical of Bonk?
Yeah.
Because he would be
because he says everybody else is lying about him.
No, but he would if this were true,
Mm-hmm.
if there was art, full con art, wouldn't he be okay with it?
Isn't that right? Weird.
That's his own standards, his own words.
Mm-hmm.
To be foals or fillies, aka young ponies. The truth of this video is that it's a re-upload. The original was found with Sweetie Belle as the thumbnail, but clearly this shows that the original vocalist was not Black Griffin. Now, Bonk did retract this claim, but I want to ask you the question. This video that Bonk is referencing is completely unknown to most people. It has 4,000 views in the 8 years it's been on the platform, and it's the only video on this channel. So, my question is, how did Bonk find this video?
I didn't think about that.
How did Bonk find the video? Did he listen to it all the time? Or was it a joke within the Brony fandom that people knew about that and just wanted to attribute it to Gabe and thought people could do it? Now, I will say, I don't know if it's
such a good get.
I don't know if it's a self-report that he liked it and listened to it. I am a little bit more inclined to agree or to believe they know about this video within the community.
Yeah.
And he thought he could pull the wool over people's eyes.
How did he know where to look for it? Granted, he couldn't find the original one either. That one is 10 years old and only has like 5,000 views. It is incredibly obscure. But regardless, I find it interesting that he was able to find the re-upload.
Actually, yes. And this is the other thing. Bonk has tried to call out Griffin for liking Lolicon. We've looked at it. I've stared at it. It's not Lolicon art.
But if it is, doesn't that's his own standards that he's supposed to be okay with by his own standards.
Exactly.
This is crazy. I didn't look as closely into this as you and everybody else did, but Jesus, dude.
I know. Well, to be fair, like I was boots on the ground doing research and interviews like constantly. Like fuck the British, by the way. You fuckers, like... Now, Beckett has a terrible sleeping schedule, don't get me wrong.
True.
But, like, I would be up until, like, 5 o'clock doing stuff. Beckett and I would be in calls till, like, 5 a.m. my time. And he's like, okay, I'm going to sleep now. And I'm like, oh, okay, I gotta go to work.
With porn of minor pony characters as the thumbnail over the original. I think the only way he would have been aware that this video existed and was out there on YouTube is because of Bonk's interest in full con. Now, I must be very clear, this is more of an allegation of Bonk's interest. With private likes and his main Twitter account gone, there's not really any direct, obvious evidence of this. This is more of an accusation that is backed up by the fact that he used to roleplay as Screwball, which the community has considered to be a minor character. And also, the association with Woot Master, once again, retweeting porn of Sweetie Belle. But for those unaware, full con is basically the Brony community's version of lolicon. Media that depicts sexualized minor characters or a person who is attracted to lollies or young female characters.
Yeah.
Now, again, a lot of this comes from Woot Master himself, who openly goons to whatever character he wants, regardless of age.
Yeah.
And Bonk defending this by just saying that no real harm is happening, because these are just characters that don't exist. And I shit you not, he's making the argument that getting offended over drawn porn of a minor is the equivalent to thinking that video games cause violence.
Because he's crazy, and because he enjoys the full con.
I'm gonna play back exactly what I said about Brony Fandom fighting with Claire Corlett. Instead of recognizing the complexities of the situation, he constantly speaks on behalf of people who already said that they don't regard themselves as victims. And instead of respecting that, he just ignores that and is very my way or the highway about it. Either you believe that Claire is a victim of Gabriel, or you defend a groomer. There's no moral gray you can take up. It's just what he wants the narrative to be. And I mean, I understand why, but getting into literal arguments...
Then why is Bonk mad at art where Beckett is hunting him? That's really true, sweetie. Because his character isn't real. It's just hunting a hyena.
Yeah.
It's just a hyena. It's not him.
He didn't even do the art of it.
Yeah. Fascinating.
With people that you're trying to convince are grooming victims is just not how you get people to self-reflect on their potentially harmful relationships. Now I want to read you a DM that Brony Fandom sent to Claire Corlett personally, found here in Beckett's video. No, you're a liar.
I know your brain is huge, sweetie. If you want to come on, honey, I know you just got off work, but by all means, I miss you.
You
just got off work. Why are you making her want to do more?
Your version of events, or your lawyer didn't say any of this. I have not harassed you. I have not slandered anyone. Nothing I've done has been illegal, immoral, or done in the pursuit of any kind of revenge or bad intent. The same cannot be said for what you've done. You don't like me posting public information, and so you try to make me into some sort of devil. You can't even hold a conversation without needing to take what you've perceived as a stab at me. You think dropping my IRL information in the DMs is some sort of gotcha moment? You're
Sure she did that.
awful. You aren't mature. Even when I point out how you're being petty and childish, throwing emojis at me, you keep doing it. I try to see what you want to show me. I tell you it's private, and you call me a liar. When I show you that it is, you threaten to sue me. Now, I am not someone who likes it when a significant creator or person of interest uses lawsuits and threats to sue someone.
This is where I will disagree. This is a weird internet standard thing that does annoy me. Legal action is sometimes necessary. In the case of, like, for instance, Ethan Klein, no, that legal standard is annoying. I hate ADHD. But legal representation should not be used as a sign of guilt. That is something that the commentary community does that I don't agree with. Did you just kind of compliment Ethan? No. I think Ethan Klein's lawsuit against Denims and all of them is very harmful for the platform. I think he's a fucking moron. No, Zane. I did not.
When they aren't a fan of what they're saying. I also do not condone doxing or seeking out someone's private information. This has happened time and time again. But I think in this case, I should have at least been a little more charitable to Claire. Claire, in her messages with Bonk, is trying to handle things at least as cordially as possible. Just understand what the fuck Bonk's issue is with her and Gabe. And Bonk is just being so dismissive of whatever she has to say. I understand the argument that a victim of grooming is not going to know if they're being groomed because that's the whole point of grooming. Making that conditioning feel normal.
I'm not saying it's a guilt always, just sometimes uses the threat so often it helps people will think it's an overreaction. That's fair. It's a case by case basis.
4190, 4191, 4190.
4191.
It isn't. And this is still very much true. However, my issue is that Bonk is more obsessed with pushing the story of Claire's grooming rather than the actual people that do claim to be a victim of Gabe. Bonk prioritizes being in the right about Claire's marriage secretly being a plot of a groomer than he is uplifting Destiny or the Snapchat victim. At least they are willing to call themselves victims. They are out here saying, we were groomed. And yet, Bonk's priority is just to keep pushing this whole thing with Gabe and Claire instead of doing anything to verify their testimonies. Why? Why focus
because
so
they're
much
not
on the
famous
people
like
who are
Claire
asking you to stop
and
labeling
Michelle.
them as victims rather than work with those who are willing to go on the record and say that they are victims? Well, it's probably because he can't. Like Destiny had mentioned, she deleted the account in which this occurred, and the Snapchat victim didn't save the dick pics to prove that they happened. And although I understand why, since, you know, they're children and they wouldn't have the hindsight to save the evidence, it's still a risk to platform them without something to support their claims. Testimony is evidence. It's important evidence.
agree.
But it usually gets classified under circumstantial evidence over physical and direct. And usually what builds a good case is either a smoking gun, physical or direct evidence, or a lot of circumstantial evidence that paints a picture. And this is something that I even had to deconstruct when I was speaking to Beckett. When people on the internet say there is no evidence, that does not mean that they are saying these people are lying. When Beckett says that there is no direct evidence, he's not pointing the finger at Destiny or the Snapchat victim and saying, you both are.
Yeah. It's never that. It's please. If you don't, like, unfortunately, like, with a real, like, the whole of evidence is these two alleged, like, nude photos. And you continually, like keep promoting that he sent them to you. I'm not saying that they're lying. I'm saying that that's, like, it's so detrimental to their
Bonk wants her
statement.
to agree so he has a chance.
God.
Maddie Ice 2ish, you've been saved by Superman.
Yeah, standard of evidence has to exist. It just has to. Because if we don't do that, every allegation can like be promoted, as well as a standard of ethics.
Liars. That's not what he's saying. This is even something that I had to come to terms with. Like, he's not saying they're lying. Nobody is saying that these people are lying. He's just saying that there needs to be more. What Bonk is trying to do is equate a mounting of circumstantial evidence as direct evidence and accuse anyone who is asking
questions. It's quantity over quality, which does not work. Allegations are evidence. Mama Flamenco.
questions or just trying to verify information. He's accusing them of trying to discredit and disregard the victims and call them liars for no reason. I am willing to hear Destiny out. I'm willing to hear the Snapchat victim out. I'm willing to show my support and respect to them. I'm sure a lot of people would, but all people are asking for is more. And claiming that's not reasonable and defending groomers is just kind of dumb. There is one last thing I want to put out there as my final critique of Bonk. As it's known to everyone now, Brony Fandom is an account that is ran by two people, Sophie Scruggs and Bonk.
Again, picking the nicest picture of Sophie. I'm going to say this as not. You're much nicer than me. Much nicer.
Present, it is just Bonk running the account. But I have my own issues with Sophie Scruggs. Sophie's been platforming allegations against Gabe longer than even Bonk has, and presented herself as an expert in the Brony scene in Courtney's video. As we know now, her reach doesn't extend as far as she claims it does, and this entire situation has put her attendance at risk when Beckett spoke to Scott Thornwing, director of Everfree Northwest. And if Everfree Northwest wants a good...
Why do they share one account? So what it appears to be is that Bonk was running the Brony Fandom account by himself. He that pic was, quote, nice. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. It's not what she looks like right now.
I do have a comment too about the one account, but you go ahead.
So from what we can tell, Bonk was when he repurposed the roleplay account. I'm not much a looker myself, so using the quote unquote ugly picture of Sophie didn't seem fair. I said, I'm just joking. You're just picking the nice picture. You're just I am a mean person. I also call myself ugly all the time. No, I'm just poking fun at you being overly nice. But so what we could tell is that Bonk was fighting the good fight. And then at a certain point in time, him and Sophie start talking, and Sophie just starts platforming allegations through Bonk. Because here's something really, really interesting. Destiny Doodles, one of the alleged accusers of getting a dick pic from Black Griffin, is in Sophie's community. Is in Sophie's art community. Sophie herself says that. Sophie herself has known about Destiny longer than even Bonk did. Who do you think connected Destiny to Bonk? It was Sophie. Sophie has promoted her GoFundMes before, or her Kickstarters. And again, that's something that I personally care about. Like, go make your bread. Like, I know Destiny is currently running a GoFundMe. And I hope she meets the goal, because she's really that destitute. But, like, very interesting that Destiny Doodles comes from Sophie Scruggs' community.
And as for my comment, on Twitter and Tumblr, 10, 15 years ago.
Anyone can make accusations.
Yeah.
It's not hard.
Thank you, Lost in Worlds.
Lost Worlds 15, you are saved by Superman. 10, 15 years ago, on Twitter and Tumblr, it is not unheard of to share accounts like this.
Yeah, that's very
It was
true.
definitely not unheard of. These were not their main accounts. Bonk's main account is gone now. Is that right?
So yeah.
So he had a main account. Sophie has a main account, and they shared the Fandom account, or they were active users on the Fandom account.
All right.
But it is completely not unheard of for people to share multiple accounts, at least 10, 15 years ago.
Card, I have to pause you. I need to show you all the biggest lie ever. I just saw the biggest lie on the platform ever. Let's go to Diesel's channel real quick. Diesel has made a community post.
What?
Saying that he has a stream schedule.
What?
This motherfucker is not staying to this schedule.
This is dog. 4 days? 5 days?
This motherfucker is not staying to this schedule at all.
I know he's got to make the bread. I hope he does. This is fantastic if true. We're eating good if we can adhere to the schedule.
This motherfucker is not staying to this schedule. Hold up. I'm gonna send a DM to him. I mean, where's FPS Diesel? Because I love this man more than my own life. GIF. Sticker. No, where's Doubt? I can't wait to hear back from on that one.
Good reason to ban Sophie. Besides all this drama, how about the fact that after Bonk tried to off himself due to the online harassment in relation to the Brony Fandom account, she still gave Bonk the account back? I think Enter described it best. This is like giving an alcoholic access to the liquor cabinet after getting their stomach pumped. Why would you ever allow anyone who is prone to suicidal tendencies due to poorly reacting to online harassment?
Also, and I don't know.
I said the same thing about Sophie doing this. Like this, she should not have given it back to him.
And I will, and this is something that I don't know if Lazy includes it in the video. Emily is the one that told Sophie to lock Brony Fandom out of the accounts. It wasn't Sophie that did it. It was Emily telling Sophie, you need to do it. You know? Fucking weird, right?
into the account that he used to streamline his suicide. Sophie clearly doesn't care for Bonk's well-being if she's effectively retying the news after it broke the first time. But aside from Sophie, another character we should highlight is Amy New. Amy
Yeah,
is
girl.
Peter New's wife, who Claire has known personally.
Damn. Also getting like great pictures of everybody. If it's not in the video because I never directly saw the correspondence actually. Yeah, it's in Beckett's last video.
Or at least knows of them.
Where the switch was with Amy. I don't know if my own father has talked to either of them, but I do know that my dad has reached out to people that I've worked with and warned them about me when I had told my parents that, you know, I was in a relationship with Gabe. And this is when I was almost 20. I don't know when the swap or switch was for Amy. I had met her a few times before. I knew she was married to Peter New. I think, I can't remember a whole lot about her, but I don't know. She's like kind of mixed up in the fan world, and she came first as a fan. To my knowledge, she was a fan first, and then she just kind of started dating Peter, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. And she was kind of like a fan of My Little Pony and a fan of Peter, and then started dating.
So this is where we need to talk about this group's true motives. But I must make this absolutely clear that this is merely just me theory crafting. Throughout this process, I tried to speak to Sophie and Amy, but they do not want to speak to me.
Girl.
I wonder why, or at least I'll be.
Theory craft girl. Theory craft girl. What did she say? What did they say? Sophie Scruggs, like I said, I don't want any part of this more than I already am. Please respect that. It caused me more stress than you know, and it affects my daily life. I don't really give a shit. I promised my partner I wouldn't go further with this. Oh, that's sad for your partner. I don't give a shit. Hey Amy, I really like your videos, and I think you seem like a really cool person. But respectfully, no, I'm sorry.
Why, or at least I'll be giving them a good reason now. Could these people come out and just say something along the lines of, nuh-uh, just to debunk what I'm saying?
Sophie's the snail lady.
Sure, but I doubt it. So let me present to you my final argument against Brony Fandom.
She's a little more than that.
Mastermind.
After Beckett's first video went live featuring Claire and Michelle's interviews, Bonk and Amy both claimed that Beckett's video wasn't legal. The reason they felt that way...
So they said it wasn't legal. Now, we've talked about why they said it wasn't legal. But let's...
Yo, Phineas has got in with Bonk, too? This guy's everywhere.
Well, Phineas was talking to them because he was also KP's mod. It's like a...
I know, that's why I'm like, that's
yeah.
crazy that he's also... Like,
well, they were all
talking
because he was more okay with the lazy and enter at the time, which is just fair.
It was because of an audio recording featuring Claire, her father, what I believe is also her mom in the call.
That's good. I haven't seen the video. Yeah. Therapy session. I wonder how Amy knows specifically that this is a therapy session. Huh, Amy? I wonder how you know that this is a therapy session. No one's ever publicly stated it.
Having a group therapy session. Now, due to a misunderstanding of HIPAA, Bonk claims that the recording violates the consent of the...
It's an incredible misunderstanding of HIPAA. Incredible misunderstanding.
The people in this
Wait,
call.
hold on, pause. Phineas knows everyone. He was in a Mr. Beast video once. His connections are fucking crazy. Who the fuck is this guy?
I've never heard of Phineas in my life.
This is crazy.
But good for him. Seems like an okay guy. I remember you losing your mind in the Beckett stream at this part. Yes, and we'll get there. Yeah. Someone get Rosanna on this kid. I talked to someone recently who got stuck that met Rosanna Pansino. And you will never believe who Rosanna Pansino was talking to.
This story's crazy. Well, we're moving on.
We are. He was in Lyle Convoy's call with Doodle Tones. What the fuck, Phineas?
This guy's everywhere.
Phineas.
Or the courthouse.
The courthouse calls. Yeah. Phineas. Buddy, I don't know who you are. We've never spoken before. But nice.
Really explain how when speaking to Phineas, he just kind of says, and I quote, "I'm saying only what I'm allowed to say. Not everyone had given consent. That's the truth. And there's no reason to believe..."
Which you wouldn't know. Unless Amy told you.
Unless you talked to...
And then Amy had to learn that from somebody else.
Claire asked at all. "I'm saying only what I'm allowed to say. Not everyone had given consent. That's the truth."
I wonder.
Interesting. So, I have a few questions. The first kind of being like a compound question. What exactly aren't you allowed to say? What's holding you back in giving us more details? What are you hiding? And the most important question, how do you know that? You claim that not everyone had given consent to this therapy session. My question is, how do you know that? Amy New says the same thing. I don't know if you know this or if it matters much anymore. That recording Claire played on the Cope and Seed thing was a private family therapist session. I don't think Ian is a great person, but I wish people would understand that they were speaking openly to a therapist. They were trying to get...
Interesting, Amy. Why do you
I think how do you know that is like my favorite, like, how do you know that?
How do you know that?
help. That's interesting, Amy. How do you know that? Also, here's another
We're all fucking hive mind.
I'm gonna start using that more often because that's such a good.
How do you know
such
that?
a good like limiter of like the situations.
I've done that to people too. Like, how do you know? I love it. I love that we're all hive minding right now.
interesting thing. How do either of these people know that it was a call from a therapy session? If you watch Beckett's video, he doesn't mention that this was from a family
Here's
therapy
the
session.
weird thing. I don't think the recording was from a therapy session. I can confirm that the statement was made privately. Beckett and I can confirm that. Beckett said it on his video. But we never said it publicly. We never said it publicly. How Amy knows, I'm very curious about. And it's not in the Billy Bust Up doc either. What do we mean? Oh, Cece, we're not there yet.
At all.
How many people haven't heard this? It's part of one of the Gabe defense documents and a little bit difficult to access. So, with permission, I'm just going to play it for you.
And if you go to the defense document by Billy Bustup, where these recordings were originally published, but they weren't accessible, they don't mention the origins of the recorded calls.
It is a bitch to grab, by the way. I had to, like, email people to get them. I had requested them. It was a whole big fucking mess.
The only people that made it a fact that these were recorded calls in a group family therapy session was Amy New and Bonk.
Uh-huh.
But how do they know that? Aside from how they seemingly knew this information, they also know for a fact that not everyone in that call gave...
Listen to the call. Claire is talking to Ian. Claire says, "Did you know about this?" to someone, and Ian says, "No, your mother does have everything about it." Yes. So it's Claire, her dad, and her mom. Yes, Ario Speedwagon. So this is something that's really funny. Shout outs to Enter for like noticing something that was unintentional. It was us that got the call and added the captions to it. And it was an unintended thing to put the ... where the edit was. It was an unintended thing by Ash. It was just the way the program did it, and then they were like futzing around with it. It was actually completely unintended, but it is funny. It's funny to believe. Yeah, we're the ones that procured it and put subtitles to it.
Consent to be recorded. My question is, who? Clearly it isn't Claire if she's posting this online, something as the patient she is allowed to do. Patient rights state that a patient...
Yes, she is. Yes, she is. She's allowed to record it.
...can make any of their medical history known to anyone, including the public, as it is their right. And if she's the one recording, clearly she...
And very interesting to note, if Ian's in there, he doesn't sign a HIPAA waiver. Oh, he could, but the issue becomes that it's primarily his daughter's care.
Consent. Is it the therapist? Well, when asked directly, Bonk claims to have never spoken to Claire's therapist or even knows who they are, despite how concerned he seems to be of this therapist losing their...
Therapists can't lose their job. They can't lose their license if a patient spreads information about their medical health. Just like no medical professional can lose their license over the fact that they spread their health.
Job, he can't seem to prove that they didn't consent to the session being recorded. The only person that leaves is Claire's parents, but most specifically, Ian James Corlett. Claire has claimed for years that Ian was controlling and abusive. She was even convinced that Brony Fandom was her father because he, self-admittedly, made alt accounts to call Gabe out. And yet, despite all this, Brony Fandom seemingly has defended Ian on multiple occasions. There wasn't any abuse to talk about. Aside from saying abuse happened, your only specifics you gave were your parents doing things that seemingly were attempts to keep you away from Gabriel, which is a very reasonable thing for them to
Ding, ding, ding.
As for abuse, I do not know whether or not Ian is an abuser. All I do know is
closer.
Claire's message claiming examples of abuse reads pretty much more to me as a parent wanting to desperately get their child away from a predator. If I'm wrong, give me the part of her message that is different. As for Saber and Paleo, yes, they defended his grooming. They also aggressively harassed anyone who showed empathy to Claire's father. When he spoke about missing his daughter, they implied Ian was an abuser, but that remains to be seen and doesn't justify how they spoke. Even in my own coverage of the Black Griffin allegations, I said that I was willing to believe Ian was abusive. I just didn't know because I don't know him personally or Claire, but I was willing to at least believe it when Claire says it. Bonk is not, for some reason. Why? I thought you wanted to believe victims, so why are you so dismissive to claims of an abusive father? And the thing is, Ian isn't unfamiliar with Brony Fandom, as he follows the Brony Fandom account
getting warmer
on Twitter. But that's not all. He also follows Sophie Scruggs on both Instagram
Ooh, we're getting warmer.
And Twitter. And when Ian posted an open letter to his daughter in response to not being invited to Claire and Gabe's wedding, guess who is reposting it in Ian's responses? Amy New. So let's...
Ooh!
Recap. Amy New was told in person by Ian about the allegations
I'm
against
about
Gabe.
to subscribe.
I'm about to subscribble. I'm already subscribbled. What are you talking about? Oh shit, I hit the Fugi and not the display capture.
He is even reposting his open letter to Claire. Although Brony Fandom has claimed to have never met Ian or taken orders from him, Ian is at least aware of him. He follows the Brony Fandom account alongside Sophie Scruggs on Twitter and Instagram. We know that he has made alternative accounts before, self-admittedly. It's even suspected that this Flutter Cult account that called Cope and Seethe alt-right before Bonk did is allegedly Ian.
Yeah, we have some suspicions. Yeah. Thank you, phony bonkers. Thank you, phony bonkers.
And alt. And, you know, honestly, it has to be him, because all of the same actors are following the Flutter Cult account. Amy New, Sophie...
Ooh. Also, Jenny Nicholson? Ooh, that's a weird one.
Bonk, Woot Master, and when you think about it, Bonk and Ian have a lot in common.
Ooh, Woot Master's also following him? Fascinating.
In terms of how they present the allegations against Black Griffin and how they act online. If we are to believe that the Flutter Cult account is Ian, then both Bonk and Ian have a few things in common. They both relentlessly call people alt-right, both to Cope and Seethe and Black Griffin. Both are harping at other entities like Billy Bustup and Momocon.
And it's to be noted that the biggest thing is that they believe being conservative and alt-right would kill his pull in the fandom because it's very progressive.
To have Gabe removed. And both accounts are obsessively tweeting about Black Griffin constantly. They have a lot of similarities that I honestly don't blame Claire for thinking Bonk was her dad.
And then I had speculated actually for a while that this could have been my own dad, because my dad has done stuff like this before. The language was very similar. I had alluded to some, sassy remarks I made with Brony Fandom's this account. And I was just trying to kind of gauge the waters, and I'm like, yeah, I found out that it wasn't him, and I was like kind of relieved, but I also was kind of mad because I was like, well, dang, now we just have like another crazy person with the same kind of mentality.
But if there's one thing that I would like to point to as a direct correlation, it would be this. Bonk mentions that the recording was a HIPAA violation. When I spoke to Phineas, he had mentioned that Bonk claimed that it was illegal because it was a violation of privacy and shouldn't be on YouTube. What's so funny about that is that Beckett did get a privacy complaint.
Yes, he did. Oh, Ian, your bitch is showing.
He never made this public. He's only ever shared it with me in private and has given me permission to share it. Now, it doesn't say directly who filed this privacy concern, but the timestamp is the entire recording. So here's my question. Did Bonk report the video for privacy? He seems pretty adamant that the video needs to come down, but usually privacy complaints are filed via the person whose privacy is being violated.
And it's also been noted that it takes multiple complaints. If you're doing a privacy complaint, in experience, I've heard that it takes multiple complaints to do that, not just a single one.
Not on behalf of someone else. So my question is, did Ian take Bonk's advice in claiming the video is illegal? I also find it really interesting that Bonk claims that he never has seen Cope and Seethe's video or is even going to entertain it, but...
Yeah, that's right. Bonk says that he's never seen it. I wonder who else may have.
Will so confidently talk about the contents of said video, even straight up saying things that are just not said in the video at all. Like, he claims that Claire said that Sophie forced her to pet her snail when Claire never says this.
Nope.
And I'm using this as a specific example. I actually had to go back and research this because I had forgot about it because it meant nothing to me. Sorry, Sophie. I'm not trying to be rude here, but I don't remember that I complimented your snail once. That was something that I did in the moment because I was being friendly and nice. Now somehow I'm getting backstabbed because you decided to tweet out to everybody years ago, the last time you got frustrated that I was in a relationship with Gabe, before we were married and we had announced that we were dating, you said you were worried for your dear friend, your close friend, Claire, me. And I'm sitting here going, who the hell are you? Have I even met you before? Like, what the frick? Then I have to go back and I find out, oh, thank God, I actually did meet her. Okay, so she's not...
Ooh, pet the snail, huh?
Totally crazy. But then I keep reading this stuff and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is literally, I complimented your snail one time. And I think I might have DM'd you about a bag that I saw at a convention. And
the snail is the true victim. You're all right.
You were at the convention and and I walked through the vendor hall and I was like, oh, you have really pretty bags because one of them had my character on it. And I was like, that's so cool. I think I might have taken a picture of it. And then I was like, hey, like, how do you sell your bags? I think I DM'd her of like, hey, how do you sell your bags? Like, I might have wanted to retweet that or promote that at some point, right?
There is one last thing I would like to share with you, because there is one thing that I think verifies my suspicion of all of this. It would be this. Ian has been known to reach out to content creators who have spoken about Black Griffin, or at least has worked with them. It's been speculated, though not confirmed, that he spoke with the Living Tombstone to have their collaboration with...
This has been speculated. I have heard this speculation once before.
Gabe removed from their channel, but I can't say 100% if that's a fact or if that's true. That's just hearsay. What is not hearsay is the fact that I have spoken to Ian. 5 days after my Black Griffin video went live, he...
And there we go.
Whoa.
Allegedly, and now Lazy will explain it, allegedly Ian reached out to Lazy after her video went live.
He reached out to me. I have held back on talking about this because I'm the type of person who, if you tell me not to say shit, I won't. The only time I have broken this rule is with the clips from Bonk's interview, because I don't have to keep my word to a full concrete that's into cartoon children. But otherwise, if we are having like a private conversation and you ask me to keep it private, I will keep it private. In the past, when content creators leak DMs or talk about a private conversation publicly, they're usually seen as a massive asshole for leaking private chats, things the public does not need to see. And because I at least have like a baseline respect for privacy, I try to respect when people revoke their consent for private conversations to be out in the public. When I heard that recording of Ian being verbally aggressive towards Claire, I blocked him and I deleted all of our messages. I wanted nothing to do with him. I have tried to get like data retrieval from Instagram to
There are ways to do it. I don't know how far Lazy is in that process. If she's requested the data, I don't know how well Instagram can be with it. If she grabs it, I know she'll publish it or allow one of us to. I kind of get it if she's unable to. Yes, she shouldn't have deleted them, but I also get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. Don't delete things, Lazy. Don't delete it ever. Keep it forever.
To see if I can get these messages again, but I couldn't do it. I can't retrieve the messages, and since Ian has asked not to show anyone those messages, I won't, because regrettably, I can't. That was so stupid of me. I should have gotten the screenshots and whatever to verify, but I didn't. I can tell you what I said, though, from memory, mind you, because we had a total of 2 correspondences. Regretfully, I didn't know if Ian was abusive or not. I was a bit more cordial than I should have been. This is mainly because I thought if he's at least willing to actually reach out to me.
I have unblocked Ian. If he ever posted our DMs, he can if he wants. He never will, though. No. He just never will. Ian will never post the DMs, in my personal opinion. It just won't happen. Because he doesn't want to... Ian doesn't want to be publicly involved in this. He will do it privately. He will never do it publicly.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to me, maybe I could hear his side of the story, and maybe the claims of abuse are just a narrative, or something that's not true, as a groomer tactic to keep Claire away from him. But interestingly, Ian wouldn't confirm nor deny the claims, and just kept telling me that he didn't want it to be known that he was involved with any of this, and to please tell no one that he ever spoke. This should have been a red flag, but maybe he was just trying to rebuild his family, I suppose, and I just didn't want to get in the way of a grieving father and get involved in someone else's family drama, so I just let it be. It's none of my business. It's not my family, not my fucking circus. I was nice to Ian simply because I'm just kind of baseline friendly with everyone who talks to me about my videos. That's what our first conversation was about. He basically just wanted to text me and be like, I liked your video, and I also like that little skit you put in it. Thank you. At that point, I think I did apologize to Ian because I said something that was insinuating that Ian passed his daughter around to both Mando Pony and Gabe, and I said, you know what, I think Claire might have had a point. If my father allowed me to be around 2 men who were into little girls a little bit too much, I don't think I would talk to him either. Just add that into the pile of regrettable things I said in that video. But yeah, I wanted to apologize for insinuating that Ian might have trafficked his daughter to creeps. I thought saying that was a little bit too far, along with a bunch of other things I said that were too far. I just wanted to wish him and his family well, hope y'all are doing good. I also was maybe hoping for an interview. I didn't want to bombard him with one, but was kind of hoping that he could answer some questions if it wasn't too much to ask. I should have been more direct about it, but this is a seasoned voice actor. I was a bit shocked that he'd even reach out to me in the first place. But Ian wasn't interested in keeping in constant communication with me. He asked me not to tell anyone that we ever spoke or show anyone our conversations, and that he didn't want to be on record or anything because he didn't want people to know that he was involved. Well,
which is insane.
Yeah.
You don't want people to know that you're involved in trying to save your daughter? Fascinating. I wonder why. Ian is Claire's father.
Who is also a voice actor in his own right, who cannot be involved with this publicly because then he will lose all of his jobs if people find out how much of a freak he is.
Almost like it's the same reason why Emily never wanted to post it publicly. Claire is the wife of Black Griffin. Fork ups. I am not going to explain who Black Griffin is, I swear to God.
Seeing as he is openly following the people who are involved and is talking to me directly.
He's Canadian Goku. So he's Goku for 30 episodes in Canada once.
He never says Kamehameha.
I don't care.
That was a funny little tidbit I learned. He just never says Kamehameha.
That's obviously not true. He is very much involved. And the second conversation was after KP's video. And all it was just talking about how bad the video was. And that he hoped the victim was okay and how much this has personally affected him with how Saber has openly attacked him. So I am just guessing that he was really banking on this being true. Especially since Ian follows a Saberspark parody account called Saber Spark on Twitter, which is super mature for a 6-year-old man. And that was it. Our 2 conversations was just, hey, I thought your video was good. Man, KP's video sucked. And that's it. Also, please don't tell me when we talked or whatever. Now, if I had listened to that recording beforehand, would I have ever entertained talking to this guy? Fuck no. But his conversations with me did end up turning the cogs in my head and making me concoct this grand conspiracy. If this guy was willing to reach out to me, some fucking stupid internet rando who talks about Netflix movies for a living, if he was willing to reach out to me, who's to say he hasn't spoken?
Also, if anyone wants to help with third-party retrieval to get the DMs, I'll work with you and try to get them back. So you can reach out to Instagram and ask for the data. I don't know as much as what your third-party stuff you can do with it. To be fair, I actually don't know.
Bonk and Sophie. And it was when Claire said this.
I don't know if my own father has talked to either of them, but I do know that my dad has reached out to people that I've worked with and warned them about me when I had told my parents that, I was in a relationship with Gabe.
That it all just clicked. Amy, Bonk, and Sophie have always been in contact with each other. And although I do believe that Bonk had at least initially worked on his own in the beginning, he also mentioned people reaching out to him who were silenced by Gabe and Claire over the years. And I have no doubt in my mind that either Amy has reached out to as like a secret mouthpiece for Ian, or Ian has been directly in contact with Bonk.
I would agree with this. I would agree with this based on how in the interview, which I recommend you watch, or watch Beckett's stream on it, the interview, the way that Bonk says he hasn't spoken to Ian, but could only know information about Ian, and he also says he gets a lot of his information from Amy and Sophie, I believe that Ian is talking to them.
This whole thing, at least the rumors about Claire, they all come from Ian. It's always been him. How long has it been him? I don't know, I'm not too sure. But I know damn well that this idea that Ian is just removed from all of this isn't fucking true. He told me he was personally involved in all this. He knows all this stuff. He's been following it from the start. If there is one thing I think should deter you from listening to Bonk, Amy New, or Sophie Scruggs at all, aside from them all being, kind of insane, is the fact that they are mouthpieces for Ian James Corlett. And Sophie and Amy might not ever admit this, but ladies, I know exactly where your barking orders are coming from. You're trying to slink away now and just try to avoid talking to me altogether, but you don't get to fucking run. Not after the shit you pulled. You've taken the side of an emotional abuser, proven so solidly, than you do with the people that you claim are victims that you say that you care about. You don't care about victims. You never cared about victims. All you cared about is sucking up to industry voice actors like Ian or Peter New, who is also under scrutiny for apparently saying inappropriate things to underage girls.
And I think that's also really funny, considering Peter New is somebody who has said inappropriate things about girls who are underage.
You're not protecting. You're projecting. And you know what the worst part is? The worst part is that people like Sophie, Bonk, and Amy, they're weaponizing their black and white thinking. Here's the thing. No one wants to stand by an abuser. People want to believe victims because people who lie about sex crimes and abuse, that's rare. And you'll see this when Bonk fights with people. If you disagree with his claims or ask him questions, he calls you a defender of groomers and rapists. And since no one wants to be that guy who stands by a rapist or...
Oh my god, the Just the Robot reference!
I don't ever remember seeing the thumbnail for that. That's funny
because it
as hell.
disappeared immediately.
I know. I know I'm not adding a lot to that back end of this video, but I'm just like, I'm locked in. Like this is yes.
We stan lazy bedhead.
Or a groomer, and they want to believe victims because victim blaming and being dismissive is shitty, they'll just take your word for it. This doesn't just expand to randos on Twitter. This applies to Claire herself, because now she's equally as bad as everyone who stands by Gabe. She's a groomer apologist and a defender of an abuser. And somehow you saying that isn't also treating victims like shit. If you see Claire as a victim, why are you allowed to toss her to the side when she doesn't agree with you? And that's totally fine. But when people ask questions regarding Destiny's claims or the Snapchat victim, you dismiss that as victim blaming and defending abusers. Why are you allowed to toss Claire to the side and ignore her victimhood when it comes to her father, but no one is allowed to bring their concerns about your investigation without being accused of tossing victims to the side? You're abusing people's kindness. You're abusing people's care for victims and forcing their arm behind their back because apparently Amy, Bonk, and Sophie are the only true advocates for victims. They're the only ones who are doing what's right by them. What Destiny and the Snapchat victim should do is rely on Rain as a resource instead of Brony Fandom and co. Yet that suggestion gets shot down by Bonk. He was apparently angry that people would suggest Rain at all as he dismisses the idea that Rain is the only solution, which...
He thought Rain was a fucking YouTuber.
That's right.
He thought Rain was a fucking YouTuber, and he's still mad to this day that Anthony even suggested using a victim advocacy organization. And you know what pisses me off about it? You know what really pisses me off? Sophie and Amy have posted, oh guys, you don't understand. Why use Rain? They've lost funding. I can't believe why would you do that? You don't understand how underfunded they are. You stupid fucking bitches. What do you mean? You know nothing about Rain. Do you know their credentials? Do you know how they get support? Do you know what their funding is? You stupid idiots. Shut the fuck up.
So is Bonk dumb or malicious? Bonk is malicious.
Yeah, malicious. Wait, seriously? Yes, lazy. I have tweets from Sophie and Amy discussing them saying that's all a lie, I swear to God. Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can find it real quick because it's hard for me to search Amy because she's blocked me. I think the search feature is off when they block you. So I might have to have Greg do it. Give me 20 seconds. X.
They blocked you?
Amy did.
Amy knows who you are?
Yes, because I went back on her because it was funny to fuck with her. Because she's a stupid idiot. Literally the most boring human being that's ever existed.
Hey, she had sex with a Sonic voice actor. That's saying something. I could never.
So, just to highlight, when bringing up Rain, let let's see. So here's the Rain stuff. When bringing up Rain and that nobody involved Rain, this is the 13th, Anthony talking about it. They did content. They were told, I'm sorry, you don't deserve it. And that was really it. No, how? And then Amy New goes, I don't know it's been related to the victim, but Rain has been cutting services. Just thought it might be worth mentioning. Interesting.
That's got to be the only time.
I meant Bonk thinking Rain was a YouTuber.
That's in our
He thinks Rain's like a person. Like, he thought Rain was like a person. And the joke is that he thought Rain was literally like a fucking YouTuber. Because, like, Bonk only believes in internet justice. So, internet justice means that Rain is a person, not just like KP. That's the issue.
No one was saying that. He apparently also had no idea what Rain even was. An advocate for sexual abuse survivors.
Hold on.
No one was saying that. He apparently also had no idea what Rain even was.
I don't even know who that is. Who?
That's right.
Because he is assuming it's another YouTuber. He's just assuming it's another YouTuber. Yo, Mama's so stupid she thought Rain was the guy who played Dwight on The Office.
That's hilarious.
And guess what?
Rain
Lazy,
Wilson.
if we're talking about this, let me see if I can find it now then. Let's look up Sophie Scruggs now that Sophie Scruggs. There we go. So if we look up Sophie Scruggs and Rain. Weird. Let's go to latest. Weird. Interestingly enough, I've also heard that Rain doesn't have enough resources at this point. He'll direct them to 9888 to Trump brand health resource. So here's another person in this story casting disparaging information regarding Rain.
So that when it comes back to them that they never reported any of this to Rain, why would they? Because they're untrustworthy and they're losing funding.
Yep, exactly. Creating a similar narrative that Rain is losing funding and Emily could have never gone to Rain. None of the victims could ever go to Rain. Fascinating. What a fascinating series of events.
Was an advocate for sexual abuse survivors, has no idea what resources are out there besides law enforcement, and he doesn't think that's a problem. The biggest upside for those who utilize Rain over Brony Fandom is that at least Rain won't use victim stories as weapons. If you want to know what the biggest issue with this entire initiative is, it's that they don't stand by shit. They say they stand by victims, but they also treat those they see as victims like dog shit. They say that they hate pedophilia and children being sexualized, but defend Fulcon and Woot Master. They say that they all come from abusive homes and take accusations of familial abuse seriously, but then take all of their barking orders from an abusive father. Even if these people make arguments I agree with, even if they do listen to victims and give them support, the bare minimum, it's based purely out of their own self-interest and not because they genuinely care. And also, another side note, these people are screaming about accountability, but they don't even know what that would even look like. Like, what do these people want? Do they want Gabe and Claire to get divorced? What the hell is that going to do? How would that make anything better? Bonk?
It just doesn't. So
this video's great.
Yeah, this video's great. And I also sent it over to Lazy. I got you. So this is not to really weirdly bring this back up, but this has been my Lio argument too, right? There are victims, there are adult victims who are holding the task, like Chuli, who are holding the task to the oldest ACC woes, who, in their own way, use Lio to get at them. What is the end goal of making of farming somebody for content? Listen, if you want to cover Lio's past mistakes, by all fucking means, go do it. Go ask
there's tons.
There's tons. Go ask Chris. Go ask Beckett. Beckett was on, I believe, like Seska's stream, a different streamer, in the whole thing, telling Seska where to find all of old Lio's problems, which I think is fucking fine. But, like, what is the end goal of what is the end goal of today when you compare things to like the Rosa call or anything? And the reason I bring that up is like, what is the end goal for this? Having Claire and Gabe break up? There's no end goal. The end goal is deplatforming everything. Yeah, like Yen says, like people are free to point out the issues if they use correct information. It was definitely before Beckett's first video came out that he showed me the audio early. So yeah, I know. But like that's the issue I have. It's like, is your end goal spreading misinfo? Is your end goal deplatforming? Is your end goal farming content? I don't care. If you're farming content, go for it. Go for it. But like, at least do it. At least farm the correct content.
And it's not really even for that, because they don't make money off of Twitter and Blue Sky engagement. They're not making videos on this. They're just doing it because I mean, from this angle, to appease Ian.
Yeah, at this point, yeah,
because they don't like Black Griffin.
Yeah.
For the love of the game, I don't get it.
I know Moon Bunny says they want them to die. I will say this: Ian hates Gabe. It's very obvious that I'll be honest, Ian's main objective very well likely may include that. I'm not saying that what it is. I'm just saying that, like, his obsession with Gabe is very, like, militaristic, and I get it, but it is at the detriment of his daughter, who has openly kind of, like, just stated that, that's openly just stated how much it, like, his abuse, like, how she feels abused by him. This makes me actually angry because, like, this is the type of shit I do. I'm a social worker. I work with rape victims and CSAM victims. Like, the pain in their eyes is haunting. Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the fact that these people, like, Amy and Sophie, are casting doubt on social services that are already inundated also is de-enfranchising, not even legitimizing, de-enfranchising the individuals who go there every single day to work and hopefully make a difference in people's lives. In any small way. In any small way. That's the problem.
Took something that I cared about, something I was passionate about, that affects people in my real life, and he went on a crusade for himself. Not for Destiny, not for Anon. It was for him. And for what? Some parasocial relationship? Some need for some brony fame? Some entertainment? Maybe, I don't know. But what I do know is that you've made it so much harder for victims. People will give little to no charity to victims coming forward, all because of people like you. The conversation around these stories have become so toxic, of those playing into the perfect victim narratives to demanding things out of these victims that would be impossible.
Not disenfranchised, not de-enfranchised. Thank you. My brain just, like, fucking...
It's been a long one.
It's almost 8 hours.
And if they don't have that on hand at that moment, they're liars just looking to farm clout. That's not every single victim, though. That's not the goal of everyone who wants to speak up. But because of people like Bonk, they will have to fight so much harder to be believed and discredit the idea that they're doing this for clout or to ruin people's lives.
Yeah.
And it's all your fault. You are so busy pushing for some sort of victimhood from Claire Michelle that you didn't bother aiding in Destiny's allegations when her identity was exposed, and then she got cannibalized because you never cared about any of these people. It was only ever about either satisfying Ian's ego or satisfying you. Not everyone who cares about the Black Griffin story is like this. There are people who genuinely are concerned and care. I care.
Get him! Get him!
And if you do care about stories like this, if Destiny and the Snapchat victim are adamant in their allegation, please rely on resources that will actually do the right thing, the right way, and actually give a shit. Because if you continue to rely on Brony Fandom...
Can I get a Queen Lazy in the chat? Can I get Queen Lazy in the chat?
As your source, you'll never see justice, you'll never be believed, and you will only be used as a shield. Don't let him do that to you. Bonk, if there is any part of you that cares about this genuinely, step down from the story. You will stop making yourself a mouthpiece for Ian James Corlett, because the only saving grace with you is that I'm pretty sure you're so mentally unstable that Amy and Sophie see you as the perfect person to manipulate into doing their bidding, or at least Ian's bidding. Bonk seems so loyal to them when the truth may be that his stupidity is being used against him. Bonk, I beg of you, for the sake of yourself, for the sake of the victims, hang it up. For once, this would actually be the one helpful thing that you do.
Lazy? Yeah, sure.
Well, that was cathartic, but the question is, what now? While an apology is great, and while giving you the true picture is very important, you guys are going to want to see change. There has to be change. Otherwise, I risk this happening again. I've been doing this whole content creation thing for 5 years, and within those 5 years, I got rusty, and name intended this time, I got lazy. This is what I'm going to do to avoid this from happening in the future. Any stories I talk about involving like abuse or sex scandals or relationship scandals may be little to non-existent going forward, as I haven't exactly shown to be the most responsible in regards to these stories. There's a few that I have in the back catalog that I might consider talking about, but that's gonna need like a whole team behind it, and it's not just, you know, me by myself where mistakes can at least be caught. I will be putting a team of researchers together. It'll be mostly like on a volunteer basis, and it won't always be needed. It's just for the stuff that needs that extra hand. I also have made a lot of connections through the story that have proven to be like reasonable researchers and investigators that I heavily respect. So they will also be like more heavily relied on when needed. I will also be doing more interviews as
I'll be here to say it right now. Lazy, if you ever need help with research or interview stuff, you can always reach out. Straight up. Straight up. If you need help, just reach out. I got no issues. If we have the time, I will make time for you. Straight up.
If we can.
No. I will, yeah. If we have the time, I will make the time.
I've self-admitted I'm not good at interviews. I don't feel like I ask the right questions, or I can be a little too charitable and don't push back as much as I should, or I kind of just treat it like a convo with a friend, but that doesn't mean that I should just throw my hands in the air and just be like, well, I guess I'm just really bad at this. I should just never do it again. It comes with practice, and it comes from experience, and it comes from listening to others and just learning. I will also be maintaining
the block on the job.
The block on the job is so good. I got the block on the job over here.
I hate you guys.
my removal from Twitter and Twitter likes from my life, as it is better for my mental health and sanity. However, a lot of the reason I didn't know about a lot of this stuff is because, you know, Bonk and Amy and Sophie, all those people are on Twitter, and I don't have a Twitter. If I did, it would have solved all my problems. A part of the investigative team going forward is actually, you know, having those who do use Twitter helping in that regard so that I don't miss anything. I would like to shift
You're good, Lizzie. Don't even worry about it.
content into a different direction, something that's a little low risk. This channel has been mainly about like my hyperfixations, and a lot of my hyperfixations have been on like dark shit like this. And it's been like this for so long. It's because I care about this stuff. I care about it enough to own up when I am fucking up. I should know better if I care about this, so I hope the changes will make content more solid and age better. I would like to thank some of the people who have helped in this process. Beckett, thank you so much for hearing me out and having that conversation with me and reaching a positive consensus with each other. I hope you guys will give this content a chance. He's definitely a lot edgier than what you're used to over here on this channel. And he's a bit of a drama farmer, but like, he's sane, which is...
We're all kind of, we're all kind of drama farmers. We're all kind of drama farmers in our own right, and I kind of like that though.
Rare in the grand scheme of the story. So
the other thing is, like, we're all kind of like have our niches, or we all have our like our own interests that we want to talk about. So that kind of helps too.
Yeah, I like doing the true crime stuff when the drama's low because I love true crime. It's fascinating. Just a fascinating, fun time.
I appreciate that. I'm happy that our perspectives of each other were totally off. I hope that we can continue to at least be friendly in the future. I would also like to thank Mr. Enter and his team. That includes Wes, Coda, Maddie, Graceland, Chico, and Phineas. Getting to chat with everyone and give each other feedback and advice. I think it was good in keeping each other sane. So thank you so much. I would also like to thank the op block. I wasn't aware.
Hey, turn it off. We're done. We can go.
Excuse me?
We can go now.
What? Wait. What? Hi! I didn't know we were here. I know Lacey said it, but I didn't hear that.
You didn't tell me.
I didn't really know.
I think it was good in keeping each other sane. So thank you so much. I would also like to thank the op block. I wasn't aware that he was one of Beckett's researchers, but I have since then gotten the chance to speak to him. Seems really chill. He had criticisms of me that were also not very nice, but honestly, seems like a pretty cool guy. So thank you so much for at least having that conversation with me, especially on live stream. That was completely random. Oh, how the turns table. I would also like to thank the friends and family that were a huge help in...
Oh, how the turns table is a fucking Greg line. Greg has said that on stream.
I stole it from The Office.
I hate everything here. I hate everything here.
Moving myself.
Yeah, I was not nice at my criticisms. I now amend most of them.
From the internet to just enjoy things in the real world, you know, things that actually matter. It's a good reminder that, like, there's an entire world out there that exists, and that's the one that probably will be more impactful.
Different op block, you silly, you fucker.
Shout out the FGC.
You fuckers.
In the long run. You know, taking breaks and giving myself time offline to breathe is so important. So, you won't be named, but you know who you are, so thank you. And once again, for ever entertaining this entire shit show and giving it any platform. I'm so sorry. To Claire, to Michelle, to Saber Spark, I wish you nothing but peace. And I hope showing you who Bonk really is exonerates all of you. I am really so sorry. Going forward, I hope that content will continue and you guys continue to stick around. But if anything during the duration of this video has disappointed anyone and it's not possible for you to support anymore, it's completely understandable. I totally...
Nah, you guys should... Okay. I'm already subscribed.
I subscribed. You earned my subscription.
Here.
Lazy, you're getting the op block bump.
How do I do that? How do I get the subscribe?
Just the top, the YouTube, the URL.
No, but
the
URL.
URL.
You can get
no,
the.
but the URL. It's literally that. Yes, grab that.
Chat.
Fuck.
Do the thing. Like, subscribe. Like, subscribe. Like, I just put it twice, but subscribe.
You did it more than twice.
I know, I put it in one.
Okay.
Go subscribe to Lazy if you haven't already. I'm not going to cover the interview just because it's fucking 7 hours and I'm tired. But if you've ever wanted to see somebody take accountability, I'm going to go to the title screen real quick. Yes, I know. I got to get a second one of these. A very chill guy, Lazy Bedhead on the new channel banner. Yeah, sure. Listen, if you've ever wanted to see what taking accountability looks like for a channel, that's Lazy Bedhead. Like, Lazy really took accountability in ways that I don't think a lot of people in this story have. Especially
or on the platform can.
On the platform, yes, but especially Courtney. Fucking take responsibility, asshole. KP, fucking take responsibility, asshole. But, like, this is how it should be done. Especially in commentary. Amend your story, get the facts straight, and clear your side of the street. Because that's all you can do. Literally, that's all any of us can do, especially if we get a story wrong. Like, it is the only thing we can do is do right by people. And the fact that Lazy was able to do that with a lot of grace and a lot of humility. I know Beckett said it last night, but I will say this now. I've been fortunate enough to talk to a lot of people on the platform and a lot of people who are humble in many different ways. I've never seen somebody take a criticism like a goddamn sponge like Lazy has. And her and I have talked about it. And again, I've liked getting to know Lazy. I seriously have. So again, go subscribe to Lazy Bedhead if you haven't already. Just like a stellar, like an actual stellar person that's wanting to take accountability. And I do think that that's more than anybody could ever ask. And to me, that's incredibly important. And that's pretty much it. Greg, any final thoughts before we go, buddy?
I think there's art in.
Is there art in the thread that I should be
traditional.
watching? That I should be grabbing real quick?
I'll send it to you. Hold on one second.
I can grab it. I can just grab it.
You got added for one.
I got added. Well, I got added for a work in progress one.
Yeah, if you want to do that one.
There's a bunch that I see coming.
It was the work in progress one that I got added. This is the one I was looking.
Here is. I will just repost this. Obviously, Embry did lovely art of the op block with the different people. Here's Kat. There's Cloudy. There's me and Ash. There's Greg. There's Diesel. There's Dew. Like, this is a really, really good one. And then I got added for another one.
Yes, that one.
I saw this one. This is
That
by
was
oh God, is it Yolo Colo? Is that how you or Coda? I can't.
Or Cola.
Cola.
Yeah.
This is really, really cool. I'm very, very excited for this one. I am super, super duper excited to see where this one's coming. Let me see if there's anything else in the stream chat.
The other one, I'm looking at the little diesel doll. It's cute.
Yeah, the little diesel doll is cute. Where's stream chat? Sometimes I misplace stream chat. Up talk, stream chat.
And then you got the gremlin underneath the bed, the nightmare one.
Oh, underneath the bed, the nightmare one. Where did I did have that up before.
You got that one. Yeah.
Where is it again?
Hey, you got it. Right. I can send it your way.
Where is it? 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 Embry's insane for posting this, by the way. I always want to point this out. Embry, this is like actually like cursed. Is pussy a myth is wild, by the way. I want to end with the under the bed one. That's why.
Sure. Oh, here. I'll add you.
I can't find it off the top.
I got it right here.
There. Okay, it goes in digital art thread. That's why. I'm like, we have so many threads.
A lot of art today. Thank you all so much.
And this is from Ad Advocate. I am Bonk's greatest nightmare, chat. I am Bonk's greatest nightmare. Yes. Big thing before leaving tonight. Lazy Bedhead is going to go live tomorrow on her platform, just discussing a little bit more of just her thoughts about the video that was released. If you guys can, please show Lazy your love and support. Like, legitimately, I think that this was a stellar response, a stellar level of accountability, and all of those things. So I am going to end tonight. I want to thank each and every one of you very much. I want to thank all the tippers, donators, and everybody in between. And finally, let me not remiss, from Pinker themselves, it's me as a little maid boy. They gave me the shortest skirt possible. Look at me. Look at me. I'm a little boy.
Don't. Good night.
Good night, everybody. Love, kisses, and everything in between. It is me, your favorite op blocker, op talker, and all of the maids here for you all. Don't forget all the maids here. It's Beckett, it's Diesel, it's me, and it's Chris the Narc. Remember, chat, you are loved, you are great. We'll see you op time and op later. In op time, goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.